Obviously staring at a potential 2-rail kick here.
Yeah, so he must have a gap between the 6 and 4. He wants to go to the right middle. Wants to put a high ball on this, maybe a touch of inside to where he can just hold that cue ball there. They call it the kick and stick. High acts as low. He wants the speed on it, Jason, in case it doesn't go in the right middle. Maybe it trickles down here behind the 3 and 8. And get some type of cover maybe behind the pink and the 9 as well.
Yeah, I think it's going to be tough to kind of get the stick just because it's so far from the rail and he didn't want to hit it that hard. So he's going to hit a medium speed. Cue ball was always going to be moving a little bit there, Scott. And I
what
think
a hit.
Was very fortunate there.
Yeah, I think he caught it a fraction thinner than he wanted, but he still hit it real good. He had a lot of good things that could happen. I would give him credit for that shot personally.
Yeah, I don't disagree. And that's one thing that I mentioned. I went on the Dogging It podcast with Molina Mike right before the match, and he asked me what it was going to take for Federer to mount a comeback, and I said it's going to take a lot of fortune. You know, in order to make up the 7 games here, Federer's got to have a little luck.
I just don't feel like it's a huge gap.
No, but you're down 7, so he's basically spotting him 7 games in a race to 47, and he's lost both races to 40 so far.
Yeah, you just wipe all that aside, in my opinion. I like, but talk about fortune. He mishit this ball by some distance.
We're going to see here. And the other thing that I said and I mentioned,
that's enough to drive Federer right back to the mindset he was in late last night.
Yeah, but this is what Federer is. He has to execute with the jump cue. He's been known to do it. He has an offensive opportunity here. It's not what he had hoped for. But if he knocks it down, he's on his way to capturing rack number 1 here in day 3.
Well, it was a big factor that I weighed into this match. Now, does he get any luck out of it? He just buries himself, pretty brutal, catches a piece of the pink, 1 rail straight into the back of the 9. That's, you know.
Cold-blooded. Does he have the ability to get past the 9 here and kick 1 rail? Or is he going to have to use a lot of spin?
Tell you what, though, maybe a good sign for him. It all depends on how he handles it, I think. He looks like he's holding it together kind of, well, decently. Yeah, I think he's got to go 1 rail. He catches a piece of the top side. Good things can happen. Yeah, pretty brutal there for Gorst.
Yeah, but it's still a good sign, though, Scott.
Right.
He knocked it down, so if he gets some confidence with the jump cue, it can definitely pay huge dividends here on day 3.
Needs to make a good hit here.
And he does. Is he going to get a snooker?
Well, I think he's got a piece of him, but if he can go up, it looks like he's going to the jump cue.
Yeah, I was going to say SVB is going to stay offensive here. He's
I
been
didn't know if he
consistent
could,
with that.
Yeah, I didn't know if he could shoot it in the top right, but if not, he's definitely going to the air. And he's been good with the jump cue.
Yeah, and the other great thing here for SVB, if he knocks it down, it carries shape naturally. Cue ball's going to be traveling up table, and he's going to have a look at the 4, either in the bottom left corner or the side, more than likely the side.
Just doesn't want to overdraw this towards the top right. Might even draw into these balls as much as he's elevating.
Yeah, this is a bit awkward too, kind of where it sets. You notice how he got up on the table. So it appears that it is very easy to reach on the monitor here, but it may not be. We'll see how his left leg is getting up on the table there.
Yeah, he's still getting over this ball pretty good, though.
Yeah.
He's capable of overhitting it. Yeah, he did draw into the balls. In my opinion, very underrated, kind of overlooked, similar to his one-pocket game and a lot of other facets of his game, just a little underrated.
Yeah, and I mean, look at this scenario here. You got Federer, that's made 2 unbelievable shots really so far in rack 1.
In my opinion, even starting out with the kick on the 1, he hit it pretty much where he wanted, just a little thin. Yeah, so he's come with 3 good shots and nothing good has happened for him. It's kind of been the story. played to feather the 7. Yeah, so not exactly what Gorst had drawn up in game number 1. He did everything he could do, Jay.
Yeah, I mean, and that's a huge part of the mentality here for Federer. Obviously, you know, you're going to do a lot of great things, and you don't always get rewarded in pool. It's pretty brutal in that regard. It's just still a great sign for him, getting the short stick out, making a couple nice plays, kicking. Where he's really fell short in this match so far is with the jump cue, his kicking, and his safety play, and he's showcased that he's here to stay. And he's going to try to clean those things up here.
Saw a little bit of a flinch. Saw it on day 1 with Shane after contact. I saw it on the 7 ball with him in this rack just a moment ago. Got to wonder how big the fatigue factor will be for either of these guys. Shane really hasn't shown much of that this match. In the first game of day 3, Van Boning is going to take game number 1, getting to 81.
And we'll see how Federer responds. We'll see how Federer responds there. Is he going to be deflated? Or does he have confidence after how he played rack 1? Does it make him more confident, Scott, or does it drag him down because he made some good shots and didn't get fortunate?
Well, in this situation, he still knows he's got, at minimum, probably a 9 to 10 hour day, right? I don't think it's any time to panic. I would, if you're in Federer's camp, I would hope that he looks at it to the point that you just said as a positive. Everything he hit was really good that game. He finally came with a nice shot on the jump cue. Just didn't get paid off. You know, sometimes there's just nothing you can do but wait for things to start to turn around. You can make that happen to an extreme or to an extent, but sometimes the balls just won't allow you to win. Over time, you expect that to change, but you've got to make it happen. This man here with the best timed 10-ball break in the world, he's hit it off center.
He's going to come up with a shot unless that 4 ball.
Well, it's a little awkward. He can play the combo at worst. But that's something I talked about, and for the folks at home, if you think about it, it makes a lot of sense. Shane can mishit these balls a lot of different ways and still get shots and not really care about what the cue ball is doing because of the energy at which he hits the rack. I think it's a little different for the rest of the world almost, really. And I'm not just pointing out Federer. Not a lot of people can hit the 10-ball rack the way Shane does, even mishitting it, and get a shot. It seems to happen more often than not to where he's getting that shot, even on a mishit. Is he going to play the 1 off the back of the 7, Jason, or is he going to go straight into the 7?
I like that as much, if not better, than the combo. Playing it off the 7. Seems like he's fairly straight on that shot, so not the most difficult.
He thumped it in. Oh, look at this. Look at this.
Oh, you've got
He was snookered.
Wow. So the fortune remains in SVB's corner.
Sometimes.
He's shaking his head like he wishes he would have had something better there, but he's supposed to be hooked there.
Well, I think he might be shaking his head in disbelief.
This is a steep chop in the side. Does he go in the bottom right here, Scott?
In the bottom left? Yeah, it's a good question. Oh, no, bottom right's open.
Bottom
left, he's completely cut off. Does he go to the middle? The cue ball's going to get hot, right?
Well,
real hot.
He can go 2 rails underneath the 8, right? So, I mean, he can kind of spin out and go up, back up table and come back toward the 5. It's going to be hot.
Tough to spin this ball. You could lose. You can lose accuracy.
I mean, even if he collides with the 8, it's not the worst thing as long as he hits it on the left side of the 8.
Yeah, I think he's just going to use a center ball. Maybe a tip of outside.
Does it?
Yeah, center ball.
This needs to slow down.
Yeah, it does need to slow down. He's going to have a look at it, but not a good one. Probably be behind the 6 here.
Yeah, and he's not going to take on anything offensive here, I do not believe, because it's has no future with the 6 ball on the short rail. Cue ball working away from it.
And you touched on it earlier, just a few moments ago. I think that Shane's got the better of the defensive plays. It's not even really a question. There's been times where I think Federer kind of took a few defensive plays for granted and it come back to bite him. He might chip the 5 over behind the 7 and 10 and come back up to the top end of the table as well. I thought he'd cross it over behind the 7 and 10 and try and wedge him on the back of the 6.
Yeah, I like that. I think he's going to try to get the white ball under the 6 here, right on the 6.
And you really don't even need much English. You could use a straight top ball. Is he calling the 5 past the 8 just in case? I don't think it's even going to get there. Looking at the overhead.
I think he's going all cue ball here. Kind of surprised.
He played it. He went out and played it. So he played the 2-way and just played the spacing between the 7, 10, and 8. Pretty clever. Tells you where his head is at right now.
This looks fairly steep here. Does he take on the cut here, Scott, or does he play safe behind the 7?
Yeah, he's got options, Jay. I don't know. Depends on how he feels. I think you can go up to the top rail and back down towards the left side of the table.
But the safety just lays so natural.
Probably going to shoot one rail up and back down to the left end of the table here. Yeah, he's got more on it. Caught it a little thicker than he wanted. Now he's coming with the tester.
We'll see him let his stroke out right here, Freezer.
Come all the way around. He could even play
that.
the 8 in the same corner if he needs to.
Yeah, I think that's the way he's going to choose to play it.
What's going to happen here? Is Federer going to get a look? I believe he is.
Is it going to be rail first, or does he have a jump here? Or is he straight in?
Well, at worst, I think he can swerve this ball. The 8 does play in the right middle. He might have to put a baby swerve on it. That's why he's elevated. Just don't want to over swerve this ball. Oof, he almost did.
Needs it to slow down here, Scott.
Yeah, that's what I mean. He's caught it thin, right? So he over swerved it just a fraction. That's how he caught the thin side of it and lost the cue ball a little bit. Also kind of been the story for Federer, as good as his cue ball is, and I feel like Federer's cue ball is probably as good as anybody's in the world. He's struggled with it the past couple days.
He could end up steep on the 9 here.
I think he's going to probably use a little outside and just come up softly.
You're exactly right. He was able to kill the cue ball nicely there. Utilize the spin to move the 8 toward the hole. Looking to claim the second rack here in day 3. This is a little weak.
No, but the hit was clean. That is something we've seen, though. He's either been short or long, oftentimes. Which has gotten him in a lot of trouble.
But as we've alluded to throughout the match, this is a Standard shot for most rotation players, ending up above the ball.
Very clean there. Gorst takes game number 2.
See the random rack generator there at the top of your screen. Brought to you by xpool.live. To prevent pattern racking, we have a random rack generator, and the players must match the template rack with the rack displayed at the top of your screen.
Yeah, some software that Kyle Ferguson built, the owner of this pool room. Pretty awesome.
Obviously, at this point, I think most people tuning in know the format and know what we got going on. But shout out to our sponsors, Diamond Billiards Products, the best pool table in the world, perimeter billiard lighting. Quality of the stream has a lot to do with the lighting. Ultimate Pool USA and Michelle Griffin, a local realtor here. Thank you to our sponsors for stepping up. Feder Gorst to break in rack 3.
Needs a good break here. Well, a real nice pop. The 8 did drop. Got the kiss on the 1. Is the 4 going to hook him? It is. And this is where the frustration gets. It just seems like it's happened to him more often than not. And he can't get anything going.
And we are going to be live on Facebook and YouTube for 3 more racks. We're going to let you guys view the first 5 racks for free. You're going to be forced to go out to xpool.live to view the remainder, and you don't want to miss out on the epic match here. Really tough to tell how this one's going to end, Freezer.
Well, just thinking about what do you do if you're Gorst. This continues to be a pattern, this result at times. And I know these balls got kicked and kissed, but it's just a pattern that he's had to deal with over and over and over. What do you do? Do you add more pace to the break? Do you move the cue ball a fraction? Do you just change something up because it's not necessarily working for you? And the problem is you're faced with a man that's going to break the balls about double the speed, get a lot more action, even with a mishit, more action, and great results. Gorst going to the jump cue here. This is going to be a telltale sign. If he could get this down, could change a lot.
Yeah, and it carries natural shape here.
Wow.
He drew the ball. He didn't want to get into the bottom of that there, Scott. He wanted to just come over.
Wow, well, that's a sign of how accurate he's hitting the jump cue. That's a sign of possibly how accurately he's playing overall today. He's got a shot at the 2.
Yeah, I think we're going to see him let his stroke out here. He's going to go 4 rails around. And you saw him touch the bottom and the bottom rail here.
Yeah, I like him actually coming 1 rail down. It's just easier to make the ball, I think, if you just put a little check English on a center ball and just really ensure the make. Come down past the 6.
And that's the second option he was looking at.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of a risk at the outside ball, Jason, just because of where the 10's at.
Yeah, I kind of like, I personally like him shooting this with outside, though.
And he does play with outside, so that's his go-to.
Not only that, I just feel like the cue ball is going to be cleaner. He's going to be avoiding. And then he hits the point to sell out.
Well, this is, I'm just saying, possibly introducing that outside English, as thin a hit as it is, it makes it much more difficult to make the ball. That's why you'll see a lot of players.
That's pretty cold right there, though, because if he misses the ball the way that he missed it, if it doesn't hit the point, what's SVB left with? Probably the cue ball under the 10.
Yeah, but let's call it like it is. He has overcut it by some margin.
Yeah.
Could have easily scratched as well. But he's a favorite to make that ball with the center to maybe a touch of inside where he knows he's just bearing down, because he could have got the cue ball down here behind the 6-3 as well. So it could have been a 2-way play that way without a risk of going towards the side pocket. That's just the only risk you take, is if you catch it too thin, you're going towards the middle, or you're going to crash into something. A little decel there.
Yeah, this is kind of in no man's land. Good news is he's got a nice look at the ball. Just got to collect himself, put this down. Do you think he digs in here?
Boy, this is one of those shots he gets up for. Gets so much energy from that backswing. Doesn't even have to hit it too hard. He'll smooth right over and back out. And this one he amped up, thumped it in.
Unbelievable recovery there from SVB. You called it. His specialty.
He's so accurate with distance and that center to outside ball. Just a touch of low. Very, very accurate with it. Gets a lot of power. Van Boning reaches 82 fairly quickly. It seems like they're moving at a pretty good pace here. Saturday evening. I expect this room to be slam packed tonight. Had a great crowd every night here. People from all over, actually, Jason, here to watch this match.
See if SVB goes to the middle like he told you he was going to.
Well, and he did tell me. I mean, I got no reason to say that, but I think he's changed his mind, because when he practiced the break before we went live, he was making 4 and 5 balls from this spot. So why change it?
Has he come up dry?
He has come up dry.
Still, very tough layout here, Scott. Look at that.
Yeah, and that's
4-8's tough.
Probably due to the miss hit, right?
I mean,
you're going to get a tough layout when you miss hit the balls a lot of times.
Does the 2 go? Can he play the 2 off of the 5 in the side if he gets under it here? Or does he try to play above the 2 and play the 2-9 combo? Or does the 2 go straight?
I don't know. The line he just made with his cue looked like he wanted to run into the back of the 2. I don't know if the 9's in play there. I think he can get clear of everything. Yeah, he's caught a piece of the 9.
He made it a little easier, right?
Well, yeah, I think the 2 went. That's the only reason he's a little shrugged off about that, because now the issue is that the 2's going towards the top rail. Everything's kind of going away from one another. The cue ball's going to the left long round. The 2 ball's going to the top rail. So if he hits this, he's probably going to have to use some power just to get some separation from that top rail and the 2 ball. Let's see. Yeah, like so. He's handled it well. Very well.
Yeah, and the good news about the 4 ball, it is covered up by the 8, but the saving grace there is the 5 is hanging over the side, so he can get pretty steep and just chop the 4 in. Doesn't have to do a ton with the cue ball to gain position after it.
Yeah, totally agree. This is all he can do. He's just got to take what the table gives him and do his best to stay involved. And that needs to bounce. So now he's over the 6-7. Awkward with his hand. He's very steep. So he might have to come up and down.
Yeah, this is very, very tough now all of a sudden. I'm really surprised he didn't just try to check the cue ball up there with the deuce. Maybe he was a little steeper than what it appeared.
He was pretty steep. I felt like he could put a little more into it.
Is he going to try to drag this ball? And he did.
He's very good at that outside English coming around 2 rails. That's the only reason you really couldn't blame him when he missed the 2 up in the top right corner. He's really, really good with that, and that's what he likes, is the outside ball. He tries to avoid the inside ball, like most elite players.
Nice recovery there with the 2 to the 4. Now it's just all about holding the nerves together and doing what you're supposed to do. Just clean these up.
Yeah, does he have to do anything here with the cue ball?
I mean,
yeah, he's got to come around a little. He wanted to get back a couple more rotations.
Still something that he doesn't mind
handling. It's just, it seems like these little things have added up to him.
Now this has landed a little awkward.
Well, that's my point, right? Over time, these little things can add up when you get out of line, and we've seen that over the last couple of days with Federer, where he could introduce some type of error or a mistake with the.
Yeah, I like playing under the 8 here. He may go with a high inside ball and go above it, but that was the problem with that. I personally preferred him just taking the natural line and going under the 8 there, short side.
Well, I'll call it like it is, pretty unnecessary or uncalled for. He's got to really consider the options there. I don't think that he really took into consideration that if you kill that ball enough, it could come straight to the face of the 8. So like you say, Jay, just come around below the 10. You're going to avoid all problems and know that you get a shot to the top left.
How do you defend here, Scott? He's obviously got 1 ball left on the table to utilize. Try to get a snooker.
Can you just bump the 8 to the rail? It's very tricky, very, very touchy and tricky. One pocket players will play the shot where you just tap the 8 to the rail and back towards the cue ball. He's going to use the 10. This is
not going to get there.
Not going to get there. It's way too full.
I feel like the cue ball's always going to be on the center diamond down here underneath the 10 from here. Unless he chooses to take on something offensive. Is there anything offensive here, Freezer?
I think this ball's bankable to the middle.
Does he choose to shoot it?
Yeah, that's his option. He can get behind the 10 and just chip the 8 towards the center diamond up at the top rail. Or he can attempt to do that anyway. He could also play the 8 a couple rails up to the top rail. I feel like he can make this bank. Okay, he's played that second option, 2 rails up towards the top rail and just leaving Federer a little difficult. Federer immediately calling the top left, Jason.
Yeah, but that's out of frustration, Scott. I think if you're Federer here, you got to try to look at something containing. It's a low percentage shot.
Yeah, what is the containing play? Could he bank the 8 back down, maybe try to get it below the 10? I don't know. He's in a tough spot. I can't fault him if he can regroup and chop this in. It's very difficult.
I mean, obviously looks like a genius if he slaps it in the pocket.
Not a great sign for Gorst.
Perfect speed. Goes unpunished with his air there.
Well, what an excellent recovery right there. He made a great shot there, especially after everything that's taken place in the last couple games.
And back to 7-game lead for SVB. Rack number 4 goes to Federer, so 2 racks apiece so far.
Yeah, it seems like the pace has picked up. Kind of got to figure that. They've got to be more comfortable with the equipment. We're into literally about the 30th hour.
Yeah, that was a big moment there. If Shane was able to punish him for his air there and then come back with a couple breaking runs, it could have been night-night. And that's the problem with it hanging around 7 games. I know everybody says, oh, 7 games is nothing, but 7 games is a lot if they just keep trading 2s back and forth.
Absolutely.
1-2, 1-2.
Yeah, something needs to change. That's kind of why I alluded to the break. I'm wondering if he can experiment a little. I mean, what's it going to hurt? Maybe hit him a little harder, move the cue ball to the inside a little, maybe take a little off, whatever he decides to do. But he's always contesting with the snooker.
He's going to get a nice little rub there.
And there.
And a nice little rub again from the 6 to open the 1 up, make it a little bit easier.
Here we see the 4 ball. On the left long rail just below the left middle, this is traditionally where this ball ends every time he breaks. Doesn't make life easy on him. I feel like the layout is much more difficult with that ball resting there all the time.
And if you're out there tuning in via YouTube or Facebook Live, this will be the last rack of day 3. Make your way out to xpool.live. This is the match of the decade. You don't want to miss it. The action is only going to get hotter as we head into the second half of this match and the pressure ramps up.
I do feel like something special is going to happen today from both of these guys. I just feel like this match is going to...
I can guarantee you this. You
Get a
don't
little
want to miss
closer.
it. You
No.
don't want to miss it.
You don't want to miss it. I think it's a historical match, and I think that Federer's going to do something special to keep this close. Where do you go here? Do you come all the way back out? How flat is he? Can you draw straight up? This is touchy, depending on how he does it. Okay, he's drawing straight out. That needs to settle.
Is he going to be welded to the 9? That's the key. I think it landed in a decent spot, and he's got a slight angle as well, Scott.
Yeah,
they have a path to cue.
Yeah, you can get to the cue ball pretty good here.
That worked out pretty well for Federer, all things considered. Landing flat there, as you said.
He'd like to just kind of hold there. He doesn't really want to get straight on the 5. Yeah, like so. Nicely done.
It's just so critical to have the side of the 9 ball there as opposed to having to treetop over it. Federer showing life here, Scott.
Yeah, I don't think you go out of your way to play the 6 in the top right. I think you just float over and play it in the lower right. Yeah, very well done. It's something he kind of avoided. Did he overrun it a little?
A lot.
Thought he'd come to the right long rail, though, and come back out and control the speed a little better that way, but he kind of went out of his way to go above that ball before, whereas just taking it down here in the lower right, I think much higher percentage.
Big shout out to my main man, Wiggy, tuning in.
Matt Wigman, great guy. Love him. Family man now.
Nothing better than the Wiggy reenactment of the freezer saying, "So tell me, do you like to play for money?" Oh, freezer.
That was great. One rail out, just above the left middle.
Got a nice stroke on that one.
Just doesn't want to be straight. It's not the end of the world.
Yeah, he may utilize the side pocket here, Scott. May see him try to pull to the side pocket here to give himself a free bridge.
Yeah, and you'll see a lot of players do that. If he doesn't get there, it's fine. Oof.
He was able to get a lot out of it, but the ball wiggled its way in. Federer looking to take rack number 5 here in day 3. And he does just that.
Are we going to witness something special? Yeah, you definitely need to tune in to xpool.live.
Scott the Freezer Frost and Jason Sword in the booth with you. Appreciate all the supporters out there, all the positive comments. What a treat it is to be part of this epic match.
Michelle Griffin, the greatest, done so much for us this week. And talk about people that have done things. My sponsors, OmegaBilliards.com, Aramith and Simonis, KT Customs, TriStateCues.com, Aaron's Storm Shelters. We've had some talk about that. Deadwood Custom Cues, Railbirds TV on YouTube. Can Gorst get a shot on the 1?
Rack number 6. Trailing by 6. Really needs the hold serve here, Scott. Man, a little flat. 5 ball is
Oh,
not going
that's
to go, but will
the
the
7
7. He's going
does.
to dress up on the 1. Leads to position on the 2.
Jason, this is what Gorst needed. He needed to miss-hit a rack and maybe get something to go in. But not only that, get a shot. Get something to get you going. That's kind of what you need.
Oh, he doesn't want to get over the 6 here, Scott.
Well, this has been the storyline for him. He's been just a
I
little long with the cue ball at times.
think he was trying to contact the 4 there.
Either here nor there, though. He has been a little long with the cue ball at times. He's overrun his mark, and it's gotten him in some predicaments.
Should be able to recover here.
Yeah,
fairly
very clean.
easily.
Doesn't want to get flat here, though.
Yeah, we may see him take some distance on the 4. He's pretty flat.
Yeah, and this is all a result.
The good news is the 5's hanging over the side once again from the 4 to the 5. I think you just roll up a little bit here and take the distance on the 4.
I think he's going to draw back.
Yeah, I think it's a mistake, though.
I don't mind it. He's so close to the 3. He should be fairly accurate with it.
And the problem is,
Yeah, he gets a little closer there, though.
yeah, but is this any better than just rolling up? And he introduced the possibility of getting hooked on the 6. He made the pocketing of the 3 ball much tougher to get
Well,
this.
he didn't hit it great, let's be fair.
Yeah, but
being closer to this ball in this situation, I think there's value to it. He was close enough to the 3 that he could control the make. If he's another foot back with the cue ball, it's a little different story.
if he can chop it in, he can get back in line.
But it all started with the first shot. Oh, my.
Wiggled its way in. Needs a big bounce here. Gets just enough. Just all about holding his nerves together here, Scott.
Well, that was nice. Didn't look like much, but just to pinch it back, a couple rotations is not as easy as it looks. He'll come out 2 rails. Below the 9.
Nice and smooth right there.
Slowly edging his way back, Jay.
FG looking good here, day 3.
I think that's what we all want to see. It's just a good match. I just had a feeling that today would be special. I hope I'm right. And what I mean by special is these 2 guys playing their very best pool. I do not have a dog in this fight. And I like both guys. They know that. I just want to see them play their best pool. I think we all do.
Yeah, I said it in day 1. Really a crowd full of fans of both players. Obviously somewhat of a hometown for Fedor Gorst, obviously living near Louisville and frequenting the pool hall. Has a lot of fans locally, but I think most people are fans of both.
Yeah, pretty much equal in here. I think even the guys cheering for Shane are also applauding for Fedor and vice versa.
Rack number 7, Gorst to break. Up 4-2 on day 3. Can he continue the run?
Well, the 2's down.
What's the 1 gonna do? What's the 6 gonna do?
Will the 6 throw in, or is it aimed too high to the corner? Gorst dropping his head tells me it's a no-go. This isn't something that you should allow to really bother you. Just work it out. If the 6 doesn't throw in, I don't think it does, Jay.
No.
Figure it out.
His options are slightly limited with the cue ball on the rail.
He can wrap around down below the 7 and 10. Yeah.
Got some cover with the 8 as well.
Really nice. I don't think Shane's got an edge, but it's close.
A little frustration on Federer's face there, obviously wanting to continue the offensive run.
But this is going to happen. I think that's been a real factor in the last couple of days, is that frustration.
I think you're right, Scott. The way he's eyeing this up, I think he has an edge. This is a lot of range. How accurate is SVB? Maybe he's not choosing to kick 2 rails here just because of the 8 and the 6 ball. Could stop his path of the cue ball or the 1. He does have the edge.
Yeah, and this could be very devastating if he hits it correctly.
And he does.
Yeah, look at this shot. Behind the 6, uses the 10 and the 7. Not easy to do. Very good control.
Does Federer have a window between the 7-10 here for the 2-rail kick?
Looks like he does. Oftentimes we've seen them just catch the thin side of this one. He just wants to make sure he gets deep enough. Make a real good full contact with this ball. Gain your separation. Yes, he's got to elevate. I'm wondering if he's... Yeah, I don't know how you're going to hold the cue ball with this elevation. And he's caught the thin side of it once again. Did anything good happen for him? Not the end of the world.
I was going to say, not the worst outcome.
SVB possibly take on the 2-way play to the bank to the lower left. Just send the cue ball upstream in the direction of the 9. Does he have to cross it over above the 10 and 7? Yeah. Pretty clever.
See Federer go to the jump cue here, I believe.
Yeah, but how do you get rid of the 1 going that way, Jay?
Yeah, he's going to kick here. He has the bottom half of the 1 available. He's going to spin into a kick.
Could make this in the middle if he can catch enough of it. Needs that to run. Pretty good.
Pretty nice shot there. Let's see SVB go airborne here.
Shane.
Pretty nice exchange here.
Shaking his head, showing a little frustration.
That's really the only disadvantage of coming into day 3 with the lead, is if Federer has the ability to continue cutting it, the pressure all of a sudden shifts dramatically back to SVB.
Yeah, and that's how you see those swings. Like to get cover with the 6 and 8 if he can hit this accurate. Yeah, wow. He's been exceptional with the jump cue these last 2 days.
Yeah, and I think you're going to see Federer go all out for the make here with the 4 available.
Now into day 3, still exceptional.
It's all offensive here, right, Scott?
Yeah, if he can knock it down, the pink plays in the left middle. Well, good signs for Gorst. He's knocked it down. That's 2 in a row
Zing,
with the jump
zing.
cue.
We got action, Freezer.
Yeah, that tells me his timing is starting to dial in.
Yeah, he's looking at playing this ball and colliding with the 5.
Yeah, the only problem with going into the 5, and I know he's obviously aware of it, is if he catches it a little thick, the 7 and 10 block the lower right, so you just want to catch the thin side or the top side of this 5.
Does he take on the cross side bank?
I mean, it's pretty automatic if you stun forward. Wow, he's came around this way.
He's still got a lot of work to do here.
Yeah. I'm a little surprised at that. Going to take another
another
look
peek
at this jump.
Look at this baby.
But boy, he's in a pickle now. I think this is real tough. It's extremely thin. I thought he'd take on the bank if he. So the reason he went this route is because he was going into the wrong edge of the 5. But if that's the case, it looked like the bank was straightforward to stun your cue ball forward. Now he's got to come with a big shot.
2 rails under the 6 here.
It's just real thin. Oh, he's hit it sweet.
Wow.
He's hit it sweet.
And you were right. It was very thin.
Yeah, he stayed leveled out and still beat the right middle. If you're Federer, you have to finish this rack out. Really sends a message to Van Boening. Believe he's going to catch a piece of the 10 here. Is he looking at it like he might not? This gets a little tricky.
Yeah,
might not.
He's going to have to play it smooth.
Yeah, exactly.
Pretty soft to beat the 10. The problem is if he plays it smooth and soft and catches the 10, then he's in real trouble.
I think he's going to miss it. Yeah, he did catch a piece, but
just enough of it.
Exactly. Wow. We've got action. That's all I wanted to see. I think that's all any of us wanted to see. A big-time jump shot, followed up by a great out. Gorst to 78. I think the biggest thing for him, Jason, going forward, Shane's pretty good at it, is being prepared to possibly not get that automatic shot after the break, right? Be prepared to grind. Just be up for the challenge to really go through the battles each game.
Yeah, and that was a rack right there where he was prepared. Did not have an offensive look at the 1. Went through quite a few safety exchanges with SVB. SVB made a bunch of good shots in that rack, and Federer just came with an exceptional jump to get the first look.
And we talked about it before the match ever started. I assumed that the jump cue would equate to somewhere around 10 games for Gorst. That's been way off the mark, but there's 2 games already today that it's been a factor. Oh, a square hit there.
Yeah, the kick on the 8. Is he going to have a shot at the 1?
He's going to have a good look. He can bank it.
How does he get position on the 3, though?
I think the cue ball's going the right direction. It does play in the lower left, so he's got an opportunity here. And it's the first time we've really seen that ball in the left long rail below the middle, kind of out that far. Talking about the 4. Can he draw just to the inside of the 8, just to the right of it? Or maybe go forward. Probably going to level out and go forward.
Yeah. Just doesn't want to collide with the 8.
That's clean. Needs to settle.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
He's going to be okay here.
Is he going to play the 4 in the bottom left, or is he going to go for the side?
Yeah, I think he's got to play it in the bottom left. I think he can come 2 rails around and just float this 3 in with a left ball. The speed's got to be right, though. And that's what he's going to do. So the speed's got to be right here. That looks pretty good.
Almost perfect.
Yeah, I'd say it is.
He's got to be tidy on the 5, so he needed it there.
Don't try to get too close here. You don't have to get perfect. Anywhere out in the center. Yeah, very good.
Nice kill on the cue ball there.
Shane Van Boening with his head in his hand.
Can you blame him?
I've not seen that since the start of this entire match. Well, Shane's done the same thing to Federer. I don't recommend it. I've not seen that side of Shane since this match has begun. Yeah, really good control here. Absolutely perfect speed. Could have got funny if he ends up on the rail. Yeah. He'll just come one rail over, I would assume, Jason.
Yeah, I think he let up a little there. Would like to be a little flatter, right? Ball turned on him a little bit. Did you see that?
It did turn. That's how he's ended up on the rail here. This is missable. You don't ever expect it. But did skid. That's how he's ended up on the rail. Gorst knocking on the door of 80.
82 to 79 here, day 3. We are going to $120 for a lot of dough. But maybe more important than the cash is the crown of the best long race 10-ball player in the world until the next person steps up, which I'm going to predict is Kachi.
I hope it's Kachi.
Maybe the loser plays Kachi.
Yeah, there's all types of scenarios that you can throw in.
There's nothing better than whenever action brews at the top.
No, I agree, and I think it's important. I think it's healthy.
It's absolutely necessary for the health of the sport. That's the reason why I love the Filipinos. They're over there battling with the best every day, trying to be the best.
I'll say this again, a big moment for Gorst. If he doesn't get a shot on the one, he's got to work with what he's given.
Yeah,
so he's
come up dry here unless he gets some kind of fortune. What's the 2-ball going to do, Scott?
So a little fortune there. Gorst has earned 4 games back already today. The grind side of his game has seemed better. He's been better with the jump cue, better with the cue ball. Overall, just looks better.
Does SVB decide to duck here? Or does he get to the deuce to do it?
Yeah, I don't think he's going to duck on the one.
He's going to try to. What kind of position do you see for a safety?
Well, if he could get back below the 2, he could chip the top half of it just behind the 5 and go up to the top left corner. If he gets there, he could probably still do that. It's kind of tough to tell, though. We're not exactly at the table, and he might have other things in mind. Yeah, I think he wanted to come back just a little more. Yeah, 2 or 3 more rotations. Maybe more than that. Another 6-8 inches. He's still probably going to be able to do this. Watch how he uses the 5 here. Yeah, use the 5. He'd like to have got more into the 5, but he's got him completely covered here, and the 9 is a problem. The 3 is also a problem. Federer might consider just nudging the 5 into the 2.
They are playing 3 foul, but we've yet to see one.
And this is one of those situations where you need to be careful. I would consider what you're doing here. Obviously, he is considering it, but yeah.
Just trying to spin below that. softly.
Yeah, I think you buy yourself a little more time if you just chip the 5 into the rail and 2 at the same time. Does Shane take on the 2-5 combination, or does he look for another safety?
I mean, it sets nicely.
He could 3-rail the 2 out and wedge him under the 5. 3-rail the 2, 1-2 below the 4 and back out.
I look for him to do something offensive. Seems like he's in a defensive mindset, though.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised he's not entertaining the combo. I guess because of where the 9's at, he's a little awkward. Now he is entertaining it. That's why he's moved the cue ball, so he can cue it a little better. Pretty big pocket, right, Jay, the way he hits this, the speed he's going to hit it.
Got to be a big favorite here. It's called the 5 in the top left.
So I think Federer might have tried a little too much there. It was just really tough to judge that inside ball to come back and catch the 2 with that big 9 ball looming.
Doesn't seem steady over the ball here, Scott.
No, and you've got to hold for the 2, right? Yeah, this is okay. Doesn't have to do anything with the cue ball on this shot.
He felt a little uneasy, though.
This is a much-needed game. Stop the bleeding for Van Boening. Does he come below the 10 and stay on this side of the table, or does he come all the way around?
I like taking the cue ball up toward the 9. Letting the stroke out here. Traveling a few rails.
Yeah, and I believe you're right. That's what he's going to probably do. Oh, he's coming all the way out. Wow. Pretty slick play. Pretty slick play, aware that the center table was the place to be with no danger. Two rails out towards the top end of the 8.
Needs it to go.
Yeah, it's going to end up pretty good, I think. A little thin. Wow, I saw some movement in the arm there after the release. He does that from time to time nowadays. So does this decision to kick at the 2 come back to haunt Federer when he had a clear option to tie it up and try and extend the game? I think a little of that was the frustration from the break. Both of these guys used to playing on 4-inch pockets, both stars of the World 9-Ball Tour, hosted by Matchroom Multisport, the great Emily Frazier.
Rack number 163 here. One rack away from rack number 164 for Mr. Baum.
What's going on there? Can you tell us?
There's been a lot of bets placed on the 11th rack today. Just pick a random rack. Get a hunch, bet a bunch. That's what happened.
Bet a bunch.
The 11th rack was the money
number.
rack. It's the money rack today.
It's the money rack, baby.
There's going to be a lot of money won or lost. Not on this rack, but the next one. But this rack is a big determining factor of who's going to win the bet.
Gotta love you, Jay Diddy.
Well, I just picked the 11th rack. I got to figure out a way to get even. Here we go. Big boom. 6 and the 7 are down. Is it going to stay clean? Oh, he got a nice little smooch there.
Yes, he did. That's what we talked about, though. He's not so focused on the cue ball like Federer is, and his results seem to be okay. Well, better than okay. This is where Federer really needs to hold it together mentally, because Shane's going to do this to you. He's going to hit you with some barrages. He doesn't want to end up over the 5 here. It's not going to make a huge difference, but he's probably going to have to take a little longer shot on the red 3. Yeah, this isn't straightforward.
It's definitely tougher than what it needed to be.
Does he just draw out to the left long rail, back out towards the 10, or does he use power or more power and punch down 2 rails? This is his forte, distance with power.
He's amping up.
Yeah, the 8 could be a big ball here. The 8 could be a big ball.
He's going to be going to shorty here, airborne once again for SVB.
And you just get the feeling he's going to knock this down. He's been very good with the jump cue pretty much over the last 3 days. Basically got to land on this ball. Yeah, what a hit by Captain America. Teasing one Federer Gorst. Then to the side, back out to the middle on the left side of the 10. Oh, he's gone straight into the 10.
Is he going to do something goofy with the 9? He may have to play for a bank on the 9 now.
Well, the 9 does play to the right middle, but a little awkward. I think the cue ball is tracking towards both corners due to the position of the 8. So he might have to juice this up with a low inside ball.
I don't know about you, but I think Mr. Baum is out there shaking in his boots. Big shot here. Determines who breaks.
Yeah, the low inside ball. How did he hit it? This is missable. Let's get a look at the overhead. It tells a different story. Look at how thin it looks here to the side versus the main view. Oh, and he's knocked it down. 2 great shots in a row, Jason.
Wow.
Big time shot on the 8.
Big time recovery there for SVB. And this is rack 164.
Yeah, and he came with a big time shot to the top left corner on the 8. Kind of a center punch with just a tip of low inside ball. There you have a look at it. Really fell into the perfect line to the right middle on the 9. And this is the rack. And I have been informed on the amount, and it's not small. 1 game for a big number.
SVB to break. Leading by 5.
Game number 164. Miss hit. But every time he gets that miss hit, the 8 seems to go, or that ball on the side seems to go. Does the 2 play? The 3 at the top of the table. What type of an angle does he have on this one? It looks to me like the cue ball might be tracking towards the 4. Don't even know if the 2 plays if you're in the center of the table. All depends on the line he's got here, Jay Diddy. I have a feeling Federer's going to get to the table.
What kind of look will it be?
Yeah, it all depends on this angle. If he's got a real good angle, it could be bad news bears for the Gorst camp. Could come down between the 4 and 10 as well and just chip the 2 past the 6 and bury him up under it. Yeah, and that's what he tried to do. He's a little too steep to do that. Now he's probably going to have to chip the right side or our right side of the 2. Like to have been over to the left more. Well, look at this. Could have been a lot worse for Gorst.
What do you see here, Scott?
I think the biggest key is if he can get the cue ball up into that top right corner, maybe like he's crossing the 2 towards the pink and send the cue ball up 1 in between the 5 and the 3. I don't know if it's available. Might be some type of a kiss there. Is he looking to 2-rail the 2 up towards the top right corner? See what he's got in mind. Oh, wow. What a hit this was. That was such a difficult hit from where he was. So easy to decel and scratch in this lower left corner. I don't know if people understand what type of play that was to control the speed of both of those balls.
SVB going right back to the jump cue.
Yeah, I don't know how big a future he's going to have here. The 2 tracking back down. Where's it going to finish? If it hops, Gorst is going to have a look, and it's a thin one.
Does he stay offensive, or does he look to play defense here?
Yeah, I'll tell you what, it sure seems difficult to play defense against Van Boening at this point. He's so good with the jump cue. I feel like he's actually improved with the jump cue in watching him over the years. Can he wrap around, meaning a low outside ball? Can he get enough into it, or can he just go 1 rail up and hold? Looks like he's going to try and hold. Thin hit here. Oh, he's hit it sweet.
Not
Oh,
sweet
looks
enough.
like it dipped up right at the last second.
Oh, my Lord.
That ball turned up right at the last second. It was going in.
Rack number 11 is not in
164.
Jay Diddy's favor.
SVB not out of the woods yet. this ball laying difficult, but that ball did turn up at the last second. Boy, it's actually really tricky to get to the 3 here. He's got to catch this thin. That's as good as you could do. It's really as good as you could do. 2 more rotations, and it's automatic. Now he's reaching. Gorst might get back to the table. Drama in game 164. Yeah, he's trying to really cinch him up under the 5. He's done well. Gonna need a little help from the pool gods here. Pretty cold-blooded. He did hit the 2 very well. Last couple rotations, it took a dive towards the top. Any type of contact here is a must. Could get something good to happen. He's looking at the 2 rail line. I'm wondering if the 3 rail line short would be better because he's elevated over this ball with the 2 rail line. Wow, he's made contact. What a hit. What an absolutely amazing hit. I don't know that he's going to like this result. Doing everything he can do to stay alive. SVB probably going to try and get him up behind the pink. You all right, Jay Diddy?
Yeah, I'm just taking it all in. Trying to get a win one time.
I'm pulling for you this time, Bubs.
All right.
I think he can.
Another long reach here.
Yeah, I think he can get enough of the 3, though, to lay it down behind the 7 and get the cue ball up there behind the pink. That could be devastating. If he can't get enough of it, it's a little different. Then he might have to use the 9 and 10. Well, there's good news and bad news. The good news is he's not buried behind the 4. The bad news is he's buried. Looking to kick to the bottom rail and catch a piece of the 3, sending it up table. Maybe going to the 7, Jay. I don't feel like it's a bad decision. Yeah, what a wild rack we've had so far here. Carl Baum over there in his beautiful home.
He's probably
on
in
the
hot
edge
tub.
of his seat.
He's probably in the hot tub
with a
right
big old
now.
cigar, a bottle of champagne.
Is this a jump kick?
Yeah, and you'd like to catch a piece of the 7 too. Oh, look at the speed.
What a shot.
Look at the speed of this hit. Now, not only in this game, but this is what Federer's got to do to get back in this match every game, that it's not straightforward. Because the guy at the table is capable of doing the same thing.
Couldn't have picked a better rack to bet it all before the day started.
Yeah.
Chose rack 11, and this is it.
Y'all are getting your money's worth.
Absolutely.
It's almost like they know what's on the line.
That would have been a good move against Carl if they would have.
But you just sense like they're really bearing down to win this game. Both of these guys. Look at this. Gorst going to get some type of a look at the 3.
Let's go Fedora.
Yeah, but nothing.
I mean, if he doesn't love it, he could come under the 7 ball some type of way, right?
Yeah, he had an option to do something almost identical to this. Remember yesterday, Jason? He could have nudged him up behind the 3, and he chose differently. I think here he's really got to take that shot into consideration. You can really control it off that right long rail and down to this bottom rail with a low right ball. I think it.
He's looking at playing position under the 4 here to play the 4 in the top left.
Yeah.
It has a lot to do with.
He's weighing it up.
Yeah, I think it has a lot to do with just his ability to pocket the 3 ball. He chooses to use low outside here as opposed to leveling out and smoothing it in.
Well, you can't fault him for shooting. Might be his only opportunity. Most likely is. Big shot here for Gorst to the top right.
He's missed it. Oh, he made it. Wow. Waweewa. That hit every part of the rail, every part of the pocket.
I'm loving it.
The suspense continues in
I'm
rack number
loving
11.
it. We've got to put Gorst as a slight favorite now. The 9 does play in the lower right. It's all about this shot here. Just knock this down. You don't have to get perfect on the 5. Anywhere right center side of the table, you're still going to get a good look at the 5. Is he going forward? Yeah, this is nice.
Sweet hit there. 5 leads to the 6.
Very smooth.
Take care of business here, Federer. I'm going to buy him a sweet tea at break if he takes care of these last 5 balls, courtesy of Carl Baum.
I'll tell you what, this rack will probably make it to YouTube. They've both come with some spectacular shots.
I might pin this on my page.
He wants to get flat here, pretty straight. Just off the rail would be perfect.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
This is good. Any further would have been a little questionable. I think he's fine.
I'm either going to clap or cry here, Scott, at the end of this one.
Well, you've got to be happy with the sweat.
Still got to execute here. Get tidy on the 7 in order to gain position on the 9.
He can get a little below it or a little below, above it, the 7. Well, he needs this to run. He needs this to run.
Oh, yeah, this is no bueno.
Yeah,
He's
that's
have to
like
work up and down here.
he wanted to be able to just come across the face of the 10 on the top side. He might still be able to hold it.
Yeah, he's just going to have to stay below the side pocket here. Take a little bit more distance on the 9 than he had hoped.
Yeah, he must not hate the angle because of where he's putting his finger, so I think he's okay. Looked like he was a little too low of the 7, but it looks like he can manage. Oh, this is going to be fine. Oh,
No.
He's clipped the 10. You've got to be kidding me. You've got to be kidding me.
Wow. Oh, Lord have mercy. Freezer. Can you play the 10 here?
Wow. What are the odds of this? Just feathered the 10 coming across, gluing it to the 9. I don't know if he can even 2-rail the 9 out and just stun below the 10. That would be ideal, but if he's glued to the 10, he can't 2-rail the 9 out 1, 2, 3 up to the top rail and stun below the 10. That would be ideal. Heartbreaking to catch a piece of that ball. Oh, pretty good speed. So he wasn't frozen to it. He did have that line. I don't know that you can do any better than that, but is there more drama left in game 1-6-4, Mr. Sword?
I hope it's just a complete whiff. Like, just put it in the drink here, SVB. I'll buy you a sweet tea, too. Man, oh, man. What a rack. Actually, maybe the rack of the match.
It's been the rack of the match. I don't think that either. They've both come with some stuff, this rack. And I don't feel like it's over, unfortunately, for you.
Yeah, he's going to kick 2 rails here, or maybe 3 behind the 9.
Needs a big Horst. No excuses now. It's in his hands.
Pretty sure Big Al just told Federer this was the 11th rack. So hopefully he bears down on these last 2 balls for his partner in crime,
to me
Jay
like
Diddy.
he's been bearing down this game.
Yeah,
So
but I don't think he knew that this was the game until he just went back to his chair.
Well,
Big
whether
Al.
he did or didn't, he's put so much into winning this game. I don't know that that would have helped that he told him.
I wish he wouldn't have.
That's my point.
Nonetheless.
No pressure, Federer, but just so you know, this is the game. Oh, and he's going to be weak.
He's all right.
Well, he's all right. He liked another foot or so down. But he's got to look at the dough. You almost get the sense the whole room knows what's at stake this game. It's
Boom.
down.
Boom.
Carl Baum.
You hear that? Look. You think anybody bet on rack 11?
Carl Baum going to probably get a new pair of shoes.
Give that to Carl Bob. Look, yeah, look, Federer knows. He's showing the dough.
What a game that was.
Nice. Well, hey, look, Federer said, ship it, baby. Hey, Carl, I don't think you're going to be able to put SVB 164 on those Trump shoes of yours.
Well, maybe you can send him a pair.
Yeah, maybe I can send you a pair.
Does this change the energy of the room, the energy of Federer? I'll tell you what, though, credit to both guys. That was a fascinating game. It was really the best rack of the match. Just so happened to be the rack with the biggest bet.
That was pretty sweet. Now, but look, the best part is, now I'm getting odds on my money. I'm going to pick another random rack.
Oh, gosh.
And we're going to double or nothing.
Y'all might as just, well, start flipping coins. Go live.
Let's do it. All right, back to the real action here. Federer's trailing by 4, a flat hit here.
Oh, no, the 5 was nice, though. Watch the 8. This has been the problem the entire match. He can't get frustrated at it. He's just got to work with it. So what happens there is the 8 tracks to the bottom rail, shoots all the way up to the top rail, and when he hits them flat or a little firm, he's got to get the pop to get the shot. He's going airborne. This is the Federer we've been waiting for the last 32 hours.
Well, you already know. You got to keep your customer, Scott.
I just want to see good play. I felt like he was at about 80% over the last 2 days.
Yeah, really, there's no loser in this match. I mean, unbelievable play, unbelievable fight from both players. I think we're going to see the best pool for the remainder of the evening.
Yeah, I think we have seen. I mean, we're
Today's been spectacular.
8 games difference yesterday. 4 games difference yesterday. I felt like Shane played solid almost all day yesterday, but yet Federer kept it within 7, which was still fascinating to me.
Yeah, it felt like it was pure domination by SVB.
Yeah, he's just looking to make this ball here. I don't know that he can really get on the 3.
Wow.
Boy, he sure tried, didn't he?
Is the cross side open here?
It sure is. He's going to have to hit it thin with an outside ball.
Well, that tells you right there that the confidence is flying high. The way that he hit that ball, Scott.
Absolutely. He's going to the cross side. Cue ball's going to be hot. Well, if you and Mr. Bohm make another arrangement, please let us know.
We have to let you know. Usually it's just some random football game, and
of course,
who scores first in it. It's always Carl Baum versus the world.
So he's staying level here.
Swish is right, but what's happening with Whitey? Oh, wow, pretty fortunate there.
Yeah, but he made a good shot. You can't, he's taken the worst of some of those rolls. They say it all evens out if you give it the time.
Scott, if you were in Federer's corner, what would have been the one message you would have sent him before he started today?
I think you let everything go. Just say, to be honest with you, just say, F it, right? Just let everything go.
Yeah.
I think some things were bothering him around here.
I'm going to show you what I sent him.
Day 1 or 2, so I think you just let everything go.
I'm going to show you the text I sent him right before SVB got over the break on the first rack.
Basically what I just said.
Smile. Big smile.
What did you say?
I said smile. Let's get it.
Let's get it. I thought you said something completely different. I was
just
reading
smile.
the other one. Yeah, he's got to let loose. He seemed real uptight the first 2 days, and I feel like playing in your own room is a great thing if you've got the momentum, but it can also work against you because it carries a little bit more pressure at times. If you just let everything go, like you said, Jay Diddy, smile, have a good time, it can really start to get fun.
Yeah, and when Federer's having fun is when he's his best.
Yeah, and maybe game 1-6-4 had a lot to do with that, right? Kind of shakes the nerves off and just realizes that no matter what happens, it's not the end of the world.
And just kind of able to be a showman there. It's the first time we've seen any real positive emotion from Federer in this match. It's all been kind of toward the negative.
That strike
spectrum.
right there, the last couple of days, the cue ball's finished on that left long rail. So everything starting to come together for Gorst.
Can the crowd pump him up enough here? I think he needs it.
Well, you just get the feel, right? Shane's kind of in a negative frame of mind with his body language. You just get that energy switch. It's kind of what it feels like right now. I'll be right back.
Rack 165, or rack 166 rather. Separated by 3 games. Federer Gorst more than cut the lead in half here at the start of day 3. nice square hit on the cue ball there. Is he going to get a nice bump? I believe we may see him take on the 1-9 combo right here. Ton of open space in the middle of the table here, so the one ball will be tracking down toward the bottom left into open space. So I think we're going to see Federer take on the 9 ball. So what he's looking at right now is where does the 1 ball travel? What kind of speed does he want to hit it at? It's not the easiest of shots, but he's very close to his work. Expecting to knock it down. Wow, and he decided to take the cue ball in between the 3-10. Pretty nice shot there by Federer. Looking to continue this run. Apply some real heat on SVB. We have to clip that, Steven. We have to clip that whole rack 164. Is there a way for us to do that?
I'm sure Kyle can.
Okay. Nice hit there, elevated. Federer looking to cut the lead to 2.
Yeah, and I felt like something special would happen today. I think this match is going to be close all the way out. And he is within 2.
FG to break. Really hitting the 1 ball square today, Scott.
Yeah, that's where I think the fatigue in the 1 held up. I think the fatigue yesterday just compounded to where the mishit got a little bit worse and worse, where the inconsistencies of the layouts got worse and worse, and everything just compiles when that happens, right? Look at this layout.
Yeah, and you referenced it. He was amping up. I think he was pressing a little bit.
Yesterday, he was really amping up.
He's hitting them soft. He's hitting them soft, and
I
he's getting
saw
that
it
baby
over and
pop.
over. Yeah, I watched it over and over yesterday. I paid pretty close attention to the pace at which he was hitting the cue ball when he hit it good. Sometimes when you're in the middle of it, you don't realize it, right? That's the challenge.
Once again, the 7 ball on the long rail there. It's been a common theme. for Mr. Gorst. Does he play the 5 into the 9 and open that pocket up? Scott, what do you think? Or does he, I mean, you really don't want to take on the 7-9 just because it's going to be pushing toward the short rail.
Yeah, it could be a little dangerous going into the 7. I think this is the smart play. He's got options. I hope he's not on the straight line to draw back into the left middle.
Well, shooting
for his sake.
Shooting that 7 ball past the side is not fun.
He'd like to be able to obviously draw above the left middle.
I think he's going to do just that.
He's going into the ball. Very comfortable stroke. Haven't seen that stroke much in the last 3 days. Gorst operating on all cylinders all of a sudden. Oh, my man. Thank you so much, KT Customs. Ken Thyman, my Q sponsor. A little shout out to him. He brought me some delicious looking food. I haven't eaten in 3 days, Jason.
I mean, how's this cat going to bring brisket into the booth and not give me any?
Well, I won't answer that question publicly. But you know I share with you, buddy.
Oh, man. What a match, Scott. I mean, honestly.
Yeah, I felt yesterday, I said it multiple times towards the end of last night, this kid seems to come with it when his back is against the wall. We've seen it in Saudi Arabia with his last major title that's changed his future forever. And it just seems like this is what Fedor-Gorst was built for. Can Shane Van Boening withstand the onslaught is the question. He's still a game winner, but it feels like he's lost about 20 in a row just because of what's taken place. And that's that hit. The 4's down, the 2's down. The 3 is not going to be a factor here. And this is a dream layout, Jason Sword.
Wow. I'd like to bottle this up. You see any problems here? Let's take a peek at the run. All plays pretty straightforward. Doesn't want to get straight.
Yeah, but his cue ball just looks so much more confident than I've seen it. He's not finishing near the rail. He's not finishing near any object balls. His timing is really picked up. His pace is very consistent around the table, whereas the last 2 days, sometimes it was quick, sometimes it was slow. You could just see that he was unsure about exactly what was going on.
What's going through your brain right now if you're SVB, other than you want to puke?
Well, he's such a veteran at this. I don't think,
Oh, Lord.
to answer that question, he's going to be too phased by it.
Well, that helps his mindset.
And maybe a little quick there for Gorst. Took it for granted. Because that's never supposed to be missable. Well, look at this. Another rotation, and he's in a funny spot. Yeah, so maybe a lack of concentration. Obviously, a lack of concentration for Gorst on the 7.
Yeah, and that one might stick out to Federer, too. That could take him down a dark path.
Yeah, that was to tie the match up, obviously.
And that not only to tie the match up, but to really put SVB in a torture situation.
Well, Shane,
Steady, let him out of it.
yeah, and Shane, like you would just ask me the question, he's a veteran. I don't know that he would have been too highly affected. It was more about what Federer was going to do versus what Shane was going to do. And now, a little breathing room for Captain America to take the lead by 2 again.
Unbelievable miss there. Thought he was cruising to tie it up. Unforced error with the miss on the 7 ball by Gorst. SVB extending it back out to 2 games.
If you guys get a chance, follow my buddy Aaron Storm Shelters on Facebook. He's actually selling franchises. It's a great story, very successful. Builds bunkers, shelters, safe rooms, anything you'd like. Give him a follow, reach out to him. If you want to start your own business, he's willing to help. Aaron's Storm Shelters.
Big power there. 6 ball did not deposit.
The middle ball to the right side was headed right into it and got the kiss. Sign of frustration. Can Gorst regroup from an easy miss last
Yeah,
game?
I mean, this is a perfect opportunity for Federer to not sit there and marinate in that mistake. Because if SVB was able to put a couple together there, it definitely would have weighed on him a bunch and a lot more, Scott. With him getting right back up to the table, he may be able to forget it quickly. Yeah, and only 23 dry breaks so far. Just got this stat. Only 8 dry breaks from SVB. That's his 8th.
That's fascinating.
Federer with 15.
Well, if you figure that out, I think, somebody have to get a pretty huge price on SVB not to make a ball and break. How many games has he played? 85 games.
Yeah, nice touch there. Going in full to the 7. But what's his plan for the 6, Freezer?
Yeah, I think he needs to just take it one step at a time, get good on the 3. Just kind of work it out from there. You don't want to do anything with that ball right now.
Definitely an epic match.
Well, look at this.
No more potato salad and no more.
cue ball. Such a good guy, Ken Thyman. If you don't know him, get to know him. Friends of Jason and Alan's as well. My cue builder. Just a really good guy. He's like family to me. We've been friends for a long time. That's why I've never left his cues. And it's not money. I'm not getting paid. He does build me a great cue here and there. But more importantly, not just a great cue builder, a great person. Gorse would like to get behind this 6. I don't think he wants to contend with the traffic above, which is the 7. So the speed, really important here. Watch the 8. Speed looks ideal. Now, this is a great recovery so far from the error last game.
Yeah, what's he do with the 7, though? Does he play it in the left side pocket, or does he follow it here and play it in the top right?
Yeah, this is probably preference, Jason. He's going to do what you said, the left middle.
Nice shot there. Real confident stroke. Got through that ball very clean, Freezer.
Yeah, that's something I'm noticing is his cue ball is a much tighter. The cue ball that we expect from Federgorst. And he's looking to exact points where he wants it to finish now, too, which you haven't seen a lot of that in the last 3 days. He's just tried to get to general areas. He wasn't real comfortable with the equipment early on. Share the stream. It's going to be a special day for both of these guys, I think. They're going to put on a show.
Back within 1. I mean, just tie this puppy up at 85 and back it and jack it. Let's do this for another 3 days. If the U.S. Open wasn't right around the corner, wouldn't be a terrible idea. Wouldn't that be fun? Only make the races the 30 instead of 40 so we can get some sleep.
Yeah, that would be all right. Yeah, I was so souped up on coffee this morning that it was real hard to
sleep.
Yeah, really hard to sleep because I typically don't drink coffee at night. I'll have a cup or two in the morning. So
same.
You and I were
pounding them back.
Yeah, you and I were a little giddy.
We should have switched to beer at 3 a.m.
Yeah, unfortunately, I am not a fan of beer. Back to within 1. The timing has been good on the break. The pink 4 is in. What's the 9 going to do? So the 9 is holding up top. There's the 2. On the lower left long rail, just below the side. So the first shot is a little tricky. Do you stay out in the center and just take the cut? That way you don't introduce any contact with the 9. Or do you try to come between the 9 and the 3? He's got a choice to make. You can draw just to the right of the 9 and out towards the line it's on now, maybe a little more to the left.
No, I think we're going to see him go under the 9 here. Contact the second. No, he went above it.
Okay, so he could see enough of the 1 or get enough of the 1. I thought it was a little too deep into the pocket to be able to do that. How nice is this cue ball?
Yeah, very good here, Freezer.
Shane, you've got to wonder if he's a little bit tired. He told me he wasn't. He does sleep well at these type of events and tournaments, and I think that's a big part of his success. But his hand is basically in his chin. He's kind of slumped into his chair. Shoulders are down. And I know that sign all too well. And it's not a good sign for him. Not that things are going to change for him, but really seems to be in Federer's hands.
It was just really a really inconvenient time to break dry. Only 8 dry breaks for the entire match, and was really looking to punish an unforced error by Federer. And to come up dry at that time, just such a big moment.
Yeah, it's a great point. Can he avoid any contact here? Oof. Nice strike.
A little pucker of the lips there. Something else may have puckered up there as well as it wobbled in. Federer's 5 balls away from tying it all up at 85.
Yeah, I like that he just reset there, Jay. Did not do that in a couple scenarios yesterday. Come back to haunt him.
Does he let it out and go 2 rails here? Does he try to just creep up? I kind of like contacting 2 rails here, Scott.
Yeah, I think
Pretty
that's
tough
what
to
he'll
get
do.
hooked.
He likes to play the shot you're talking about. Maybe a top,
Yeah.
a little bit of left. Just avoid the 9. You don't want to flirt with it.
Just falling into place there. Getting very close to his work.
Yeah, and just like there, that's a perfect example. He made sure to get above it. Whereas it seemed at times he was falling real flat on some of these balls, just forcing a little extra work.
Really got the speed dialed in.
And look at this.
This place is about to erupt, Scott.
We are all tied up.
It really didn't.
No, it didn't really erupt like we
Like-
expected. And there's a lot of people in here. If you guys get a chance, my friend Mike Hong, owner of Omega Billiards. I've been using the Acme case for around 7 years. Broke one of them. It was the airline's fault. Last 3.5 years, I've beat my case to oblivion, and it still looks like it's brand new. OmegaBilliards.com. Check out TriStateCues.com. The Henshu. He's got Molinari gloves. He's got Q-Tech brake cues. He's actually got a couple Divinis as well. TriStateCues.com. Gorst. The timing seems real consistent today on the break shot. And the 8's down. Gonna get a good kick on the 1. The 2 from nowhere to possibly ruin the party.
Yeah, but if you're Federer, you're producing a consistent result. He's getting the side balls down. The 1 ball's creeping up to the corner, and he's not getting hooked as often with the 9 ball. The 9 ball was the ball that he's been getting hooked by for the past 2 days. So he's changed something up.
Yeah, he's taking some speed off.
Taking some speed off.
And he's taking some speed off the 4. In a little bit of trouble here below the left middle, as usual. He's going rail first here. Like to play the 2 in the right middle. If he gets this down, pretty thin hit. He's done well.
Handles it.
Right back in line. What do you do with the 4, Jason?
Yeah.
I guess it all depends on where he ends up on the 3.
Yeah, he's looking at going into it right here. I don't like it.
I think so.
I mean, listen,
I think he might just stay steep on the 3 to where he can come back and forth and get on the short side of the 4. If he goes into the 4 now, I agree with you. I'm not a huge fan of it.
I don't like any of that. I'd rather take on the 4-7 combo.
Or the bank.
Or anything.
Okay, he's coming in from the back rail.
Yeah,
Look at this.
I mean,
How do you like it now?
Wow. Unbelievable shot there. I think it carried some risk. I'm not saying that, obviously if you execute it perfectly, it's tough to be critical of that, but
yeah, I guess he just felt like gambling a little bit there, and it paid off.
It definitely did in a big way, but now you got to clean it up.
Well, I'm just noticing the balls, and they're going in very clean, where they haven't been going in consistently clean for him, so it's a good sign for Gorst.
And if you're SVB right now, you have to just feel like you're getting beat by a club.
Yeah, a little light-handed there. He's going to be fine. Well, the overhead tells me he's actually straight. So he's real good, but the angle that I see on the screen tells me he's kind of got that awkward angle. He should be absolutely perfect by the end of this. Yeah, a little light.
A little short again. Obviously, you got to like him to make it, but turns into a missable ball.
Shane's got to know that this was going to be a war.
Yeah, but this was so quick to shrink that 7-game lead.
Shane's done the same thing, though.
But just
I think it's going to come back.
The way that it's happened, though. A dry break, Federer makes a mistake.
Well, that's how it happens, right?
Federer makes a mistake in rack 164 and then able to play a nice safe off of it, got fortunate.
Yeah, it's part of the game, though. That's just how these momentum swings happen.
It still just beats on you a little bit. The way that it –
sure.
You understand that things happen, but oftentimes we're human. The way that it happens –
I just feel like
Shane's
got plenty left in the tank.
Oh, absolutely.
That's all I'm saying. He could throw a big blow right back at Federer.
Oh, and likely will.
That's my point.
But still, a 7-game lead.
I felt like this was going to happen, though. I've been saying it for 2 days that Federer really excels when he's behind.
Yeah, but
I feel like that's how he plays. I got to witness it firsthand in Saudi Arabia, and it was fascinating. I think a lot of us got to witness it.
The other thing that's quite scary if you're SVB is the consistency of the break so far here in day 3.
Wow.
We haven't seen it yet. It's been very consistent from Gorst here. And oftentimes I said that the play follows right behind that break, Scott. It's easy for that arm to get feeling good when you're finding success on the break shot.
Yeah, and I mean, as hard as SVB hits the balls, fatigue could be a play there or at play there, right? I mean, maybe that has something to do with it. He doesn't look like he's in a bad mindset. He just looked at me and threw his hands up like, what do you do? Well, listen, Mr. Van Boning, you've been doing that to the man at the table for the last 2 days as well, so just sit there and wait your turn. Easier said than done, right? But I think with his power, it doesn't take much for a guy like him to get back in a match like this, and we're all well aware of that. Well, he's only 1 game down, it seems. To your point, it seems like he's 10 down.
It just seems like he's just getting beat into oblivion right now, which he is. I mean, he's down 8 racks on the day, and he's only won 5 himself.
But he's only 1 down overall.
Right. But
that's really what he needs to be looking at.
Exactly. But it's easier said than done.
Absolutely.
There. He's down 13-5 on the day. Some rather crazy racks as well. See if Federer can continue with the soft pop. He had a little bit more speed there, Scott. We'll see if it impacts the outcome. He's going to be okay.
Wow.
didn't expect for him to get these good layouts and make more than where they were ball. I feel like he's been playing for just one ball most of the time. These layouts can be really damaging to Van Boden. This is what Gorse has been looking for all along. Notice the 5 just below the left middle. I apologize, guys. Sometimes we hit the mute button. We have some food. We haven't eaten much. But these are the layouts Gorst has been looking for. Oftentimes we feel like he's just trying to make one ball on the break, so I didn't expect layouts like this to come as often. Yeah, nice and tight out of that corner. Notice the 5 below the middle left. Religiously wants to go there. And if you want to replay day 2 and day 1, there's many times where he wouldn't do what he's doing now. Look to see exactly where he wants to be in a position like this. So that's a good sign for him as well. The mind is really starting to work. Doesn't want to overrun this ball. Might have to go to the left middle now. Can he fram this ball and come 3 rails short of the yellow? Yeah, he might just use a tip of inside. I think this ball will actually shorten up too. He might come right at the 9. Big shot here and a big moment. Continue to send a message to SVB. Oh, really nice, but where's it end up? He was headed right towards the 9. Speed is ideal.
Good. Pretty good from where he was right there. Nice recovery after he overshot his mark on the 4 ball.
And he likes to oftentimes draw above this right side pocket because he likes to introduce that outside spin. Gotta wonder if he's going to do that here. It makes the shot a little touchier with the speed. If he wants to draw above the right middle, he could just come straight across and stay below the right middle.
I like taking a little bit more distance on the 7 ball here.
But he likes to introduce that outside English, so I wouldn't be surprised if he draws above the right middle. And that's the way he likes to play this shot.
If you can hit it sweet like that, nothing wrong with it. It's very easy for that ball to get away from you, Scott.
Yeah, if you're not playing good, that ball can quickly get away from you. And he likes to go to that second rail as well in shots in those scenarios. A little bit easier to gauge the speed of that cue ball off the second rail. Putting on a clinic, Mr. Gorst.
Looking to tie his biggest lead since the early part of day 1. He once led by 2 games yesterday, Scott. right, Federgorst leads by 2 here. 33 racks away from the crown and the cash. See if he stays with the same light speed.
Yeah, it's just easy to get a little quick. Yeah, it's a lot of power there.
He
The
crossed
9
it
went
though. He crossed over. He didn't get a good square hit there, Scott. And that's
yeah, but even though you cross over, Jay, you can still make the balls on the side. Shane does that. He did hit those balls firmer.
Yeah, he hit them a little firmer, and I think that's what caused the miss hit.
Well, the 9 went high. That's typically a sign of an over amp. And definite miss hit. Cue ball shooting to the right side of the table. That's going to be really what it comes down to between these two. And that's what you expected early on. I thought it might be a little bit more of a grind match, at least in day 1.
So you can get him up on the 3 ball here. So you have the right angle.
Looks like it lays good.
Yeah, I think he can float just right up to the back of the 3 ball.
Okay, had to go this way.
Yeah, that's a little short and a little weak.
Yeah, it tells me the line he had, he couldn't do much else. Otherwise, he would have definitely tried.
There was definitely another safety or 2 available, though. Just would have required a little bit more distance.
Well, that ball could be laying awkward, though. The way it looked to us, you could just lay up behind the 3 real tight, but it could have been laying real awkward to go shoot that 1 into the right long rail. Otherwise, you have to expect him to shoot it. To us, it looks natural, but when you're at the table, it could just be a little bit off, and you really can't play the ball. Neither here nor there. This guy's been 100% with this today,
Yeah,
as far as his execution.
expect him to stay offensive here. Digging in to the 1 ball, wants to hold the cue ball in the middle of the table here. It's going to slide over right toward the deuce.
Yeah, going to the lower right. Overcut it.
He's going to get away with it. I do not believe so. I think he left the window.
I think he's gotten away with it.
Nice look at the overhead there.
Yeah, I don't know if he can make it, Jay. I don't think he can even see much of it.
Yeah, I think he has the short cue in his hand. He definitely can jump a half of a ball there with the 5.
Is the 6 in play at all? I don't think so. Yeah, and you're right. Just half a ball here. He can catch all the 1. Looks like this 6 might be a little close, though, if he goes to play the 1 in the lower right.
Nonetheless, you definitely want to stay offensive here, I believe. Wow.
D-cell. Really a D-cell and a miss hit on the cue ball.
Yeah, and it's, I hate to say it, but the body language and
No,
the
it's not
demeanor,
good.
the
It's not
demeanor
good.
of SVB.
It's not good.
I mean, the thing is, it's not so much about the body language and how it's impacted him. It's the exact same thing that we saw happen in day 1 with Federer toward the end. Federer becoming so negative and having terrible body language was the fuel that got SVB going.
And this is, yeah, and we see it all the time, right? And that's the beauty of this sport. And this is why the Europeans typically versus the United States are a little bit better. I think they handle the emotions a little bit better. I'm not pointing any specific player out. I'm definitely not pointing out Shane because I think he's one of the greatest with the emotions. But these guys have been playing 30 hours, right? They know they've got a lot of pool ahead of them, so it's understandable.
Yeah. I'm just saying, I think a big portion of the run that SVB went on at the end of day 1
had a lot to do with Federer's emotions.
Negative emotions, and is SVB looking to return the favor?
Yeah, it looks like it right now, and that's kind of what I was pointing out. But his head's up a little higher now. When he gets to shrugging his shoulders in that chair, it's hard sometimes for him to get himself out of that mindset.
Federer's showing a lot of care to this shot.
Yeah, he's coming across here. Does he go into the pink, or does he want to avoid the top side of it? Yeah, and that was always a concern. I think he wanted to avoid the top side of that, Jay, because that would have always been a concern of his, I would assume.
Yeah, he went from into the pink to into the stink. I had to.
Looking at the jump cue here. Really awkward reach. Pretty fascinating. Did he catch a piece of the 8 the way he's acting?
Oh,
Pretty
man.
fascinating that he got over that ball the way he did.
Hopefully Dunsky's Dungeon was out there tuning in for that.
Well, I hope he didn't hear it.
That was for him.
I hope everybody forgot about that already.
Come on, we got to keep it light here.
Look at this, buttered him up right behind the 8. He said,
did he
jump
say?
that one. Jump that one.
Oh, got a little crowd going.
Yeah, some fun. Much needed. Shane, always a class act. But you see the shoulders. I think it's got more to do with the fatigue. Also, obviously, what Federer's done today. But he was kind of slumpy early on when it first started today. 40 years old. Played a lot of pool in the last 2 days. A lot of pool left to go. Federer definitely not going to jump that one. Does he want to just catch the top side of the 4 here, Jason?
Yeah, he said, I'm about to hook you, buddy. That's what Federer told him. Federer said, laugh now, I'm going to hook you, buddy. He's definitely looking for
Watch the
outside.
side.
He might get fortunate here.
Oh, he's got the window, I believe. He does got the window. Boy, what a great hit by Gorst from where he was. It's close. Shane really eyeing this down.
A wonderful kick shot there.
Yeah, to catch that top side of that ball like that from where he was is pretty amazing.
SVB gearing up like he can get through there. Does he have to swerve it just a hair?
Tough to tell. I don't even know if he knows at this point. It looks like he's got the perfect gap.
Back into the pink.
Oh, so he did have to put a little twist on it, maybe a tip of inside, and look at how good he hit this ball to shoot the gap of the 6 and 9 for the left middle on the 5. Yeah, it's going to take a lot to really phase this guy. If you're in Shane's camp, you need him to get out here, but you really need a good sign off of his break shot. Like you said, Jason, he's had a couple mishits today already. I think that's led to the upbeat break of Gorst.
SVB clawing back here. Really nice shot on the 4-ball. A little swerve. Being rewarded off of that safety play. And having a nice little laugh there, Freezer. That helps him.
Yeah, actually, I think it does help. It helps Shane more than anything. You're absolutely right. It's well noted, Jason.
Yeah, there's nothing better than making a joke and the whole crowd laughing at you. You know it's, laughing at the joke with you.
Absolutely.
You know it's going to loosen him up a little bit.
Yeah, and it's similar to Federer kind of winning that game 164, right? Kind of relieved some tension on Federer. Not because of the money, just because of the fun that was had afterwards. Those things do matter.
No doubt about it.
Back to my book. If you get a chance, go to Railbirds TV, guys. After this match, if you want to watch some good matches. The Derby City, we covered a lot of pool. Federer versus SVB. Federer versus, Jason. Federer and Alex Pagulayan have had some real battles. There's a good one on Railbirds TV. They played a lot, didn't they?
Yeah.
Pagulayan and Gorst.
Oh, Federer and Pagulayan locked horns in a 10-ball match where they were breaking outside of the box.
With a wood rack.
And they were playing in Vegas. Federer called me and he said, Alex wants to play me wood rack, break outside of the box 10-ball on a 4 1/8-inch pocket.
Yeah.
And I said, don't do it.
Yeah, because what correct me if I'm wrong, but what Alex is betting on there, that it really comes down to a moving game.
Right. So Federer decided to go against my advice, and we may be having another dry break here. Federer went against my advice.
Got his liver shot in.
No, I think he lost Hill. But
didn't he lose 3 sets?
He came home. I don't know. I wasn't betting, so I wasn't
yeah,
sweating.
I thought he lost 2 or 3 sets, at least 2.
So
go ahead.
Well, then, anyways, so we set up a big match, playing the same game.
Same format.
Same format. Only Federer had 20 hours of practice in the break of cutting the one in the side.
Okay.
And shot his liver in.
Yeah, I would think it's still going to be tough for Pagulayan to outrun Federer, especially in the last year or so, as much as he's really continuing to improve, and I still think that Federer's continuing to improve. He's still a young man. The maturity level is only going to rise. I promise you, I don't know what he's going to say when this match is over, but win or lose, the knowledge Federer gains just from this match alone is invaluable.
Yeah, and I think if there's one thing that Federer will take away from this match, win or lose, Scott, win or lose, it does not matter. I think it's going to be in the mentality approaching the match the day before and the day of. Something was off this time around. That's
no doubt.
Normally not off.
Yeah.
And I mentioned it on Molina Mike's podcast today. I think that Federer kind of stepped outside of what he's known for, and he talked a little smack on social media about Shane, and he's kind of been calling him out. He's been chasing him right.
Added
kind of like,
a little pressure on himself.
Not a little bit. I think it added a bunch of pressure.
You could see it and feel it.
It's just one of those. But, the main thing is it also – there was a ton of pressure created because that's how bad he wants it too.
Well,
I don't know if he's ever
that.
wanted one like this.
Yeah, we touched on that. I mean, I could feel it at dinner the night before the match started.
Yeah.
I could really feel it at dinner.
I mean, I'll say it again. I'm terribly surprised that Federer went to dinner with his opponent.
Well, they both – Shane said, sit here, and I went to get up to go to the bathroom, and it was kind of like directed towards, me being in between them. I thought it was – I don't know. But yeah, I could sense the tension, Jason. I think you're fully accurate on everything you just said. I didn't want to say publicly. It's not up to me to say that Federer put a little added pressure on himself.
No, but I can say it.
but you can.
And I believe it, and I've told him that.
Well, it was noticeable, I think, to a lot of smart people out there.
Yeah.
It
And,
was.
It creates the drama, and it's kind of the, I hate to say it's kind of the new era of pool, right? Like where the WNT, they like the drama. They're tightening the pockets up. They want to create drama. Emily's looking for the drama. So he's in that mindset of wanting to create some drama. And
Well, it's good for business.
yeah, I mean, you look at the UFC. They're talking. They
Absolutely.
set him up on stage and they talk smack into a mic. And Adesanya started crying the other day.
It's good for business.
It is.
You've got to have some flavor.
And I'm not saying that you're wrong, but if you're going to do it, you got to know how to not let it impact. And I'm not saying that is what created the nerves on day one for him, but it could
I think
be.
it had a big factor because it was always going through my mind.
And looks like we have some Bergmans in the house. Justin Bergman's Aunt Marcia and his sister Danielle sitting in Fedor's corner. They're both big fans of Fedor Gorst. Fedor Gorst to break, leading 88-86. Can he continue to produce success off of the break? A little bit more speed there. I'm really surprised to see him amping up. He was having so much success hitting it light. Is the 7-ball going to cooperate? I do not believe so. But he will have an opportunity to jump here. He may just have a pocket as well. I think he's going to have to go to the jump cue. The good news for Fedor is the deuce is available in the middle pocket. That's what he's looking at now, is where would he like to play position on that deuce. So he may have the ability to just shoot this straight in. Can't tell what cue he has in his hand. Maybe he does have the jump cue. No, he does not. That was very deceiving on the overhead and the normal view. Fedor Gorst really putting in the work here in day 3. Really showcasing all of his skills today. He's done in every which way. Produce consistent results off of the break. Unbelievable shot making. Making the appropriate decisions. Safety play's been good. Kicking's been excellent. And also, it's been very lethal with the jump cue. Main storyline in here is, can he keep it up?
Nothing down.
Dry as a bone. Can SVB slug back, though, Freezer? Not the easiest of racks to clean up.
No, and this is kind of the shoe that Gorst had been wearing the last half of yesterday, where, you know, Shane would put it on him and then Federer'd have some type of an out, but it wasn't straightforward. Real important that the 2 goes to the lower left. I feel like he's picked up the speed a little bit on the break. I said that all day yesterday, but whatever. I don't know. When he tries not to over-amp him, Gorst, seems like he gets those balls headed straight to both side pockets. Shane coming full into the 10, going to use the 4, 5, and 3. Yeah, he's going to chip the 2 over behind the 4, 5, 3 with the cue ball. He don't want to connect the 3. It's going to help him in a way, but one to get all the way up to the top rail. He's not going to be thrilled with it because Federer can bring out the short cue. Can you get the cue ball away, though? If he does make the 2, 4 and 5 could easily snooker him. I think he's forced to go to the short cue, though. Can he put any zip on this, or is he going to go rail first?
Yeah, I mean, not sure the zip helps, right? Could go crashing into the 4 and make things worse. Wow.
Put some zip on it. I felt like the jump cue would
Are you kidding me?
make a
with that
difference of
shot?
around 10 games in this match, and it's literally shown up in the final day.
I mean, that's ridiculous.
Going
right
on
there.
about 5 of those games, I think. I don't have an exact stat, but if he makes the completion here.
I mean, it was so easy to collide into the 4 and be hooked right there at that angle, Scott.
Yeah, very impressive. And it all started, if you remember, Jason, when he speared the 1 in the lower right corner length of the table with the jump cue early. When he did that, it kind of gave him a boost of confidence, I believe. This is kind of what we expected from Gorst.
Yeah, this is a bit awkward, though, Scott. Is he going to play for the carom on the 5?
He wants to miss these balls here.
Yeah. He may have to duck now.
It might go.
Does it?
It might. He could.
Could he play the combo? It's pretty tough at this angle. I don't know.
I think the ball goes.
If it goes, he sure tricked me because it didn't appear that it did based on the way that he approached the shot, but the end result there.
Yeah, I don't think he meant to land where he did, that's for sure.
I think he was planning on it not going, and then he landed dead perfect.
Right. So yesterday, or actually on day 1, he would go out of his way to play the 7 on the side, and he still might.
Yeah, but I still think that's.
And it's okay here due to where the 8 is, right? But in a lot of scenarios, it got him in pretty big trouble. We highlighted on it. In this scenario here, I think it was actually the right play.
The thing is, though, the table the first day was so bouncy, he could have ended up on the short rail up there.
Absolutely, and that's what continued to get him in trouble. That was the right play, obviously, going to the right middle there. But my point to that was a lot of times he would avoid the corner pockets at all costs on day 1. And it tended to get him in some bad predicaments.
Nice. It's not exactly where he wanted to be here, Scott.
Yeah, I think
He'll
he
be
can,
okay.
he can come out 2 rails to the top left.
Definitely manageable, but
Play the 10 in the lower left. The speed's got to be good. Better to be above this 10 than below it.
yeah, he caught it a little thick.
He's going to end up just fine, I think.
Looking to get the 90 first. 1 ball away.
Yeah, and multiple times SVB with a 4-game lead. Now, the shoe about to be on the other foot. How will he respond? Yeah, if you guys get a chance, I've not talked about myself, but I started a new IG, Jason. If you get a chance, guys, go follow me, Scott Frost Official on Instagram. Scott Frost Official. And then thoughts to my mom. Just got a recent update. No changes. She's in hospice, so hopefully she makes it through.
Look
this.
at you growing your social media presence, Freezer.
Yeah.
Getting all techie. Mr. IG. Post selfies on that bad boy?
No, I don't do no selfies, Jay.
Oh, come on. I know you and Gizmo are on there and you're smiling, taking selfies.
Is that an underscore?
That is an underscore.
Yeah, so it's Scott _ Frost _ official. Go like the page or follow the page.
Man,
I'm not very techie. I'm old school.
You need to buy the real Scott Frost Official.
Yeah, that's the quarterback of Nebraska.
You've got to be more famous than him.
I would hope not. I'm literally just a fisherman. Once again, long with the 4. I feel like he's overhit this ball.
Short with one and long with the other.
But he's been playing really the 4 because he's come to the left side of the tape, breaking from our left.
Which one went high there?
The 4 went high again. This is like 3 in a row. It's reminiscent of what started happening yesterday. The problem is when you're at the table, if you're Gorst, the amperage can change just so slightly and you don't notice it, right? You don't feel like you're hitting any harder or any different. As a matter of fact, you might feel the opposite. So it can trick you and you just don't notice it's happening. That's the beauty of yeah, this is falling in good line here. Does he want to punch down and out on the 4 or maintain a big angle? Yeah, so doesn't want to get straight here. That's the only concern. Yeah, just really considering what he can do. He'd like to get into the 9 here. Maybe playing the 5 in the left middle. I don't know, though. It's pretty steep. Falling this flat. He's got a little work to do. Now he's looking at the cross side because he can drift down in between the 9 and the rail, opening the 6 up. I don't think it's a bad play. The reason he's considering that is because of how straight he's fallen on the 4. Yeah, I don't think it's a bad play at all. Pretty heady play, actually. Whether he makes the bank or not, that's up to him. But I like the decision. Just don't want to make the 6 here. Yeah, it's going to be all right, though. He's going to weld Federer up behind the 9. Yeah, you'd like to tighten that up a little bit more. Federer going to have a good look at a one-railer. If you watch Shane's cue action, obviously one of the best strokes in the business, but he pulls that tip back after contact, and not many players actually do that and get the power he gets. Gorst always going through the cue ball as good as anybody.
What do you see here, Scott?
He's looking to go to the long rail, and I guess what he's got in mind is possible cover with the 10, right, or with the 9. Real good things can happen if he makes any type of contact here. Do you really pick a side? I don't know with this distance that you want to flirt with picking a side of the 6. I think a lot of good things can happen, Jason, with any contact. Hard enough to make a good hit. It's all about the speed. Yeah, he's wide by some margin. That's why I thought he might consider going to the bottom rail. I understand why he did that, though. Can't fault him. Just a mishit.
Yeah, like you said, it carried a big reward going that way. The reward goes to SVB. Oh, did he just miss ball in hand?
Well, there was the flinch. I didn't notice the 6 didn't go, but I was going to highlight the flinch in the backhand after contact that I've seen many times throughout this match that he never used to have.
I don't know if I've ever seen that.
If we could get a replay on that, I don't know if it's possible, you know, and I'm not trying to pick at Shane. I'm in no position. But it's a fact that backhand, I think he's dropping it a little bit right after contact. But if that happens anything before contact, then that's going to cause, obviously, a mishit. Yeah, really making sure he gets all the way around. It's a real good sign for Gorst to get through the ball the way he did there. Did he land dead straight?
That's what I was going to say.
If he did, he should be able to manage. I think he's good. Yeah, and he probably was about dead straight there. Got the most out of that. Yeah, so a shocking miss with ball in hand from Van Boening on the 6. And that might really have an impact on what's to come in the next couple hours.
Yeah, and a big sign of fatigue, I would think. Obviously, there's a ton of frustration blowing a 7-game lead, trailing by 4. You know he's frustrated. Hasn't really had any success off of the break shot today. But I feel like it's more fatigue, Scott.
Yeah, he's human.
Well, I mean, it's just a ton of pull. I mean, listen,
Absolutely.
me and you, well, number one, I'm younger than him. And I have fatigue from just sitting here on my big ass talking about what they're doing, and they're up doing it. And like you said, he exerts a ton of energy into the break shot with all the power and extreme focus for 25 hours so far.
Yeah, and sitting back here isn't exactly easy because the world gets to pick pick us apart, right?
Yeah.
You say anything or I say anything completely out of line, I'm sure we'll have the haters, and they can hate all they want. But to my point is that you've got to stay focused as you're back here as well.
Right.
So that has a lot to do with our fatigue.
Yeah, but
Can't imagine their fatigue. Well, I can imagine. I've actually been there.
yeah, I mean it's so tough, and
Yeah, it gets very, very painful sometimes. You feel like you're literally sitting in an electric chair, just waiting to be fried.
well, you actually are, you know.
Yeah.
But it's the main thing is the focus. To be able to keep that kind of focus and the amount of energy that you have to put forth to play at a high level like they have been, just to be that focused for that long, it is absolutely draining. It's not not even considering the physical abuse, you know, up and down, bending over on your feet.
Yes.
I mean, there's the physical side of it, but the mental aspect of it is the biggest, I think.
And then you get a lot of people that complain that the stream isn't free. Listen, I could really argue that. I'm not going to go into it very deep, but these guys are the best of the best. They've risked everything in their lives to be where they're at. They deserve to get paid, and paid well, right? They deserve to get paid well. So I don't blame them for doing what they're doing.
Big break shot here for Gorst.
He took a little speed off there, but boy, those balls acted different. Is the table changing?
Yeah, it's wet. Both of those balls went low, right?
Very low. Very low, but he didn't get a pop. It was pretty flat. I didn't see any pop, actually. It was pretty flat, but they went very low. So you've got to wonder there. And the only reason we're talking about it like that is because he's so consistent with the hit. You can kind of tell what's going on with the table, with how the balls react. Shane going at the chop here or the bank. I think he's chopping it, splitting the window of the 2 and 8.
Yeah, got rewarded.
Yeah, I think it was deserved.
Nice thin cut there.
Nice hit. 3 does play in the left center. Could make life a little easier. 5 will also play in the left center off the 7 if needed. You're really thinking about what he wants to do here.
Yeah, really, 4 to the 5 could be a little tricky, right?
Yeah, even the 3 to the 4.
Does he play the?
I think he's fallen perfect. He wanted to get his flat or as straight as he could so he could draw over to this. Unless he wants to go forward between the 5 and 9, that might be even better. I thought he might want to draw over below the 10, but going forward looks even better because now you can come up towards the 5. It's a little thin. It's going to get away from him. Yeah, now all of a sudden, the 6 and 8 might be a factor. The 7 might be a factor if he levels out. Can he hold and go 1 rail up? Okay, he's just missed the 10. Wow. What a classy hit that was. I mean, what a classy hit that was with running English. So easy to get behind the 7 there if the speed is a tick off.
Yeah, heck of a shot. You said it, Freezer.
Yeah, great recovery.
Literally has a guy sitting at the table here, Scott. Look at this. The guy dead center there is literally sucking on a chicken bone, getting every piece of meat off of it. Look at this. Can't make it up.
Well, he most likely
I mean, he's gnawing.
grew up in the country,
He's
man.
gnawing on that bone.
You know,
Leaving
most
a
city
piece on
boys
there.
ain't never going to do that.
No.
Good for him. I leave too much meat on the bone.
Yeah, you do. Huge rack here for SVB. Clean these 4 balls up.
Yeah, he's maneuvered it quite well to this point. This is a little short. And you've got to wonder if fatigue is a real factor with him at this point. He's played so solid for 2.5 days. That was a clean hit, back and forth. He's got a lot of heart.
Very nice shot there. Nice recovery. Still not out of the woods. He has some distance here. Seems like everything's tough right now for both players.
Yeah, you've got to wonder if the equipment's changed just a little.
There's no wondering to it. It has.
There is a big air duct directly above the table. It does blow air down.
I can tell you right now, the way that I know that the table has changed is the way that they both have been hitting the break.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no doubt.
Curious to see if they may potentially clean the balls soon. Nobody likes dirty balls, Scott.
You know my friend Tony Bloom, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, shout out to Tony and Julie if they're watching. They just opened a place called Roadhouse Billiards and Brew in Eugene, Oregon. If you ever get up in the Northwest, look them up, stop in. The owner of Deadwood Custom Cues is here. Showed Jason and I a cue yesterday. I was actually highly impressed. They're out of Texas. Look them up on Facebook, Deadwood Custom Cues. Very affordable. Cue he showed me resembled a Southwest.
All right, SVB, I think he is going to hammer the rack here, Scott. See a it's flat. I mean, is he going to get something down? 6 ball,
This is crazy.
no ball.
Yes, the table, there is no question it's changed. Even though that was a flat hit yesterday we saw, and the day before when he'd make flat hits, Jason, he'd make a ball on the side anyway.
Right.
That's why he's so dangerous.
I think if I'm the players here,
Break time? Is that what you're saying? If you're the players?
yeah,
Or clean the balls?
it's not even so much clean the balls. It's just I feel like both players were at such a pivotal part of the match
Where
and
things could go awry for either one of them.
Yeah, like
pretty
just
quickly.
take an opportunity, go to the bathroom, wash your face, grab a cold drink, and
Yeah.
reset. I don't think it would hurt either player right now. I think they've played long enough today, and we've had some really grueling racks. Just kind of reset. I feel like it's needed for both.
Yeah, I think it's a key factor in long money matches, period. when you take the breaks. He didn't
not
want to
do
clip that,
but he's going to get away with it, Scott.
He really is, and that was a pretty favorable nudge.
Yeah, the art of taking breaks.
There's a lot to it.
In a gambling match.
There is a lot to it.
Yeah. And
you're well aware, obviously, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Shane is not one to take breaks. He is an absolute warrior, kind of like his practicing
I mean, I don't think these dudes have eaten at all during the match.
Yeah, a lot of players will feel like if you eat, it really slows your system down and changes things. I know when I was younger, I wouldn't eat in a 2-day match or a 3-day match. Even if it was a 10 or 12-hour-a-day match, I would try to avoid it at all costs.
This must be a little bit more awkward than it appears on the screen. He's giving us a ton of attention here.
It's very steep, right? I think it's a lot steeper than we think. Anywhere just right of where the 2 is now, he might be happy with. Oh, he could go forward.
Still not out of the woods. Tons of work to do. Needs to get back over for the 4 ball. Probably come middle table for the 5. Really needs to be tidy here, Scott, because he's got the 9 and the 10
He might
interfering with position on the 5.
Yeah, he might be able to use this right long rail to get nice and tight over to the left end. Yeah, and that's what he's done.
Yeah, and he's carried an angle where he can swing 2 rails back to the middle of the table. Handled perfectly there by Gorst.
Yeah, so like you just said, anywhere in the middle of the table here, don't have to try to get perfect. Just guarantee yourself a good look, and this is going to be a real good look.
Yeah, really nice speed there.
Boy. Took off that 3rd rail, or excuse me, the 2nd rail pretty hot.
I'm telling you, the rails are getting bouncy and the table is wet right now. I can tell.
Oh,
this looks like
day 1.
Day 1 at the beginning.
Agreed.
And we both said it was torture for Gorst.
But it favored him.
But it also led to really stalling out later in the evening because it was so taxing on his brain.
Yeah, it was pretty scratchy pool.
And then the table shifted back.
And he kind of didn't notice it, and Shane did.
Well, it's because Shane was the only one playing.
Well, Federer had many opportunities, dude.
No, I agree.
Federer was in a bad mindset and didn't realize the table changed.
You're exactly right. Or unwilling to admit that the table changed, and he was just blaming it there.
That's right. That was, I think, the biggest problem for Federer in day 1.
Yeah, a little short there. He would have liked to have come past the straight end line, not having to utilize as many cushions, especially with the table changing here. He's going to have to do some travel with the white ball. Yeah, and it's gotten away from him here. No, I think he's okay. Slowed down quite a bit.
Yeah, it's almost perfect. Coming all the way over, utilizing that rail. Smart play. Instead of trying to hold and end up on top of the 10, I think that's a real smart play. Just letting it out, utilizing that rail. You know it's going to spring. (92 to 87).
28 away. Feels close, but it's very far, Freezer.
Yeah, a lot of pool left. A lot of pool left. And shout out to Diamond Pool Tables and Perimeter Billiard Lights. These guys are the main sponsors of this event. X-Pool Live, Ultimate Pool USA, storming through America. And then Michelle Griffin, a local realtor who's done so much for pool, not just locally, but I hear all over really in different parts of the country. She's a sweetheart. Took us to an amazing dinner the other night.
And Federer really needing to find the break. Has had not very much success in his last 3 strikes.
You know, that goes for both of them. Yeah, that goes for both of them.
Just want to make sure that you get one of the side balls down. He's looking for the 5 or the 6 to go in the side pocket. The 9 and the 2 will be traveling around the table 4 rails. The 7 and 8 will be tracking 1 rail up. But the balls that he's really focusing on are the 5 and the 6, trying to control a shot on the 1.
Well, the 5 was going. It got kissed by the 2. The 2 rifles into the top right, and here comes the 8. Did it get him, Jay?
Maybe can we get a look at the overhead?
That 8 tracks from the bottom rail to the top rail and back up. That's been his nemesis when things go wrong.
The angle here, it appears that he does have enough. But our main view, if we get back to it, it does not look as favorable for Federer.
Might be coming over behind the 5 and 7. Yeah, if he can't make this, he might be trying to get behind the 5 and 7. Well, he used the 3 and 10 as well, so pretty good from there. Maybe one of the cue ball a little tighter to the top left corner, but he's going to force SVB to go 2 rails or more here.
SVB quick to get down. Not really sizing up much here, Freezer.
Yeah, he needs a thick hit, good contact. Most of the time they're hitting it thin. Well, he caught good contact, but Federer's going to have a good look.
And the 3 is available in both bottom corners. I would assume he's pulling it backwards. Does he want to play this in the bottom left? No. A little steep here. He has not been very effective with that inside English Scott, and I think he's going to have to use it right here.
Yeah, he definitely shies away from the inside ball. Most elite players do, unless they're forced to use it. He's close enough here on the 3 where he can be real accurate and really dig into the cue ball. I don't see too much of a problem.
Just wants to avoid any kind of contact with the 6 ball.
4, he is directly over.
Yeah, rule number 1, knock it down. He did use a touch of inside, and he did miss the 6. Nice recovery there.
Yeah, and he's in good position here. He just wants to really kind of hold the line he's on now with the 4. That's what he's done.
Yeah, and that one wasn't pocketed dead center like we've seen.
Yeah, I think he was cheating the pocket just a little bit to hold that line that he's on right now.
Sure that's the case. Like you said, kind of staying under this ball gives him the ability to work for the 6 in the middle left.
Pretty good transition there through the ball. Stayed so solid. it's starting to get away from Shane here a little bit. I think the tougher this table plays, clearly going to be harder to get back within striking distance.
And maybe more so the tougher it breaks.
That's, well, yeah, that's kind of what I meant. I guess I didn't say it correctly, but yeah, absolutely the tougher that it breaks, because that's really all that Shane is relying on is his break, where Federer, typically we expect him to be able to grind a little bit more, but Shane's done an excellent job the last 2 days on that end of the spectrum as well. Matter of fact, up till today, I think Shane's been all around the better player in that aspect.
Hasn't been very close today, though. Federer came in trailing by 7, now leads by 6. Winning by 13 racks so far here in day 3 is FG. Yeah.
Is no second when it comes to airmen. Such great products.
I'm kind of interested to see if Federer might change the position of the cue ball. Does he try to go a little bit more center here?
Yeah,
Try something a little different. He's been well off the mark.
Well, the side ball was going last time, but it caught a strange kiss from the 2.
A little more power there, 8 straight in the heart.
3 went as well.
Is he going to get a nice look at the 1? He is.
Yeah, the table is just opened wide up except for the 4.
That's
interesting. The 9, probably in the furthest position it's been from that left long rail in a long time. It's much lower than where it typically is. Wonder if we can get a look on the overhead. Just to see if he's in the center of the table, if he can do much with the 4. Yeah, he's gonna have to deal with the 7. He can make the 4 from the center table, Jay.
Yeah, but how do you get shape on the 5?
Right.
He's going to maybe have to take a steep cut on the 5. May not have the ability to do anything else, Scott. Or does he have the ability here? Does he have a line to play the 4
3
in
rails.
the top left?
Yeah, that's what
Can
I
he play short side
into
position
the
here?
top left.
Can he?
No, that's a good question. I think
That's
he's got an
great.
awkward angle. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, so he's gonna. He has the potential to follow here. I think.
Yeah, he might want to just. He thinks. Here's what I think he's thinking. He thinks he can punch this ball and force through the 7 and just come out to the center. Maybe, and take the cut on the 5. He's got sideboards with the 6.
Good point.
It's an option. Kyle Ferguson put this stream together and all these graphics. Pretty awesome. I love the rack generator. Jason, he might be going forward, but I think he's going to punch. Wow, he could miss the 7 altogether.
Overcook it a hair? No, he's going to end up nice.
What a hit that was. I mean, really, really clean. I thought that he had to contact the 7 there.
What's he do here?
He's got options just because of where the 6 lays. Yeah, a hit like that will really give Gorst a boost.
Still got to take care of business here, Scott.
I feel like this is a pretty good layout, though. He can just hold really the 7 to the 9. Yeah, looking at Shane, he's kind of had that look of fatigue.
3-0 position.
Doesn't want to get flat here.
And he did.
Boy, how flat is he? Can he come to the right long rail? He doesn't really want to have to try and draw back. Can he come 2 rails out of that top right corner?
Yeah, I think we're going to see him follow this ball 2 rails up. Nice smooth hit there. Well executed. Nice recovery.
Yeah, he's looking good, Jay.
Completely flipped the script here. Started the day trailing by 7, now leads by 7, Freezer.
Yeah, and I got to thank Kyle and you for having me, bud. I appreciate it. It's been fun. We've had a little bit of fun together.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of fun watching this.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, what a match.
Thanks to my guys for getting me here, Omega Billiards, Aramith, and Simonis. KT Customs, TriStateQs.com. Check them out. Aaron Storm Shelters, of course. Give them a follow on Facebook. Deadwood Custom Cues. Last but not least, Railbirds TV on YouTube. Just support them. Give them a follow. Give them a couple views. Thank you guys so much for that. Oh, man.
Federgorst to break, leading by 7. 26 games away from the finish line. Nice big square hit there. Both balls went high.
Yeah, they went long. Oh, and the 3 was actually going. I think it had the pace, and it just flicked the 8. Gets draining. Feder in the lead. But even when you don't make a ball, it just makes things feel like they're so much more difficult. Shane coming to the table with absolutely nothing. So how do you think he feels?
Yeah, very frustrating whenever your opponent breaks dry and you don't have anything. We saw this happen almost every dry break for Shane yesterday, which he didn't have many. This was kind of the storyline yesterday when SVB. Just look at this, not even getting down on the ball. Taking no time to push out there.
A lot of times he'll kick the ball, though, if he's going 2 or 3 rails, and he'll sit up like that to get a better line of what's happening. I don't think that was really a sign of laziness or just frustration.
That's good. Taking the Warren Kiamko approach.
Yeah, and Pagulayan does the same thing at times, too. He'll kind of stand up. Chohan actually does the same thing at times. They'll just get halfway down so they can see the kick line a little better or whatever line they're looking for.
Yeah, so he's looking at how can he kick and stick and get the 1 out of there, right?
Yeah. This is one where
scratch.
If you catch it a fraction deep, it's going to scratch. If you catch it a fraction fat, cue ball's going to come out. He might just roll this and try and butter him up behind the brown 7.
He's standing up kind of tall here as well.
Oh, he's caught it too fat. That ball came up very short. We're already aware that table's playing a little hotter. That's definitely what happened there.
Let's see him amp up here a little bit. I think he's going to be colliding with the 7 ball on the way out here, Scott.
Yeah, good call. That was intentional. Clears the 4.
Nice shot there. Really, it's all about getting to the 5, right? 2 to the 3, the 3 to the 4 should not be any kind of problem.
The 5 to the 6.
Yeah, the 4 to the 5, then the 5 to the 6.
Some work left for sure. Probably wants to be somewhere in the middle of the table for the 4. I think he can miss the 7 or avoid the 7 and come 1 rail up to the 5. Everything's kind of changed since that game, though. Seriously.
Since rack 11.
Since 164. Yeah. Everything has kind of changed.
Wonder how much Mr. Baum will sell those Trump shoes for if Federer gets the double dough. Ton of options here. Probably just go thin.
Yeah, I think he'll come up towards the center because he could run a line. He didn't want to go too far.
This is a touchy shot here. Does he try to go into the 6?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I thought that he could miss the 7 from more towards the center and just come towards the 6. Still might be able to. He's going to have to get into it. Oh, he's avoided that. Watch out here.
Out, jacked up over the 8.
Oh, yeah, that ball really sprung on him. He did hit it firm.
He's either going to have to power up here or he's going to have to take some distance on the 6.
This is extremely difficult. Extremely difficult.
Oh, he can bridge. He's lucky to not be tree-topped over the 10, though.
Such a difficult shot here to come back and forth.
It's manageable, though. If he was jacked up, not so much. Nice hit there.
Unbelievable.
Still
he was elevated over the 10. That's how he lost the cue ball forward. He couldn't get real center on the cue ball.
And this is one of those angles here. He's going to have to draw the ball. The 6 ball could stand up. This table's been tough, and that bottom left pocket has been probably seen the most misses so far.
Well, he's definitely got the power.
Definitely has the power. Does he have the precision? He does.
Needs a rub.
Got the rub.
Well deserved. Very good strike.
Very nice shot right there. Made it look easy, but that wasn't.
No, and that's a shot he also likes to practice. Gets up for. It's where that long bridge comes into play. Very little energy. Gets so much motion. Doesn't want to contend with the 10, does he, Jay?
No. I think he'll be okay here.
Forced through the 10. Powerful.
Very nice clearance here by SVB.
Yeah, much needed as well. He's got to make something happen on the break.
It's a nice way to restart his confidence as he gets to the 88th rack. And the players are going to take a break to clean their balls, and we'll do the same. Be right back with you, probably 5 to 10, folks.
Ultimate Pool USA presents the Ultimate Pool USA League Grand Finals. You and your team climb the leaderboards for a shot of winning the $100,000 first prize. Survive the heart-pounding formats of match and shot clocks. Deliver for your teammates when it matters most. Track your progress with Ultimate Pool Score. All roads lead to the Grand Finals in October 2025, and your chance to claim a $100,000 first prize. And because our motto is for the players, all prizes are cash payouts. Begin your journey now and sign up to your local Ultimate Pool USA League. Ultimate Pool USA, for the players.
And we're back. SVB to break. Trailing by 6 here. Racing to 120. Really been one-sided affair here today. SVB powering up. He's going to get paid off. Get a nice look at the 1. 2's readily available. Definitely the hardest break of the match for SVB. Gonna need more of that. No real problems here. Nice control there, creeping into position on the 2. The 4 does pass the 6 on the side. Really feels like it's going to be all about the 7 to the 8 here, Scott.
Yeah, what's he want to? He's got to fall close to straight probably on the 7.
Should be able to. He went rail first there. Should be able to fall pretty straight with the 6 readily available over the side.
Yeah, that means though he really wants to fall straight on the 5 as well. That way, close to it anyway. That way he can manage that line on the 6.
He has a nice angle to be able to do that, Scott.
It's pretty good actually because he can go to the top side if he needs to, but I'd like to have been a little straighter. Does he want to punch down and come into the back of the 7, take that chance? I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
But he did. Oh, he went into the 9. Watch
Wow,
out,
watch
8.
out 8. Why do that?
Well, he's gotten away with it.
Yeah, but why
I
take
thought
the
he would
risk?
be. Yeah, I thought he'd be a lot better off going into the 7. You go into the 9. What can happen happened. If he goes into the 7 full. Well, the 7, in fairness, Jason, was tough for him, right? If he lands anywhere on the left side of the table, he's contending with the 9 to get to the 8. That's the only thing that I can think of.
Yeah, I guess it's about as bad as it could have been with him catching the 9 thin like that.
Right.
He's not getting behind that 8 very
Right.
often.
Right.
But still did it with a ton of power, didn't he?
Yeah, he could have. He didn't have to quite amp that hard. This is not easy. He's going to go into
Watch
the 10.
out, 10.
He's gotten away with this as well. People clapping. But,
Yeah, but that wasn't by design there.
no, and I actually think it might have gotten away from him a little bit if he doesn't catch the 10.
I agree.
And this is short. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
this
think it's fatigue. I really do. I see it in his face. I know him really, really well. Not that he can't recover, but this is a long reach too, Jason.
Yeah, it's an awkward bridge.
Oh, he's making it look pretty easy, actually.
Yeah.
Getting over the ball well.
Good news is he can let the stroke out here, Scott. He's missed the ball by a wide margin.
Yeah, somebody said it's okay, shake it off.
That's not helping him any. I can promise you that.
No, because it's not okay.
It's
not
not
to
okay.
him. No, not at all. It's not okay, period. Especially to him, but he's got to be able to finish there. This man at the table will eat you alive. If the shoe's on the other foot, Shane will do the same.
Doesn't want to keep coming here.
I mean, these guys are human. I mean, we keep touching on it. They've played so much pool. It's. I mean, I'm absolutely drained, and I'm not doing anything compared to what they're doing. That shot that Shane missed was definitely missable.
Nice control there from Gorst. Getting near straight on the 10 in the side.
Climbing to 95.
Shane had success off the break there with a ton of power. Does Gorst try to match it?
Yeah, I mean, what What a big swing today. Gorst 14 games ahead today. I think that's the biggest game lead he's actually had overall. I think at day number 1 he was up 13 at one point, but for the day, for the day he's 14 up.
Yeah.
And I think that's as big as it's been on either end. You know, Gorst said it in many interviews. He also looked at day 3 as a big day for him due to the fatigue. Let's be realistic. Shane is 40. Federer is 24.
And if you're going to pick a day to be fresh, day 3 is it. Big hit there, 6 and 7 down. What's the 3 ball going to do? Save SVB, and this is a tough push here, Scott.
Yeah, he's probably going to push to a jump.
He has to, with the 2 being super close there. I think he's going to push to a very, very close jump.
You see where he just put his cue. So he crossed the face of the 1 again. It was a mishit. He did not mean to do that. That's why the cue ball finished on the right side of the table versus the center. Even if it would have finished in the center, I think the 2 would have snookered him. But the hit would have probably been different. So
yeah, this is a tough spot. This is very, very tough up here.
I mean, you can push to a kick down here towards, you know, just kind of roll out between the 4 and 5 over here down the long rail. Maybe play to a kick safe. And that's what he's looking at. You can kick 2 ways this way. You can kick to the top side of the 1 from the right long rail, sending the 1 up back behind the 2 and the cue ball going left towards the top left corner.
He's looking at the spot he wants. Does it carry any value to try to make the rack play a little tougher with the 4 ball maybe?
Well, he could come off the 5 actually and lay the 5 down that way, I think. Yeah, this isn't a bad push.
Yeah, using the 4. See how he's looking to – oh, he made the 4.
Yeah, I didn't feel like he had a line to really be able to tie the 4 up there. I thought you could just graze off the 5 and do the same thing, but actually make it a little tougher actually and put him on the long rail.
Yeah, because the 8 is frozen to the long rail and 9. You're right. Maybe overlooked that one.
Shane immediately gave it back. Federer's got the jump cue out.
What? No.
It's the jump cue, right?
I don't think so.
Is that his playing cue? Maybe I've just been in the booth a little too long.
Yeah, what do you got in the coffee over there, Freezer?
Well, I probably need something in the coffee. That's the issue. That cue looks short to me for some reason. What is going on? What did you put in my coffee? My goodness. Or maybe he just got taller? Yeah, something going on here. I swear that's the jump cue. Oh, boy. Okay. I'm getting giddy.
Snap out of it, Freezer.
I've held it together this long. What's 26 more hours? Yeah, so he's looking to go to the top rail and chip the 1 back over and send the cue ball down towards the back of the 3.
It almost appeared that he was looking for something offensive.
Well, it's kind of a 2-way play. If he catches it thin enough, he might be able to back cut it in the top right. But really, watch what happens here to the 1. This is a play that they always play.
Plays it fat.
You see, he caught it too fat. You want to catch it thinner, and the cue ball tracks behind the 3, and the 1 finishes behind the 2. This is a big opportunity for Shane. See, I don't even know that I would flirt with the left middle here. You want to make sure and get that 1 free and clear down table. Obviously just calling it in case. Yeah, that's kind of what I was talking about, but he made it. You really wanted to just assure that the 1 gets down table.
Yeah, you called it.
He's definitely exhausted. I can see it.
What do you see here? Do you chip the 2 under the 3? Some type of way?
Yeah, he might have to.
He's going to try to roll up and utilize the back of the 3 here.
He wants to send the 2 past it. Now watch out here. Gorst will go airborne.
Yeah, he was a little closer to the ball.
He's made every one of these today. So some pretty big errors from Van Boning.
And the 3 does go in the side, so if he comes out hot here, traveling 2 rows around, could potentially get on the 3 in the side.
Yeah, he's got the cue ball's going to be traveling the right way. He's really just got to focus on knocking this in.
And
wow.
he does.
He got into it more than I think he tried to get into it, unless I can't imagine him trying to draw that ball above the 9. The scratch was always a threat playing it like that, but what a hit.
It's been absolutely lethal with the short cue.
It's been really non-existent the first 2 days.
Maybe he got tired of all the trolls out there saying that SVB was a better jumper than him.
Yeah, I haven't seen any of that, but there is no question that's not the case. There is nobody better than Gorst with the jump cue.
Proving that today.
Needs to smooth this in. This is one of those balls that can turn on you.
He hit it a little fat.
Yeah.
Still went down because he hit it with a nice speed.
Yeah. Another look at the jump. Look at how he gets into this ball. Really easy to scratch going that direction. Thought he would hit it with more of a center. Still, what a fascinating shot.
Feder Gorst has a 6 a.m. flight to Atlantic City for the U.S. Open.
Yeah, I don't know what time I leave. He has a 6 a.m. flight.
6 a.m. His bags are packed.
I guess I better look at the flight I've got.
Nice smooth hit there, Scott. Really about all he could ask for from there.
Yeah, the 8 wasn't frozen. Made it a little easier.
I like him to just let his stroke out here. Don't try to hold this.
Yeah, that's what he's typically been doing, is going up and down.
Go up and down. Make sure you get a good clean hit on the 9. He's missed it.
What's the cue ball going to do? Because he hit it thin, does it finish on the 10?
No.
Well, this is just what the doctor ordered for Shane. Does it wake him up a little? Well, watch out. It's going to finish nice.
Nice speed there.
Thought he might finish on top of it.
All right, SVB's last attempt at the break shot showcased a ton of power. Coming out with a shot on the 1. We'll see if he stays with the same.
Yeah, during the break, we were both walking to the bathroom at the same time. He said he was going to hit the brake harder. I think it's actually should be the opposite.
Did I not give Shane a rack there? I don't think I did.
No, I think he needs to be at 89. We definitely put more into that.
Yeah.
I think he needs to consider actually taking a little off. That way you gain a little bit more control. Harder you try to hit him this late in the game, boy, accuracy can really be a concern.
Yeah, it was 88 to 95. I did sleep the score. Not bad. My first time, Scott.
You've done very well. Looking to cut this ball.
Very tough.
Possibly out of frustration and the score count. When you're behind at times, even though you're not supposed to play it this way, your thought process is, I've got to make something happen.
I think he was frustrated at one of the spectators there walking across his line. What a hit.
What a recovery. He needs to run into the 10 here. Well, he's going to be fine. It's just going to be a little more work. Can he avoid the pink here?
What a shot that was, though.
Yeah, but getting to the 3 is the problem. Needed it to slow down a little. Can he still come short of the pink? I don't know. It's pretty steep here. Or excuse me, short of the 3.
Possible for him to draw into the left side of the 4.
Yeah, I don't think he'll risk that. But he wants to miss the pink, get on the short side of the 3, even if he doesn't get flat. Now he is going to elevate, Jay.
I'm just saying it's an option, right? It's not an option that he would want to take, but if there's no other way to gain position, he could utilize the contact of the 4 on the correct side that's moving him toward the 3.
Yeah, that's what I didn't like going off the 4. You just don't know exactly what's going to happen there. If he's going to do that, maybe use a high ball and try and clip off the top side of it versus going into it on the left side of it. Hindsight, always 20/20, but
You called it right away that was the problem. Does he take the time to collect himself?
yeah, he really needs to catch the thin side of this ball. Wants to get up behind the 8 here, I think. He's caught it fat. Much fatter than he wanted. Gorse going to have a shot if he wants to take it on. He's also got a real good safe, Jay.
Yeah, and I like the safe here. But he is feeling good. You're feeling good. Sometimes you should shoot.
Yeah, and my flight is at 10:50 in the morning. I get into Philadelphia at 12:50. So
It's a real tester here. He's taking on the safety.
I think it was a smart play,
Mature play.
not forcing the issue, right?
Really would have liked to get him snuggled up on the 5 there. Could have taken away a lot of the options. Still pretty good.
Yeah, there was a lot of distance. I think he's thrilled with it. It's really all he was trying to do. Shane calling the right middle, wanting to come behind the 3 off the 3rd rail. If he catches the bottom half of the 3 here, could get some real good separation, but he's got to put some motion on this cue ball.
What a hit.
Yeah, I mean, he deserves something good to happen here.
He's not going to get it.
No, the 3 has a pocket. He's over the 10.
Well, I didn't see that. Kind of deserving, though. Like you said, very nice hit.
Yeah, he caught the bottom side of the ball. Just doesn't want to hit this real hard.
Yeah,
Hit it,
and it's
right?
tough not to, though. When you're jacked up like this, you want to make sure you get through the ball.
Yeah, he
This
just
is
wants.
tough.
It is tough. He just wants the pocket to be able to take the ball, though. If he catches it a fraction thick,
Honestly,
he's good at this, though. He's good at holding that speed when
Yeah,
he's
but
elevated.
I'm going to go back to where he played the safe. The shot on that 3 may have been simpler than this. Not positive, but
Yeah,
could have been.
He had quite a bit of distance. I agree. He could have nudged him up behind the 5 a little bit more. I thought he did just fine. Shane made a great kick. Federer typically pretty good at this shot. Yeah.
Wow. Nice shot. Very, very well done.
Yeah, and the speed at which he hit it, that's what's impressive. When his back is against the wall, he's proven time and time again why he's the #1 ranked player in the world. He's got an air of confidence about him around the table that just can't be mistaken.
Well, looking to get back his 7-game lead. He's able to deposit the 8 ball this rack. It's the ball that held him up in his last run.
There you have it. Gorst. Leading by 7. Bluegrass Billiards is going to be hosting a W&T rankings event September 13th through the 15th in Pennsylvania. It's called the Pennsylvania Open. Frank Maletti adding 10,000 to it. Once again, that's at Bluegrass Billiards, the Pennsylvania Open. I will be at that event, assuming a lot of great players will be there. September 13th through the 15th. W&T ranking event. From here, all the action will be on Matchroom's YouTube pages till the semifinals and finals, I believe. The U.S. Open in Atlantic City at Harrah's. Shane Van Boning been playing a lot of pool. Had a good finish at the European Open. Could he finish the year off with number 6 I know Jason probably doesn't think so. He thinks the quality of play has gone way up. And I do think it's going to be much tougher
Nice hit there.
for Shane to get number 6 now, but I definitely don't think it's out of the question.
No, I mean, listen, these two guys right here playing each other like this, locking horns with two of the best players. They're both going to go into the U.S. Open in their best form, guaranteed. Guaranteed.
Yeah, they just need a little rest.
Yeah, but one of the two is going to make a deep run in the U.S. Open this year. I mean, Federer coming runner-up last year. An unbelievable performance from Baby Co.
Yeah, no kidding. What a performance. I was
was.
able to call that. It was insane.
I mean, honestly, outside of Johan Chu at the World Cup pool, maybe the performance of the year.
Well, yeah, Baby Co. didn't miss a ball.
I mean,
He made
against
99 balls against Yap.
Against Yap,
Played
he
a
made
perfect set.
every ball on 4-inch pockets.
On 4-inch pockets, like
Unbelievable.
on the biggest stage. I think that's probably one of the best performances you'll see. But to your point, one of these two are going to have a great finish.
Yeah,
Maybe both.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, and I've seen it. One year before the Derby, Dennis was staying with me, and Billy came in, and they locked horns playing Banks forever. That was the year that Billy went on to win the one pocket, which obviously gets you into shape playing against elite players like this for an extended period of time.
Yeah, when you're in the grease, in the mix. Yeah, Jason, you're absolutely right.
You can't duplicate the pressure and somebody shooting back at you. You can do a lot of drills, do a lot of practicing, but it does not match what this brings to your pool game.
Yeah, I do think they need a good day or so rest. It's not like they're traveling real far, so I don't think that's going to be an issue.
No, the loser will definitely need a day's rest. The winner maybe flying high.
Yeah, but
That tournament's spread out.
Physicalities are real, though.
That tournament's spread out a lot, and
Correct,
there's enough cupcakes in it to where you might get 3 or 4 days without a real test, right?
Possible.
I'm
Still
not
need some
disagreeing with
rest.
you. Not disagreeing with you. Some rest would be needed.
And Shane, pretty interesting situation here. Passes this up.
Yeah, Federer didn't look very enthused by the outcome, maybe because the 4 didn't tie up the way that he had liked. This got away from him.
Very touchy there, though.
Smart to give that back was SVB, forcing an error.
Yeah, I think Shane can only catch the top side of it, so he needs to get it back down under the 2 and 6, or under the 2 or 6. Cue ball maybe under the 10, Jason.
Yeah, I think that's a smart play. Just try to get the cue ball frozen to the short rail, utilizing the 10.
Yeah, I think more of your focus really relies on the object ball here. Yeah, and that's what he's done.
Yeah, getting that cue ball on the rail will pay huge dividends, just like that. Look at the speed there, Scott.
Yeah, the 3's makeable possibly.
Yeah.
Is he going to the jump cue?
He is. But you just limit your opponent's options, just like one pocket. Putting it on the rail is very powerful, especially at range.
Yeah, I've kind of preached that for 30 years. The rail is your friend.
The freezer.
Anytime you're playing defense.
I'm not sure. He's
trying to play the 1 to the lower right, so he's looking across the face of this, I assume. Wow. I thought he might kick to the right long rail because I think the 3 is actually a big ball if you use a high ball.
I don't really like this, and I'll tell you why, Scott. The 1 ball is going into open space.
Well, he's got to hit it thin.
Oh
wow.
My gosh. I was going to
look at the cue ball, too. Wow.
This place may have come unhinged.
But look at
if
the
he
cue
knocks
ball.
That down.
I don't even care if he knocks it down. Look at this. He played it like that. That's fascinating. What a hit. Not too many people can do that. He literally had about half the ball that he could hit. The 2 was impeding part of the left side of the 1.
Shane just smiles, has a nice little grin, and what does Federer do? Smiles right back.
Yeah, hopefully we get another look at that because the 2 was in front of the 1 slightly. Yeah, look at this.
This is insane.
Look at the control of the cue ball.
Almost knocked it down. That was a 2-way, 9-foot jump bank shot, holding the cue ball like that. Unbelievable control.
Neither one of us liked him shooting it.
Well.
Oh, nice hit. Just too thin.
Yeah, Federer getting the first opportunity here. He's going to have to take on the 2-3 combo. Also have to take on the 4-8 combo. So plenty of work to do for young Gorst.
Yeah, he was looking to see if the 2 passes the 3.
I don't think it does. What do I know?
No, he was looking to see. I mean, nobody knows really but Federer. There's nothing wrong with swinging all the way around, too, and getting underneath it. Just because of where the 3 lays, it's a little awkward.
It's a long stretch here, so I doubt he's going to want to travel much.
Yeah, this is just a little awkward.
Yeah, more than a little awkward. Tells me it might go. I don't think he'd be wanting to shoot the combo from here. Do you?
No, I never really did, but if he has to, he just wants to. Yeah, he's calling the 3.
Yeah, this is.
If he has to, he's probably just. I don't know. I don't know if he's going to run into the 6J or if he wants to roll forward. He's probably going to hit it with a little speed.
Yeah, I was going to say this is a very missable combo because he's going to hit this. He's going to punch this ball with some speed.
Well, if he could miss the 6, I think it's something you might want to roll because the 2 might stay somewhere around there. But if he can't miss the 6, I think he's got to hit it with speed. Yeah, he's rolling it. Because he could miss the 6 going in. He just missed the combo.
But, I mean, that's what I was saying. That was a tough angle from where he was at to make the combo.
Absolutely.
Really surprised by the shot on the 1 ball there.
Well, that's why I thought he might come all the way below it.
Yeah, I think if he wasn't stretched out, he would have considered it.
Yeah.
Either way.
Well, an opportunity for Shane, right?
Right. And a big one at that.
And it's needed.
Yeah, and see, he's just belaboring every point right now. I feel like he's
tired.
He's tired.
Yeah, you can see it in his face. He's definitely tired. I've got kind of a big heart in a lot of ways, and I just know how it feels, and it's not fun.
There's nothing worse, I'm sure of it.
No, it's just not fun. I don't want to see it on anyone, but I don't feel bad for them. Don't get me wrong, but maybe I do feel a little bad for them because that is painful. Very painful. Never supposed to miss this ball, but a lack of focus, and the 8 holds up. Federer might actually want to play this 4 just a tick rail first. Like so.
You called it. Nice shot. Nice call, too, Scott. Really allowed it to get out, not get stuck behind the 9, right?
Yeah, exactly. Might even play something rail first here, Jay, softly.
I don't mind the rail first here. It's going to work him up toward the 5.
Maybe the overhead fooling me a little bit. It looks like he's flatter than he is. We've got an overhead view right in front of us as well. Yeah, that looks like he's flatter than he is. I think he can go straight into it.
Punch up for the 5 on the side.
He was pretty straight.
Yeah, he fell a little short.
Yeah, used all the 9.
Does he go to the corner here?
Historically, he's been going to the middle.
Can't blame him for going to the middle. It carries position. But a little bit more awkward of a strike, I think, Scott. I just feel like when you're cutting across the ball, you're guessing a little more.
Yeah, but like you said, really you just got to focus on putting the ball down, shooting it this way. Cue ball is natural to the 6.
Just don't let up. Nice
Wow.
speed.
Thought he caught that way too thick for some reason.
I always find whenever I try to shoot those balls in the side slow that I overcut them. Or undercut them, rather.
Hit him fat.
Hit them fat.
Yeah, that's the tendency.
Not getting through them. It's clean. So I was a little surprised that he didn't shoot it with a little bit more pace just to kind of get through the ball clean.
Well, I think just the thick hitting itself allowed the cue ball to slow down.
Still.
Even here, right? That's kind of why he slammed the chalk down. Typically when you're finding the rails, your speed's a little touchy and doesn't want to be there.
Yeah,
He's going to make it.
He's a little elevated on his back arm here
Not a problem.
with the bridge. Not a problem if you knock it down. 97-89 is the score. Big missed opportunity for SVB off of the missed combo from Federgorst.
Yeah, and he's tired. Maybe Shane took the last big blow from Gorst. I feel like he's got one more in him. There's a lot of pool left to be played. Gorst still needs 23 games, if you can imagine. The one I'm worried about is me. I don't know if I'm going to make it, Jay.
Oh, you'll be fine. We'll pump some coffee in your veins.
Yeah, then I'll really be in good condition for
Tell you what,
the U.S. Open.
Just get back into your gear here with your sponsors.
Yeah,
It'll help
let's
you out. That'll get you.
do that next game.
I'll get you pepped back up. You start talking about those
I
storm
haven't
shelters,
mentioned them
man.
much.
But I'm telling you,
After all the heat that I took from you,
hey, when you start talking about those storm shelters, you
You
get in
might-
gear, man. You call every shot after that.
you might catch a lawsuit from Aaron Storm Shelters for all that.
I tell you what, Aaron, after all the positive publicity Aaron's got, he better come to my house and
he's
to yours
happy.
and install
He
one.
gave me a raise. He's happy.
Aaron, I need a storm shelter.
I'll
What
tell
kind
you
of deal
what.
can I get?
I don't know how many people want to really joke about that. In all reality, if I lived in the Midwest, I would have no problem, if I could afford it, having a storm shelter or a bunker room. I think they're awesome. Steve Wyatt would like one. Yeah, and if you see some of them that he's built, it's fascinating. QBZ, take one now that we're looking at you. The one did play. Wow. So to add insult to injury, Gorst looks to be well on his way to running this rack. Talking to himself a little bit, so he's probably a little flattered and he wanted to be here. I think he could just bounce out and take a little more distance on the 3.
Scott, the U.S. Open draw is out, and Federgorst has drawn a bye.
Go figure. Who do I play? That's a joke. I didn't bring my cue this trip, bud. I did play last year.
with
Actually,
yourself.
I had a good chance, actually.
I saw you over there.
Never mind. I won't say what happened. There was a little issue.
I
with
saw you over in the
one
corner.
Hunter Lombardo and I.
That's what got you hired by Matchroom.
I think I was hired before that.
Your
bud.
class. How you handled that. This year you won't be playing with Hunter. Just the freezer.
At 61 years old, I don't need to be playing, period.
Man,
I look good for my age, don't I?
you do.
Thank you.
He's gotta go
Gorst.
back and forth here. This 2-rail position shot that he likes. He wants to avoid the 8 here, Scott.
Look at how he aims high on the cue ball, though.
Really needs to get into the ball. Nice path there. Doesn't want a big bounce.
Best follow through in the business, Jay.
Yeah, he wanted to maintain a little bit more angle here, though, I think.
Oh, he's absolutely perfect.
The overhead makes it appear like he's a little straighter than.
No,
Let's
he'll
take a
just
look at
come
that.
2 rails forward if he has to, but I think he's got enough to just punch down. He can come
Yeah.
2 rails forward towards the center, no problem.
Nice shot there.
Yeah, he was never in any danger.
Never. I was looking at the overhead. It had me a little fooled.
Yeah, the overhead does give us a little different line.
Federgorst here. 4 balls away from getting to 98.
Yeah, and I think he's really starting to feel it. Smelling a little weakness from SVB. Will give you more energy, especially at 24 years old, coming off the biggest win in 9-ball history, $250,000 up top in Saudi Arabia for the World 9-Ball Championships. Matchroom doing great things for Pool globally. Wow, really good acceleration there.
Got all the way through that ball and couldn't have placed it more perfectly with his hand.
Such a great cue ball this young man has.
Extending his lead to 9 games, 22 away from the finish line.
I expected to see something special today. I did not really expect it to get away like this.
This is insane.
Yeah. Yeah, I've got a soft spot for Shane, and I'm you know, you've got to give him credit, and I think we need to talk about that a little bit more as he's starting to face the tough end of this match. You've got to give him credit for coming in here, making the decision to play Federer. I think it shows to the warrior in him and the champion and who he is. Takes a lot of heart to come to somebody's room.
Yeah, it absolutely does. Takes a lot of heart to do what FG's doing here as well. You know, most people counted him out. I mean, Molina Mike asked me in the interview, and I said, statistically speaking, obviously I'm rooting for my guy, but 2.5, 3-1 underdog.
I promise you, I didn't count him out.
I didn't count him out, but you know, he's came in probably a 3-1 underdog in today.
Sure, on paper. I just feel like he's the type when he's got his back against the wall, especially since the or the World 9-Ball. It's just really kind of challenging himself in a lot of ways, putting himself in positions where it gets exciting to him.
The point that I was making, though, is if we saw the same SVB that we saw flashes of over the first 2 days, it almost didn't matter what Federer would do. He couldn't come back from a 7-game deficit and a race to 40. You know,
Yeah, but I
you
think
know what
we're
I mean?
seeing
Like,
the same flashes in Federer. I just think we're seeing a higher level of Pool that we've really ever really seen, right?
no, I don't disagree, and we knew it was there. But if SVB was fighting, you know, and punching back here today, where would we be? He may not be able to be playing as smooth and as free as he is.
But we've seen it happen on both ends. When
Yeah.
Shane's going, Federer gets weak. When Federer gets going, Shane gets weak, and that's commonly what happens.
Just huge swings. Look at
Wow.
this. Look at this touch.
Well, a double rub off the 5, then the 2, everything rosy.
But yeah, don't count SVB out. Tons of Pool left here. Definitely
Yeah.
snap out of this.
Just looking a little bit more grim for him as this goes. He needs a second wind. And soon. Otherwise, he's going to need to start winning 2-1. Actually, he's going to need to start winning 2-1 as it stands in order to win this match.
If he finds a gear, he needs to do it soon. Running out of time. Don't worry, folks. I'm going to call out the freezer sponsors after this rack. I'm going to do my best version of Scott Frost. And if any of his sponsors out there want to jelly me, Let me know.
I actually think it was a pretty good idea to alleviate costs. A lot of people like the idea.
It's not a terrible idea.
Well, of course, since I came up with it, nobody wants to give the freezer any credit, but
I gotta give you the
I'm
I gotta
used
give
to
you the
it.
credit. You are a natural
Naturaler?
natural hustler.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Yeah. Lost it a little bit there, didn't he?
Yeah, I think he wanted to come deeper, obviously. Or hold, I can't tell. I thought he wanted to get past it,
Yeah, he wanted to get past it for sure.
right?
He didn't want to flirt with shooting it past the 8. He wanted to play it to the top left.
Or the right middle even if he, I don't know. It's hard to tell.
Surprised John Mars is exiting the building right now.
No, his dad's still over there.
No, I'm saying running out when an opportunity is player. Get a shot here.
Yeah, so what's he looking to use, the 9 and 10 here? Oh, I like the way he did it.
Nice touch there.
Santa Claus said, give this to the commentators.
Tell you what, I'm getting a little stage fright for my
Your announcements?
Scott Frost announcements after this rack. You guys stay tuned. We'll see if I can duplicate or
It's
replicate.
not easy. It's not easy being the freezy. We're starting to lose it a little bit. Sorry, guys. We'll keep on track. Shane. He needs some clearance here, but the problem with this jump cue, in my opinion, he's got to get that 6 to the top rail. There's no pocket.
Well, the other thing is he's a far distance away from the balls that he's trying to clear, and the 6 ball's close to the rail, so he could go flying off the table here, Freezer, if he's bouncing at all when he contacts the 6.
I feel like a lot of good things could happen if he kicked to the top rail here towards the 6. You know what I'm saying?
I think the kick is the play here. I
mean,
honestly do.
Hard for us to debate what this man's going to do.
No, I'm just saying the way it lays. I've seen this happen so many times.
Yeah, it's just like you said, so hard to control both ends of the spectrum here.
So easy to foul.
Oh, he's got a window.
Oh, look at this. Hits the point. I think Federer may take on the cross side here.
You've got to expect the cue ball to always be tracking towards that point if that's all he could see through there.
Yeah, but it's tough to pass it up.
I guess he just had to gamble there and hope he missed the point. That's what he was thinking.
But does Federer take on the cross side here? It's not the easiest position play after it.
Yeah, he's going to be free and clear. Cue ball's going to track 3 rails if he stays aggressive.
Doesn't want to get stuck behind the 9-10.
No, but it's so thin. He's going to get out, no problem, out in the middle of the table. And he can just stop for the 9 in the right middle. If he does make the 6, stop on the 8.
Missed it.
Look at this. Nothing easy. Reminiscent of what was happening to Federer yesterday. Shane missed an 8 like this up in the top left earlier this evening, remember?
Yeah.
Overcut it. And it seemed to be a pretty big turning point when he did that. Might want to use some outside this time. And I think that's what he's doing. That's clean.
Well struck. Doesn't want to be on the rail.
No, and this is missable. If he catches the rail, in between the rail and the 8, it's missable. It's just to, the 8's just to that position where it's not exactly a big ball. Yeah. If he rolls it, he's okay. He's got to hit this with speed if he rolls it, doesn't he? Yeah.
I was going to say rail first.
That's how it's missable.
I'm kind of surprised he didn't just elevate and thump that ball in and play for the 9 in the side.
Well, it was missable both ways, especially rail first if you hit it with speed. Fatigue.
Yeah, once again, unable to capitalize on the Feder mistake.
Yeah, fatigue a real factor. This has nothing to do with anything more than that, at least in that scenario. Just quick over the ball, quick to judgment. And I agree, Jay, he could have just thumped at it.
I can't believe the freezer's walking away. I guess I'm going to save the freezer sponsor announcements until the next rack. Keep you all on the edge of your seat. 10-game lead for young Feder Gorst. One game shy of 100. We are racing to 120 here. Big pop, 2's down, 7's down. Cue ball's getting kicked. Where's the 1 going to end up? He does have a look at it. Leads him right to the 3 ball. Doesn't have to do a ton of work to get position on his next shot. This is no bargain though, long and straight. It really is all about this first shot here for Feder Gorst. Slightly elevated with his back arm. See if he can get through this one smooth. Thump the back of the pocket. Continuing the masterclass is Feder Gorst. Heading back to his chair to chalk his chin. If you've ever noticed the white on his chin, he does that because of the friction between his cue and his chin. Trying to keep it from getting raw. Like to keep a little angle here, does not want to get straight on this ball. He may have fell under it just a little bit. Yeah, he was able to draw out of that. Pretty fortunate to not have to take a unnecessary tough shot on the 5. And a little short there. He was really like to be on the other side of the 6. Now he's going to have to work the cue ball around the world here. Should be no problem as long as he misses the 9. He may hit 50-yard line here. Yeah. So the missed position on the 6 ball is going to force Feder Gorst to take on a tougher 8 ball. Good news is he can travel 2 rails around. He's looking at playing this to the bottom left. Going to the short side of the 9. He's going to play the 9 in the top right. Went around 3 rails, 4 rails. Nice shot there, nice recovery. Doesn't want to end up on the rail here. And he has. Big sigh there from Fettergorst. He knows where it landed, makes this ball missable. Puts it home, gets to 100. The random rack generator at work. Top of your screen there, showing Fetter how to rack the balls, preventing any pattern racking, any arguments about that. I believe he's tied his biggest lead for the match. Fetter did lead by 11 games in the first day. Ended trailing by 4 after a huge run by SVB to close it out. Big pop. 7 ball misses, but the 2 goes down. Will the 1 stay clean? The 5 ball sneaks in last minute. So we're going to see a push out here from Gorst. Not satisfied with that result. Looking to push out below the 1, below the 1-4, just dropping down close to the center diamond. That's what he was looking at. Utilizing the 3 to do it. Oh no, Freezer came back. He was asking if I did the shout outs.
No, you just told me you didn't do it.
I didn't do it. I was waiting for you. I wanted you to witness it. I wanted to do it in front of you. I'm going to do.
I know how you are.
I'm going to do the Freezer
You got a little
sponsors.
You got a little sarcasm to you.
Yeah, but you know what? The next go around, they may want to sponsor me and not you.
I doubt it.
I'll guarantee you this: if they had cameras on us in the booth,
Oh, they'd definitely go to you.
they would definitely come to me.
Yeah, very, very good-looking young man you are. Uh-oh, the 4. So it would be an option, right? If the 1 was covered, Shane, would he have an option to give it back?
Yeah, Shane has the option to give this back
If it was covered.
if it was covered.
Are you sure? Are we sure about that?
Yeah,
Okay.
standard 10 bowl
Yeah.
rules.
I didn't know if you just – yeah, just that hasn't come up
No, it has not.
in 3 days.
Big power shot here. SVB looking to get into this ball.
Oh, boy,
Watch
he's
out
let
side
up.
pocket.
Yeah, he's let up there. That's a tendency to happen when you get tired, right? You're going to let up on the ball a little bit or second guess yourself. He didn't want to come too far because I don't know that the 3 played in the right middle. So where was he really going? Yeah, I think the 3 played past the 5. He just let up. Yeah, I don't know, Jason, but I do feel a little bit for Shane right now. He's going to the middle here.
Nice shot there.
He needs a couple good shots to get under his belt and really just kind of zone him back in.
That was one of them.
Yeah, definitely.
SVB looking to stop the bleeding here. Trying to bring it back within 10. So putting 30 away.
Yeah, and if I get the chance. I haven't been doing it much. I do have to thank these sponsors.
Oh, I'm doing it.
No, you're not. They're the ones that got me here.
Oh, and this got funny.
Gosh, and it just seems so difficult for him.
Everything is working against SVB right now.
Yeah. Boy, I think the shot up to the corner, you have to really stay true and straight through this ball.
I expect him to handle it.
Yeah, well handled. Good call, Jay. That's not as easy as it looked. The crowd appreciated it. Very knowledgeable.
It could help that he was so close to it.
Yeah, so I got to shout out Allison and Wayne Berry. Thank you guys so much for your little donation. OmegaBilliards.com. Acme cases, check them out. In my opinion, lightweight, very durable, great cases. Aramith balls, Simonis cloth, longest lasting, best products in the industry, no doubt. KT Customs, my cue maker for over a decade. TriStateCues.com. Vincent Parson, check him out. He's got Hen shoes. He's got Predator releases. He's got Q-Tech releases, Molinari gloves, Davini Qs. My man Aaron Storm Shelters on Facebook. Just go follow him. Take a scroll down his page. Look at some of the things he does. He's selling franchises now. And man, this man is successful. Deadwood Custom Qs. Burnell D'Artez out of Texas. Makes a high-quality cue that's very affordable. Very affordable. Took a look at it yesterday. Really liked the cues. Deadwood Custom Cues on Facebook. Then my friend
Big power there. 7 goes down, getting a couple kicks on the cue ball.
Kevin Ross, Railbirds TV. Check him out. Doing a lot of stuff with the Derby City Classic.
Got a nice shot on the 1 ball here, Scott.
Yeah, it could be a start.
Really, the 2
to
to
a
the
new
3.
beginning for him.
The 2 to the 3 is the challenge, right? Does he want to play below the 5?
It's okay if he gets out in the middle. He likes that snatch back where he draws over 1 rail between the 8 and 9. Get a little closer to the 2. See what he's thinking. He's a little steeper than it looks on this ball, yeah. Boy, I don't know. He's going to have to power up here. Does he have the wrong angle like he's going to the 5? Yeah, if he's pretty straight, he can manage, but he's got a tight line, Jay, that he's got to stop on coming back. He's going forward. Wow.
What a class shot that was. Unbelievable hit there.
Yeah, he thought he overamped it for a second.
SVB not going away without a fight.
Well, he's got a lot of work to do. Wouldn't expect anything less. 40 years old. Born and raised in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. A little weak here.
Yeah, this is a lot thinner than he'd like.
Spends a lot of time in the Black Hills. trophy lake trout fishing. Is he going to come over shallow of the 8 or come to the long side of the 6? He doesn't want to contact the 6, and he has. Things just not easy for him right now, Jason.
Yeah, and what do you see here? Does he just pull this back and play for the top right? Just kind of stop the ball there, pull it back a few inches.
I like that. Really wants to try and just cinch this ball. I think the cue ball will be okay if he just stuns back a little, like you say. Yeah, that's about as good as you could do.
Nice smooth stroke there. He's got to take care of the work, though. Dead center.
Yeah, and he's going to have to go up and down here.
Looking to get it into single digits once more. It's going to be 2 in a row for SVB. Watch out.
Wow, I'm surprised he
Get
didn't
50
just
yard
draw
line here?
straight to the top rail there.
This is no bargain. He's reaching.
But like I said, I'm surprised he didn't draw to the top rail there with a tip of outside and just come back for the lower right corner. He should be fine. This is missable. Yeah, he stayed still through that shot. Got to shout out Steve Wyatt. Sitting over here for the last 3 days, putting in work. Right? Seriously, man, thank you.
Thank you.
You've been busting your tail quietly with the thankless job. Diamond Pool, Perimeter, Billiard Lights, xpoollive.com, Ultimate Pool USA. I don't know a lot about it, but I do know it's taking on throughout the country. Last but not least, our friend Michelle Griffin, the savvy businesswoman, which she is, by the way, for all of you out there. She's a realtor, but she's more so a great person doing a lot for pool all over the country. Needs a good break here. He's crossed the face of it, but that was my point. He makes those side balls even though he crosses the face, where Feder often doesn't. Didn't have anything straightforward here, Jason.
Yeah, what kind of safety do you see here? Does he try to get the cue ball back under the 8?
Yeah, like you and I see that. A lot of these guys will come to the top side or chip the top side of the 1 and try and come down below the 3 and 5. He's staying aggressive. What he might not realize is he's already come back within a few games. He's won 3 or 4 games back. Unless he feels real good about it, I guess he's thinking that he's going to have distance on the 1 if he misses it.
I think he's pressing here, though. I think
Yeah,
he's a
exactly.
big favorite to get the cue ball back underneath the 8. May even get some cover with one of the balls down table on the 1.
No, I think he switched now. I don't know. Is he still banking at this? I think he switched to a defensive play. No, he's still banking. And that's why.
What a shot.
Now, I guess his thought process with the bank is that if he happens to miss it, there's going to be distance, but I don't think it ever crossed his mind that he was missing the bank.
SVB staying aggressive.
Yeah, and a couple of shots, right? That last game when he went forward on what I think was the 5 or the 4 really might have started to get him going or make him feel a little better. Is he rolling forward here? Oh, that's a test of your nerve. Nothing but net. The back arm looking real steady.
Another peek at the bank here for the opener. Like it had eyes.
Stunned down with a low left ball there. Wants he just float this in, or does he go up top?
Floats it in. Looking good. SVB is alive and well, Scott.
He's got a little left in the tank. How will Feder respond? Still quite a bit of cushion here for the young Federgorst.
Yeah, but we've seen that cushion shrink for both players throughout these 3 days.
Yeah, it's fascinating, right? They're playing a race to 120. In all reality, though, the blows back and forth, nothing really ever getting too crazy out of hand. Shane came into today 7 ahead, and Federer getting 11 or 12 ahead.
Yeah, I think 11 was the highest he reached. SVB looking to cut it to 8, and he's done so.
He's a veteran of this format. He knows when he's got to turn it on.
I have to agree with my brother. This is the most exciting money match since Donnie Mills versus Siming Chen.
Well, it was actually a pretty good one.
We got to get Donnie Mills back in action.
Yeah, Donnie, where's he been? He just got, you know, he has that disease. He's got too much money.
Only match up with the red circle cue ball.
Yeah, 72.5 degrees in the room. Well, look at this. Wow.
Sprung a leak.
Folks, it may be a long night.
All of a sudden, that 8-game lead doesn't look like much if he can find that again.
Even though the 2 is placed where it is. Well, okay, the 1's out enough. I think he can get just no problem smooth above it. Yeah, so something's switched for Van Boning. I don't know what it is, but it only takes a good strike or something to click in the mind at times when you're real tired.
Finding a gear here. Looking for his 3rd or 4th consecutive rack. When he came to the table last, he was.
Yeah, I really actually like that play. He's so good at going to the corners instead of forcing the issue to the side. Really allows for less cue ball movement. What's he do, Jay? Does he just split the gap of the 7 and 8, or does he come around? He's going to take a look at it. That's what I was wondering.
I think he plays above it and plays the 6 in the same hole.
Yeah, it's real easy to decelerate here or overhit it, but he's going to try and lay on the right long rail. Yeah, he's hit it
Well
perfect.
done. Break and run count for the day. SVB is looking for his 3rd break and run of the day, while Federer has 13.
Wow. It's a great stat. Oh, there's your score line right there. Yeah, should be okay.
SVB starting to gear up here.
Well, if he were to even that break and run count out a little bit, things will be different.
Tell you what.
Yeah, a little short of the mark. He'll be fine.
Does he go ahead and come over here?
Yeah, it's preference. I don't know if he can hold. Yeah, everything's going in clean again, though, and that's typically, for any player, how you gauge their play. Yeah, and I know the Gorst camp, not 100% comfortable when this man gets going.
SVB to break. Big smack, 3 ball goes down, gets a kiss. Is the 1 ball going to stand up for him? Got to look at it.
Yeah, there's some issues here, Jason.
Yeah, I'll get into the 2 balls, one of them.
7's a big ball. Drift back and forth above the 7 and get over here to the right long rail just above the 1. Even, I think the center diamond on the right long rail might work. That's what he's looking at. How high can he get over there on that right long rail? He's just got to avoid the brown. Touchy. That's going to work, I believe. Got it a little thick as well. He's going to be okay. 6, a little awkward. Nothing major, though. Does play in the middle. Full body movement there. Spears. Perfect. And it really looks like he's actually found that gear. Yeah, it really looks like he's found that gear.
That he has.
Thanks to my buddy. I was muted. I think Jason just keeps muting me. Now, Bernal Dartez with Deadwood Custom Cues messaged me. He's got, or looked at me. He's got the headset in. He's listening to our commentary. He said, "We can't hear you." Well,
Here we go. SVB off to the races. Gonna get it within 6.
yeah, he's really starting to let it loose. Wants to get comfortable.
5 in a row here, Freezer.
5 for the show.
And I don't even know how he got handed the table. Was it an error? Can't remember. It's been so long.
Yeah, is this, how many breaking runs is this? 2. So Federer's at the table 3 games ago.
94 to 100 is our score. I
Yeah,
think it's his 3rd breaking run.
Yeah, I think that's his 3rd breaking run.
He's working on a 4-pack here. See if he can get it done.
Things starting to tighten up again. I'd like to know how many times the score's been tied over the last 3 days. That'd be a
lot.
good stat.
A lot. The beginning of day 2, it was almost every 2 racks.
I wonder if Steven, this is a 4-pack. How many times, could you find out how many times this match has been tied since day 1? Is there a way to find that out? He's going to get that for us. Cue ball actually looks a little more towards the center. Probably not.
Big power.
Oh,
5 down,
gosh.
4 down. Cue ball getting kicked. Is the one going to go? Is he going to get a look at the deuce?
And even something just as that is really disheartening when you hit him that good. He's expecting a good look, but you can't be disappointed. It's not going to last forever. Just play on.
Does he have safety in mind here? Does he try to take the cue ball under the 8?
Yeah, it's not a bad call, Jay. I think he could chip the top side of the 2 and just try to get down here behind the 8, 310. Is he going to find the gap?
He sure is.
Yeah, and that's kind of one where you don't exactly think about where both balls are going, but if you really intend on getting the cue ball behind the 3 and 10, you're probably going to have a better intention there. Oftentimes, more than not, you'll find the gap.
Does Federer go offensive here?
I think so. He likes this outside ball.
And it does carry potential two-way here.
Yeah, I think he's got to hit it easy, though. That's the only concern.
Yeah, but the 7 and 9, he's going to play for the window between the 6-9. Could potentially miss and get fortunate with a snooker.
Just after sitting in his chair as long as he has, it's a real tough shot to roll.
I mean,
with that spin. You might even want to just go ahead and go on out and hit it. And you know you're coming down here somewhere for the 3, but at least ensure the make or give yourself a better chance, right? You understand?
You know, the other thing is potentially finding some type of safe here. You don't have to stay offensive.
Well, he's supposed to make this ball, though. I think that's where he's got to go, you know.
I don't disagree.
You've got to change things up a little bit. You don't want to let Shane back to the table.
Got to grab the table back from SVB and stop that freight train. Puts it down.
And that's what I was saying, right? I don't know what bad can happen. You know you're coming down here.
Shot.
Yeah, well, you know you're coming down here towards the 3. Go ahead and hit it a little, right? Ensure the make versus roll it, which he was entertaining at the beginning.
It's pretty nice there to avoid all the traffic going right into the 3 ball after contacting 3 rails. Still not out of the woods. He's got to get from the 6 to the 7 here, Scott. It's like
yeah, I think he can come below the 9 or to the left of the 9 with a lot of spin if he's straight to that first rail, like so.
Yeah, nice shot there. Letting the spin grab and rip the cue ball under the 9. 4 balls away from getting off that 100 mark, which he's been stuck on for 5 games. He's going to follow this ball 2 rails out to the middle.
Yeah, we touched on the fact that Shane's going to need to win 2 games to 1, so it's a start for him. He's got a lot of work left to do. Because I don't think Federer's going anywhere today. Timing just seems so much better. His attitude seems so much better.
Does he play for the side or the corner here, Scott?
It's probably preference, right? Looks like he's going maybe to the side, but I think it's preference.
He's got a really big zone if he plays for the side. Nice speed there.
Yeah, perfect.
Perfect speed to just float down for the 10 in the win.
Yeah, really good touch there. Handled this rack nicely. Started off with a great shot on the 2.
Taking a second look here. Not leaving anything to chance.
Yeah, he missed a 10 ball similar real early in day 1.
101.
Who are the top 6 players? Match has been tied. Thank you, Stephen Wyatt. Match has been tied 16 times. To me, it seems like more than that, but maybe it's just because you and I are. Yeah, that's the pool stat guy. Thank you guys so much for the information. Yeah, that's another great site on Facebook. Pool stat guy. Who are your top 6 players
My top
to
6
win the
players?
U.S. Open this year?
Well, I think it has to include these 2.
Okay.
Obviously, Joshua Filler, Kachi.
Yeah, and then in my opinion, you have to. It's just crazy. And before I started really working for Matchroom, I didn't think this was a fact, but I heard it a lot. The Coe brothers.
The Coe brothers.
I mean, it's almost impossible to keep them out of any top order.
Yeah, I mean,
It's crazy.
personally, I I think that Baby Co handles the pressure much better.
He has, since he won the U.S. Open last year, he definitely has come on.
I think he always has.
You know, that was really debatable before then. Cue ball. Thank you very much, Ken Thyman, KT Customs. Thanks for coming out. Thanks for the sponsorships.
Thin cut
Have
there.
a safe trip home, bud.
Got a big bounce, though. It's going to produce an awkward bridge here. But, yeah, so these two, Kachi, Filler,
Baby Co.
Baby Co, and FSR would be the 6 that I would choose.
FSR.
I know he struggled with the transition to the new cue. At least I think that's been the issue.
Yeah, one player I think that we're going to see come on really strong is Zielinski sooner or later.
Yeah, you know, the thing is, and I've
I know he's got a mind issue. I know him well.
Yeah, I mean, I've said it multiple times on the podcast with Federer. I mean, for me.
But he'll get through it. One good win, I think, and he can get through that, or a little more growing up, right?
Well, I mean, it's going to take a big win, but
Yeah.
more than that, it's going to take an effort on his part to clean up the mental side of the game. Unbelievable talent. Is talented, if not more talented than any human being on the earth, is Victor Zielinski.
Yeah, I'd say he and Filler are close.
Yeah, you got to put those two up as far as just natural ability and talent as being 1 and 2 in no specific order. I mean, Victor.
I just look for him to break through. I really think it'll happen. Not necessarily this event, but yeah. And I've heard you and Federer talk about it on the podcast a lot too.
Well, the other thing for me that makes me not love Victor in that event, one, he can be a bit careless and just rely on shot-making ability. But the big thing for me outside of the mental aspect is his ability to break the balls. I don't think he possesses the ability to adjust and adapt like a lot of the guys.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I would not put him in the top 6.
I think that there's a dark horse. He's one of them.
Yeah, I don't
But
disagree.
there's so many, the Filipinos as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, you could throw in Carlo Beato. Chua's playing unbelievable right now.
Yes, he is.
And, I mean, you can't take anything away from Mickey Krause's win with the break that he had. I mean, he's soft breaking a little bit. I don't want to say soft breaking. I'm not taking anything away from him, but he's producing great results with less power, which is going to lead to more consistency.
Sure.
So, and his confidence is high. He would be the dark horse pick, I think.
Really?
I mean, the break is just so much in the format.
Yeah, I get it.
But at that field,
a lot of distance here. He
a little surprised that he left this for himself.
Settled for it. Must have felt good over it.
Cleaned it up.
Yeah, and sending another message right back to the South Dakota kid saying, you're going to have to do more than that.
Tell you who I'd really like to see get a big win under their belt right before the Moscone Cup is my good buddy Sky Woodward.
Me too.
I'd love to see it.
I think
breaks
we
the
all
balls.
would.
He breaks the balls as well as anybody. Playing 9-ball, honestly, all formats, I think he may be the best breaker in the world.
Yeah, I mean, Sky and I talk quite a bit too. I don't publicize who I'm talking to, but I agree, and I think he's one of those guys, and I know you're going to agree, he's one of those guys that we've got to be a little bit surprised hasn't won a bigger event.
Yeah.
Right? I keep feeling like he's really there to break through, but now he's got 2 babies. He is a family man. Such an easygoing, fun-loving guy, but when he wants to win, he seems to want it. I mean, he seems to do it.
Just got word that no Kachi at the U.S. Open. That's surprising to me.
What does that have to do with, I wonder?
I don't know.
I wonder if that's got something to do with the outside governing bodies.
Always makes you wonder in today's age.
But I thought I saw a post that he was standing together. Well, he crossed the
2 ball
face,
down,
but he made
6
them
ball
both.
down. Got a nice bump there. Is he going to have a shot?
Yeah, I don't know if it was a good bump.
Yeah, it wasn't.
No Kachi. Interesting. I wanted to see him at the U.S. Open this year.
What do you do here, Scott? Do you just chip this?
You
This
mean
is
over
tough.
like towards the 3 and come back down 2 rails behind the 7 and 10?
Or just play the 1 under the 3 and bring the cue ball back up and utilize the 4-3, maybe going side to side here.
The 4-3.
Yeah, taking the 1 ball under the 3 and bringing the cue ball back over.
Oh, behind the 5.
Similar to where he is now. Is that the 5? I'm
yeah.
sorry.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
So maybe a side to side safety here.
Yeah, I think it's just a little touchy that way. These guys like that distance.
Not arguing that.
So he's going to
the
play.
Side.
Yeah, so he's going to use the 5. Don't show him and not. I mean, what are you doing? Jill Watson.
Did he get there? Nice speed.
Jill Watson, how you doing? Shout out to Jill Watson. Glad you're tuning in. Thank you for the support.
Such a pleasure.
Nice hit there.
Freezer Frost. Hey, I tell you what, man. It is tough to sit in the booth for 10, 12 hours.
Yeah, it's
I don't
not
think
easy.
I would. If they asked me the one person in the world that I would do it with, it would be without a doubt you.
My man.
My
Thank
man.
you, Jay. You too, buddy. You're great at it.
The long race commentary is not easy, folks. I promise you that. And Scott handles that and the race to 5 well. Taking a big jump up. Yeah, no, I love it.
Yeah, you're not going to please everybody. You know, I see a lot of talk against a lot of the commentators, and one thing I learned right away at the higher level from some of the people in Matchroom, which really helped me, is to disregard it. If you don't like it, put your earplugs in. It is a fact. But there's certain people you're going to like. There's certain people I like in commentary, and there's certain people I don't like.
Nice shot there.
That's just normal.
Yeah, absolutely. You can't please everybody.
No, and you're going to have people you like and people you don't. I get it. You're all entitled to who you like and who you don't. I appreciate the compliment from Jill. It was pretty cool.
The beautiful thing is you have the mute button available.
No doubt.
Annoying.
Yeah. That shot that Federer just shot on the 1 that you just commented on, he came with that shot yesterday at a longer distance that really got him going.
I think he's on the right angle here to creep up close to the 7. Just a low right drag here.
Yeah, what touch he had there, too, with that speed. Something I've noticed is cue ball's been off the rails a lot more today, or at least towards this second half.
Really sniffing the finish line is Federer Gorst.
Yeah, it just seems like he's
himself.
Yeah, he's gotten rid of all the demons that he's battled with in day 1 and 2.
Slightly elevated here. How does he handle it? Just chooses to take distance. Didn't try to go up and down and work closer to the 9. Just accepted a little bit more distance, which I like.
Yeah,
it's one of the things that I talked to him about after day 1.
Exactly. We talked about that in day 1. He tried to get closer, and it got him in trouble. He's a great shot maker.
Yeah.
Just take the distance.
You don't need to be perfect all the time. 9 ball finds the center of the pocket. 10 ball away from getting to 103. Boom.
Yeah.
103 to 94 is the score.
That much closer.
Stretching his lead back out to 9. Does SVB have one more run in him, Scott? He better do it quickly. But yeah, it is such a different style and what you have to do in a long race in the commentary booth. Sometimes we can get a little.
Yeah, I think we've stayed on track quite well.
Yeah, a little nutty. You can get a little nutty. We got to have a little fun while we're sitting here,
13,
right?
14 hours the first night straight.
Right. And a lot of coffee.
13 hours last night.
Sore ass. I got a
Yeah,
sore
I mean,
ass right now.
You've had no problem.
Here we go. Federgorst, real flat there, but the 5 got down. Is he going to get a shot here? What's the deuce going to do? Oh, bumped the 1 perfectly. Really no problems here either, Scott.
No,
1,
the
2,
1, 2,
3,
3 are
right
grouped
by
up.
themselves. The 4 leads to the 6.
Yeah,
Maybe the 6 to the 7 might be the toughest thing.
no real issues. It's in his hands, that's for sure.
You know what I'm really interested in, Scott, and we kind of talked and touched on it a little bit yesterday. I think it's a good discussion. What's next?
Yeah, it's a good question.
Oh, he doesn't want to get on the rail. It's all right.
Yeah, I think everybody's just kind of got to regroup for a minute, but I know you being in Federer's corner and wanting to keep the ball rolling. You want to discuss that, and I get it. I think Kachi, as you discussed or mentioned, I'm a huge Kachi fan. I know you are as well.
Yeah, and he's got just a slight angle here, Scott. Doesn't want to flirt with the 8. Does he pull this back a little bit more?
Well, he does have, like you said, a little bit of room. He's got options, but he's got to probably, he could come all the way back, but I doubt he'll do that. Might come all the way back. Depends on how he feels.
I don't hate coming all the way back here.
Yeah, it just depends on how he feels. It looks like he's gearing up to come all the way back.
I don't hate it. Yeah, and he did. The reason why I like that is it took the 8 out of play. If he tried to cheat the pocket a little bit and just punch out.
Yeah, I don't feel like the 8 was really ever in play, but still, I get what you're saying. He could have come short and got real awkward. Just come all the way out. But now,
I'd be really surprised if he goes to the side here, though. Why not just go to the corner? It leads him right to the.
yeah, exactly.
But he's got a travel cue ball.
It's going to be fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the difference in styles, though. There's really no right or wrong way, especially at this level, for these guys to play it. Look where he aims on this cue ball. His final motion is down low. His follow through 6 to 8 inches when he's using power.
Very nice there.
It's fascinating to me.
Federgorst looking to stretch it back to double digits to get himself 16 racks away from the crown and the cash.
Is there an actual crown?
We need to get the crown. Maybe we can get one made. What was it, Roy, that used to have the
Yeah,
belt?
the belt.
I've got that belt.
I had a chance at the belt.
Oh, I remember.
Yeah, you were there.
I believe I got that belt when I staked Dennis against Tony.
After Dennis beat me. Yes.
Well, no, but after Dennis lost to Tony, Dennis went out to California and played
lost.
Tony and lost. And then me and my
I remember it.
brother jumped on
Yeah.
Dennis after he lost.
I remember I chased Dennis for 8 years. And in 2017, I announced my retirement and building freezers. And 3 months later, he calls me out online. I call you and I said, I don't know. He said, you said you can outrun it. I'll never forget.
Yeah.
That was the worst loss. I literally was in.
That retired you.
Yeah, it killed me.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, you beat him to the shot. You just couldn't run the balls, and he didn't miss a bank.
What do you mean? He played perfect.
The way he banked the balls was the best performance I've ever seen.
It was unbelievable. I mean,
really
he played
was.
so good. He played so good.
Yeah, he really did. Dennis did that for 8 years. It was unbelievable.
Yeah.
Just never missing a ball.
He outran spots that I've never seen anybody outrun to.
You know, if you're ever going to put a player in a bad spot,
Oh, he's going to get a good rub here, Jay.
I hope they can outrun it. Dennis is your man.
Look at this, the table leaking.
Got a thin cut here, though, Scott.
Can he miss the 7, or does he want to kill it to the inside of the 7?
I don't know. I think he's going to do a slow spin here with some outside. He likes that shot.
Yeah, he's just got to be able to miss the 7. It's so thin.
If not, I think he's okay. I think he can beat
Wonder
the
if we
7.
can get the overhead.
Can we get the overhead, Steven? He's looking at.
Yeah, it's close. If he catches a piece of the 7, he could end up behind the 9. He could end up behind the 8. I think he's got no choice, though.
Yeah, I think you're right. He's going to go with
And
some
he's
outside.
stretched. Yeah, he's stretched out as well.
Even if he goes with an inside ball here, he's colliding with the 7. So I think he's going to have to use some low left.
I think he can miss the 7 if you chop it real thin with the inside.
50% of Federer's racks today have been breaking runs. It's a pretty good stat. Wow.
Oh, yeah, so still a nice shot to get the 1 down. Maybe playing to contact the 8 heavy there. Not
Yeah.
sure at that speed, right?
If he would have hit the 8 heavy,
Yeah.
it would have been perfect, but he missed it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to try to take the cue ball 2 rails under the 7 here, chopping the deuce underneath the 310.
That's exactly right. Tip of right English here. Probably about a quarter of the 2.
See where he's pointing down there? That's where he wants the cue ball.
Really, your focus is probably a little bit more on the 2 here than it is the cue ball. You want to get the 2 for certain below the 3 and 10.
We need to get back to the other view to see where the cue ball's going.
Well, he's taking care of the cue ball, and it's a great shot at that. Just cut Shane off from the left side, too.
Excellent control there. Keeping the heat on SVB.
Like to come behind this ball. He might get a little lucky here.
And he did.
Pays
Nice
to hit him, they say, Jason. It does pay to hit him.
It's a nice shot there from SVB, deserving of a reward.
Pretty fortunate.
Pretty fortunate, but a hell of a hit.
Absolutely.
So needed something like that to
Stop the bleeding.
stop the bleeding and potentially get an opportunity to run the balls here and punch back of his own. He's looking at the 2 rail. 2 rail shot here. He's called the middle pocket. I really like the cue ball to get back down underneath the 3 here. Freezer.
Yeah, he wants it to lengthen out there off the 2nd rail. It's not going to get
Sell
it, I
the
don't
farm.
think.
Yeah, he hit that ball full, and he really wanted to come off the top of it, didn't he?
Exactly. Does the 8 have a pocket past the 9? I believe so.
If
This-
not,
this
he can play
screen-
short side off the 7.
That's right. The 7 is up there, available for the short side.
He's got the proper angle to work up toward the 7 here.
It's probably a better idea to stay short side
Doesn't want to get on the rail, though,
or straight.
and I think he did both.
And he seems to be awfully quick right now. We touched on it day 1. Even these players, they're definitely not giving up, but something happens to a point where you kind of get, I don't know, what were we talking about? A little careless at
Listen,
times.
I don't think it's.
It's not a quit. It's definitely not a quit.
It's a
but
checkout. Like
yes, that's what I said. Yeah, I think you're checking out a little bit. That's a good way to put it, right?
yeah,
They're not quitting.
It's not quitting. He just kind of checked out. And
I don't see any elite players quitting.
No.
But from the outside, it could look like that. Shane definitely not going to quit, ever. I've never seen it, but we can all take a beating and kind of exude that I don't care energy anymore. I still feel like he's in this match.
Absolutely. I'll guarantee you Federer does as well.
Absolutely.
104 to 95 is our score. SVB trailing by 9 racks, but he does have the serve. Can he put something together here?
No.
Give a shout out to Scott's sponsors.
Go for it.
KT
Here.
Custom Cues.
Yeah, let's see if you can
Ken
do it without
Diamond,
the notes.
Great guy. Cue Ball. Omega Billiards. Omega Mike. Acme case. I've had one for 6 years.
7.
Airline
7.
screwed it up.
7.
Got another one. I've had it for 3. I've beat it up. And it's
Omega.
still like brand
Omega.
new.
Billiards.com.
Aramis Simonis. Founded in 1430 BC.
1680.
1680. My man.
Don't stop.
1680. Best cloth. Best
Let's
cue
get
balls
let's
in the
get
business.
to Aaron's Storm.
Aaron's Storm Shelters. Go out there and get you a franchise. Give him a like on Facebook. Deadwood Custom Cues. I've seen one. Great custom cues at an affordable price. Railbirds TV. Go out there and check out Federer versus Paguline, where I'm doing commentary, baby. Doing big things at the Derby City Classic.
You are working at the Derby City Classic, aren't you?
I am working at the Derby City Classic.
You
this
are
year.
doing big things.
Big things. Let's do it, Freezer. I'm your competition in the next race to 120. We're going to be
You and
going
I
after
gonna
the
play?
same sponsors, man. We're going after the same dudes, me and Deadwood. Definitely getting the storm shelter guy, Aaron.
Uh-oh. That needs to settle.
And it
Alright,
did.
Stop.
He's okay. Nice touch there.
The storm shelter guy. Boy, you're a real beauty.
Is that what it is, right?
The storm shelter guy?
Aaron. That's who it is.
Yeah, his name is Aaron.
Aaron. Go get him
Aaron
a
Scotty
like.
Glenn.
Aaron Scotty Glenn. Did he come up short here?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
You can go to the left middle. No issue there. Just got to twist it real good.
Just thin, right?
Yeah, he's going to have to dig with a low right ball. He got down on it real quick. Oh, he's avoided the 5.
What a shot that was. That was so difficult, Scott.
Yeah, it was thinner than it looked even.
Yeah, very nice.
Well, the people in Hanoi, big fans of your man, Mr. Federgorst.
Just fans of pool. It's unbelievable.
They've got to be loving it, right?
Yeah.
10:13 in the morning over there. Shout out to all the guys in Vietnam, the big fans of the Ghost. Bet a lot of them stayed up all night to sweat the action, or all morning.
SVB. Not
Back.
giving up.
Climbing
Trails.
back slowly.
Trails by 8. Random rack generator at
Yeah,
the top of your
you're
screen.
good at that, hitting that button, Jay.
I know how to flick that button. All joking aside, for me, the absolute most important thing on a pool stream is the score. There's nothing that tilts me more than when I'm watching a pool stream and the score is not
It
accurate.
gets slacked or lacked, absolutely.
It's
Yeah.
so obnoxious.
Yeah.
Especially if you're watching one pocket, because the ball
Yeah.
count and all that stuff. And I cannot tell you how many streams over the years I've watched where they don't have the accurate score, and I just turn it off
Well,
because I can't really pay attention. I can't figure out the strategy.
I
can't
agree.
Play it through my brain.
the ball count really does matter, and in rotation pool, the score matters.
Yeah, I mean,
Just
so
keep it right. It's simple.
big
right?
power there. Look at the 9 ball going. cue ball squatting.
This is his
2 balls going down.
patented 10-ball break. The cue ball stuns way back past the side pockets.
He's going to have a look at a bank here. I think he's going to take it on, Scott.
This happens a lot, though. That one will finish up there when he uses that power versus more towards the top right. He's just a little frustrated. Understandably so. I think that's why we saw so much power right there on that break.
Yeah, he likes to let some of his frustration out on the balls. Usually pays off for him.
Yeah, he hits them so square.
It's unbelievable, really, how much power he generates.
Oh, nice hit. Not the best rub. He's going to be able to go to the top right. Kind of a blind ball here. Really just cinched this ball.
He's been very accurate with this hit right here over the last 3 days.
Yeah, he smooths it very well. The speed at which he hits it.
He
Oh,
went
it plays to the top left. We were fooled. Or at least I was fooled.
Yeah, it didn't look like it passed the 4 to me. Nonetheless, SVB 4 balls away to cutting it to 7. Shot there. Quick rack. Doesn't want to get straight. He's okay.
No, he didn't want to get straight. Even a little flatter than he expected, but he should be fine.
He looked a little funny after he delivered the cue.
Yeah, he stayed down a bit longer than he typically does. Feder kind of likes to freeze for a split second after the follow through. Shane, not so often.
'97.
Such a talented player, Shane Van Boning. My goodness, his stroke, man.
Yeah, really doesn't play like anybody else, right?
No, he doesn't.
The way that he delivers the cue. And I remember whenever Johan was coaching Team USA and he had them doing the drills at Big Dogs, I was up there. And, you know, he's looking for the sweet stroke and trying to teach the fundamentals basically to create a player like Feder. And watching SVB do them.
Yeah, they're completely different.
Yeah, like he just plays position play different than anybody.
Yeah.
Has unbelievable power in a different way. And almost the analogy that I use, he's like the Vladimir Guerrero of baseball.
Look at this. What a kick he just got on the
watch
cue
out
ball.
the cue ball. Is he going to get a look at the one?
He is, but he got a real brutal kick there from the center.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to try to replicate the swing of SVB.
No, many have tried. It really hasn't happened. You don't see too many players that have his or anybody that really has his swing. It just hasn't happened.
You've seen a lot of players be able to at least look like Federgorst over the ball. Like
absolutely. I think that's credit to Johan, and I think it's more of an analytical style, more of a robotic style, more of a sound fundamental. I really do. I think he's got the best fundamentals in the game, and I think that that's one of the reasons he's going to be so great for pool, is people can at least try to imitate it. I don't know that they'll ever duplicate it, but they can. And I think that that gives you a great foundation to build on your game, right?
Oh, absolutely.
What better guy to imitate than Federgorst on and off the table? The pure class act.
SVB
Does the 3 play in the lower left? That really dictates what he does here on the 1.
a lot of power
my
into this
goodness.
shot. Contacts the 5. Did not want to do that.
Yeah, but I think he can actually play this ball in the lower right now. And punch down 1-2, the left long rail, bottom rail, and under the pink. Watch this shot. He really gets up for this. Pretty strong.
Really strong. Out of 201 breaks, Scott, there's only been 6 scratches on the break.
Wow, that's saying something.
3 for each player.
Yeah, that's a great stat. That's saying something, especially with Shane, right? Because he hits the balls a lot harder. So
Yeah.
that's fascinating.
You would expect him to scratch more often with all the power that he generates.
Yeah, over 201 games.
But
That's insane.
It just shows you how square he hits the ball, right? Because if you hit it with
It
that
does.
power and pop, it's easy to just put it right in the side pocket.
That's why he destroys anybody with the wood rack. And it's a fact. A savant of the game, Shane Van Boning.
Two away from reaching triple digits. Is SVB?
He's continued to put himself in a position to really tighten this up, and a couple funny things will happen, but those are just your natural momentum swings of matches like these. He's definitely not going anywhere. Football season is upon us. Who's your team, Jason?
Well, I'll be honest with you. I probably root most for the Bengals now. I used to be a huge Colts fan, and then when Peyton Manning left, it's tough for me to root for him. Wow.
Yeah, he's crossed the face a little.
Watch
He's going
out,
to get
cue
the
ball.
kiss.
He's going to get wedged in between it.
Yeah, when he crosses the face of that, though, he tends to get that kiss on the cue ball. And he just slightly crossed the face of the one. And what I mean by that is where the cue ball just goes a bit to our right instead of that real flush hit.
Here's another good stat there, Scott. Each time that the player is fouled on the break, the opponent has won that rack. Which you would expect, but
Yeah.
not 100% of the time, right?
Sure. Well, it just tells us that the spreads are typically pretty good.
Fortunate to not scratch there with that nasty kick that he received.
What's he going to do here? Is he shooting this down towards the 3? Or is he going to the side here? Wow. Yeah, the crowd liked it. From where he was, not easy there. That was extremely steep. Now he could jail him behind the 3 and 6. Yeah, that's what he's going to do. Going to be hard to jump onto the 2, but he might be able to jump to the left long rail.
But did he push the 3 in a way that's not playable? That's the question.
No, and that's actually a very good point, Jason. The 3 could be in a funny spot. Might have to play the 2 in the side if he gains ball in hand. Come down some way into the 6. I don't know. Feder. That's what I was wondering. Can he jump?
Like he almost has to. He's calling the 3.
So maybe he can catch a piece of the bottom of it, the 2, or is he going to the long rail on the left? Gonna find out here in a minute.
I think he's going to try to jump into the bottom of the 2 and bring the cue ball back toward the 6.
The overhead just looks like he has so little room. This is going to be fun to watch.
Maybe. It's very difficult. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't fault him, though, as good as he jumps. I don't know that he really had a good line to kick at the 2, any 2-rail line or anything any better. Now, to your point, the 3. a little tricky, right?
Yeah, and the 10 poses some problems as well.
So he is going to try and play the 2 in the side, and I wonder if he just draws down to the bottom rail and tries to run into the 6.
I like that. Just flick the 6 up to the long rail.
Or is that asking too much?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Is he going to try to 3 fouling? I don't think so. I think he's going for the run out.
You just, oh, he's probably coming into the right long rail and
Yeah.
coming into the back of the 6.
Yeah, I like that. I missed
Yeah.
the ball.
It's easy to take your focus off the object ball because you're looking at where you're going into the back of the 6 there. Splitting your focus makes the shot that much more difficult.
Tell you what, it's a good thing. Plays with carbon fiber. Likes to beat the table up with the shaft. What do you see here, Scott? Does he try to chop this in the left side?
Oof.
Not easy.
No, I don't know about it.
But what else does he have?
Well, can he stick on the 7?
The other thing is if he overcuts this, well, it's hard to overcut it from here. So if he overcut it, he could get a rub on the 4 and still make the ball.
Wonder if that's what he's weighing out. But boy, on the main screen, the overhead, it looks a little more doable than the
No, I think he's
the
going to
main screen.
he's
I
gonna
would
put him
stick
on
him
the
to the
7.
7 here.
Put him on the 7 and put the 2 under the 10.
But I
That's what he
think
was looking at.
his biggest fear is crashing into the 5. He's got to avoid the 5 with the 2. I think it lays pretty good. But he's looking to go forward, so maybe he's trying to get behind the 5.
Got to be really careful, though.
No, this is well controlled. Very well controlled.
Doesn't want it to bounce, though.
Yeah, still very well controlled. No jump available, I don't believe.
Got the double jumper available. Federer actually tried that shot yesterday, I believe.
I think it was day 1.
Was it day 1? That
I'm
was
not
silly.
sure. Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, it was a little silly, but he really didn't have anything else. He almost executed it. You got a little excited.
Well, it was just the moment that
You went a
could
little
have created a
"Ooh."
viral moment. Right?
Viral moment for his YouTube page.
Yeah, IG. Scott _Frost _ official. Whatever
What are
your
you talking about,
whatever
dude?
your old school IG handle is.
Yeah, he needs some rest.
I don't need any rest.
Get him some chocolate.
All right, SVB. What's he drawing up here, Freezer?
It's a good question. It's a tricky position, man. I mean, he'd like to be able to come 2 rails behind the 2
Yeah, and he's
from
calling
this
it
side.
This is a tricky little spot, though, to keep
You'd have
2
to,
rails. It's so easy to sell out.
he's going
What's
to
he
call
call?
a 6, so he's going to cross the face of the 2. He might even have to go to the top of the side pocket here.
Shows you how effective the safety play was there.
Yeah, it was real effective due to where the 4 is.
Yeah, so he's using his measuring stick. He goes after that a ton. He utilizes that very often.
Mm-hmm. And he is going to the... Boy, it seems like this ball might shorten up.
I think there's a lot of speed there.
Wow, look at this. He's going to finish good.
He's going to, wow.
Okay, what a hit. Made great contact. Yeah, that's, you see it all in Pool. And, I mean, he made great contact, but he was expecting to maybe catch the top side of the 2 and go towards the 6.
Yeah, you're never hitting a kick at that pace and sticking the ball like that.
Well,
The cue
he
ball didn't
just
even
did.
move. The cue ball didn't move.
Yeah,
That might happen 1 out of 1,000
right.
times.
He's trying
if
to
that.
cross the face. Yeah, absolutely.
Nonetheless, if you're Federer, you collect yourself and get to work.
Yeah, this is tricky. Is he looking to go over the 4, Jay?
Yeah. Not sure I'm in love with that.
The 2-rail kick isn't bad, is it? To the left long rail before the side pocket? Looks like he could control that pretty good, but he's so good with the jump cue, and he's been so good with it today. You can't argue with him.
Has he called the 2?
The 2 or the 3, one of them. Wonder if he's thinking about sending the cue well up there towards the 9.
Yeah, trying to utilize the 5 some type of way.
Right.
Still asking a lot at this range, Scott. Look how far the 4 is from him. Wow. Did he scratch?
Did he call the 3?
I think he must have called the 3.
Yeah, that's what I was
What if he would
wondering.
have called the 2 there?
You asked if he called the 2. That would have been amazing.
I mean, I think he's supposed to call the 2 there, right?
Probably a bigger pocket, yeah. Yeah, instead of going at the 3 outside of the corner a little bit. Right, Shane really quick down to that. That's going to be an error, I think.
Needs to get it on the rail.
Yeah, he's not thrilled with it because Federer's going to be able to kick behind this 3. The crowd likes it, but I think Federer can get behind it and hold. I'll tell you who's one of the best I've ever seen at that shot, FSR and Alcady.
Yeah, and
Those
it's a little
guys over
tougher.
there are
It's
so
a little
good.
tougher here just because he's
On the rail. Yeah, but they're great at it. Federer got a little grin. I think he's grinning a little bit about what you talked about. He could have called the 2 there.
He probably weighed his options and thought that he was going to come a little short with the pace that he hit
Right.
that ball. And
Yeah, I feel like you can still get behind the 3 pretty good here. Yeah, he's elevated, so he's going to go to the second rail. It's a lot tougher than it looks.
yeah,
Like you said, Jason, being on that top rail makes everything that much more difficult. Does not want to hit the 3 going in. Wants to contact it from the back here. A lot of good things can happen if he does. Reminiscent of the shot at the Mosconi Cup, right?
yeah, from Filler.
From Joshua Filler. One of the best shots I've ever seen under the circumstances. As far as a kick.
And it was a rack just like this. Oh, nice hit.
Well, he's tried to come behind that ball, so he's gotten away with this here. The hit was okay. Definitely trying to come behind it.
This rack feels a lot like rack number 11 that was really the turning point.
Game number 164.
Game number 164. Carl Baum's game. But
Sitting in the hot tub with the cigar.
It's just such a scrappy rack right here. Such a, I mean, obviously Federer played a very nice safety. Shane come with a nice kick, safe back.
Well, yeah, they've both come with a couple great shots, to your point.
And
it might not be over with.
Nowhere near.
Federer did try to contact the entire back half of that ball, though, so he was well short of the mark there. He'll take it.
Maybe even deserves it.
Can't say he doesn't. He's played really well today, very well. Like to get full contact here.
Yeah, nice shot, though.
Well,
You're not going to
not
get the
good
reward.
enough.
And this Federer keep his nerves together here and take care of business. What's the plan for the 5 ball, Freezer?
Yeah, it all depends on where he gets on the pink.
Does it pass in the top right
It does.
so he can get the proper angle to go short side of the 5 here from the 4?
Yeah, so he wanted to get a little more straight, which he did.
He's looking at just playing the combo.
It looks like on the overhead that he can just go forward.
Yeah, that's what I'm a little confused by. If the 5 passes the 10, why not just roll up there, right?
Yeah, it definitely passes the 10.
He just overlooked it, Scott.
Well, he's got a good line here. Nothing really wrong with it, right? The cue ball's going to the right. The 5's going to go towards the right. It's all about the speed. I think he's fine. Just get the 9 down. Position handles itself. Yeah, very well done.
You called it. It's a nice angle, and we can work up toward the 6. Really big rack.
Yeah, it seems like it.
Felt like a huge rack.
Seems like it. I don't know if he wants to try to do too much with the cue ball here. Guess he's got a little angle. Yeah, just get off the rail. Yeah, it might be coffee time, Jason.
Yeah. Excellent navigating there in the safety battle. $15 away. A little auto generate on the X-Pool random rack generator.
Shout out to my friends in Arizona, Metro Sports Bar and Grill, David Lee. Beautiful room out there. He recovers the tables, nice new diamond tables. He recovers them every couple months. I don't know too many rooms that recover the tables every couple months.
Look at
Oh
this.
my
We got a
goodness
dozen
gracious.
of donuts here. Krispy Kremes.
Michelle Griffin just brought in 612 dozen Krispy Kreme.
Just leave those over here.
I think they're all for you, Jay.
Should we just
Thank you so much.
move our tablet? Look at Stephen White.
He's
That's the first time he's got out of the chair the
Are you
whole
all
day.
right? You okay? Okay.
You want to smell it? Steven says he's on a diet. He can't eat it. We'll let him smell our Krispy Kreme.
Oh, my goodness. I can't believe this is happening. I needed something. Course to break. What are we doing here? Let's mute it. Yeah, what a stroke he put on that ball.
Big recovery there from Fettergorst. Overshooting his mark on the draw stroke. Gonna stretch it back to 8. This is the traditional way to rack the 10 ball. The 2 and the 3 on the corners. Fettergorst to break. $14 racks left to go. Nice hit. 9 ball down. He's going to get a look at the 1 and a nice one. That's that baby pop that we saw him have a ton of success with at the start of today. If he can find that again here late. It's trouble. Long reach here, puts an extension on his cue. Fetter travels with multiple size extensions. Carries a couple in his pockets while he plays. Puts them on and off, depending upon the reach and the stroke that he wants to produce. Very long and able to reach a ton. Doesn't want to hit the 2 here. Very nice. Secures an angle. Really like to pull the cue ball back right to where he's at now. A big window in between the 6-8, but really would like to fall on a line here on the 3 ball where he can go 3 rails around for the 4. Not really flirting with moving toward the 6-7 in any type of way, but I think he's got perfect here where he can just slide right back in between. Really just come right back to where he is. A little short. Would have liked to got a little more out of the cue ball, but he's okay. Fetter's tempo is really sped up here. Oftentimes you see that when the player does find the break. Wiped its feet, caught it a little thick, played it at a nice speed. claiming his 107th rack. Here we go.
And I'll tell him that.
Here we go. Federgorst the break.
Yeah, what a hit. He crossed the face of it, so he might get the kiss on the one or the cue ball, but all is clear.
Yeah, and I think we may see him play this one ball in the bottom left, dropping down for the two in the same pocket.
Yeah, it's a good call. He could go the other way, but I think that's probably the most natural play. The
Yeah.
8's a big ball to play to the lower right.
And I think it's a tougher pocket, right? Like, I think shooting the one ball in the bottom left, he's going to be more accurate.
Yeah, he's got a better look at it as well. It's all preference, how he feels. That's what he's looking at, Jay.
I think most players would prefer shooting in the bottom left. As far as just making the ball.
Absolutely.
And it
He's
carries
got a wide
position.
open pocket. I'm just stating he could play it to the lower right.
You know, wide open pocket and wide open position, Scott.
Yeah, is he going to roll this or stun over? He's probably stun a little.
Side pocket is there. He
Yeah,
went
that's what
all
I
the
was
way down.
wondering. That's why I thought that he might go the other way, but he had to. Because the stun was so easy to get away from him below the right middle, but he handled it perfectly.
Very close to his work here.
Well, that's what he's known for. That's what he was missing, in my opinion, most of day one. And he still kept it close, so I guess that tells us a lot about this game, right? We touched on that a lot in reality. It tells us about the level of play that Federgorst can get to. You know, he always kept it within 4. Yes, coming into today, he was within 7, but really not a major margin for what you and I had felt the performance was from Federer.
Definitely didn't see his A game. Saw moments of Federgorst, but definitely not large doses.
No, you know, call it. We're supposed to call it like it is. I'm not going to butter the show up.
But a
Felt
heavy dose of Federgorst today.
A
It's been
very
all
heavy.
Federgorst.
A very heavy. Yeah, and really no sign of slowing down today, even when things funny would go against him. Look at this in a tight area, the stun draw. He will not be hampered by the 8. It's not a problem. That is a sign of real confidence there. Stun draw into a tight area. Look at the way he's walking around the table. Sends a message to SVB.
I can hear cue ball on the other side of the pool room with that laugh. Nice shot there. Looking to stretch the lead back to 10.
Yeah, and really making a statement now. Shane knows he's played in these matches all too often. He knows that it's starting to slip away. They haven't cleaned the balls today, really, have they?
Once, I believe.
Okay. Across the face of it. Got that kiss that I was talking about when he times it incorrectly and does cross the face that one.
SVB. Got to put it together here.
Yeah, time really ticking. And he knows that Federer isn't going to waver today. Not going to be many gifts. He's got some work to come back down to the 9. He probably wants to end up on the left side of the table here. Looks like so. You can wrap around 2 rails tight to the 3rd rail here on the lower left side, somewhere in the middle. Yeah, really nice stroke. Really does come down to the break, and this match, both of these guys are exceptional in their own right after the break. I think it goes to show, you know, the new age accuracy and consistency versus power. I thought that that would be a really interesting dynamic throughout these 3 days. Completely different styles as far as the break shot. Federer not breaking soft, he's just popping them real good, and he's always played the 1 in the same spot.
To this point.
Sorry, we were muted. Both players have pocketed 1,065 balls apiece, identically at the moment. That's a crazy stat. Both players have pocketed 1,065 balls. Well, add 2 more to that for SVB. But that is pretty insane after this many games, how tight that race is. He's caught it thick. He's fortunate that went down. That's why the cue ball is going to stop. Caught it too fat. If he catches it any thinner, he's going to get out, but not a happy customer at the moment, Van Bonen. Yeah, he just knows if he catches that thin, he's going to get back out. Caught it real fat. Fortunate the 1 went. Needs to come with this.
What do you see here, Scott?
Yeah, it's a good question. He does have a gap between the 6 and 10. Can he jump, kick, stick to the right long rail? Yeah, and that's what he's looking at. I mean, he might be looking to make it, but I think he's playing the kick and stick, and if he hits it bad, the make is a bonus, so you might as well call it. But boy, the way he's lining this up, he's looking to literally make this ball rail first with the jump. Gosh, it's a tall ask.
Yeah, on the scratch under the 8s there.
You got to feel like he's going to try and kick and stick this. Wow, I'm surprised he went at that ball that way. How's it going to turn out?
Not good.
A lot of good things could have happened if he would have just gone deep into the 2, right?
Yeah,
Stuck it there.
I agree with you.
Maybe the score line or other factors at play there, which shouldn't be, I don't think, but they tend to play a role.
Well, you know, the other thing is they tend to get a gut initial reaction to what they see, and Federer is usually very committed to that. I'm not saying that he doesn't check out his options in tough situations, but, you know, when all else fails, your initial reaction to what you should do usually will hold true.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's easy to get tunnel vision.
Oof.
He was a flick away from getting a little funny there if he would have touched the 7 on the way out.
All the while, really nice stroke, though. Getting past it. I think if he would have rubbed the 7, it played in the lower right. Could have been funny, like you say. He is moving quick.
Yes, he is.
I don't want to really, I'm not bringing it up for anything else than to, I think it was about the same score line with Orcolo and SVB. Actually, I think SVB was like 112 to 98.
This is nowhere near over, Scott. Like nowhere near.
Right, but you know where I'm going,
Yeah.
right? It was what was it? I think it was 112 to 98, race to 120. Shane was leading. Orcolo mounted one of the best comebacks I've personally ever seen, and you could just feel that he was going to win the match. I believe he ended up beating Shane 120 to 118. I could be incorrect about that final score. It's been quite a while since they played, but the comeback was something to behold.
Expect a big hit here. A lot of power. Big power.
Yeah.
4-ball stands up, though. Is he going to get
Probably.
something down?
Probably too much power.
Nothing goes down.
Yeah, I mean, there are times where you can actually overhit him, even if you're Shane Van Boning.
Yeah, and a slam of the cue on the table and the ground shows you how big that rack was. Really needing to string a couple together there, Scott, like you said.
Well, like you said, Jason, probably a big break coming up, and I think might have. I mean, it is possible to overamp and the balls just don't cooperate. I'll look to chip this ball. Possibly to the top, or excuse me, lower left. I think it goes. Okay, he's playing a passive shot. I don't blame him. Pretty sure he's got him cut completely off. And he does. The 7, a really big problem for Shane, so he can't come behind on the left. He's calling the 1 in the left middle. 2 rails. Wants to catch the 1 full. Well, he has caught it full. And the 4 has leaked out. The combination is available, Jason.
Yeah, and I think we'll see him take this one on, Scott.
The only concern about it is, Jay, is if he doesn't catch the 8 full or catches the 1 rail first, it could end up on that top rail.
Yeah, I think you got to see him get through the ball pretty good here, right? But can he beat the 4?
Yeah, you're talking about going forward with the cue ball.
Yeah.
Yeah, he might be able to do it with an inside ball and get underneath past it.
Maybe even just flick the top side of the 4 with the white.
Yeah, if he chooses to hit it with speed, he could do that. It's a little tricky, I guess that's what we're trying to say.
I don't think you want to baby this ball.
No, that's my point, right? If you catch any of the 8 rail first, if you do baby it, you better catch it full. Yeah.
Yeah, and he flicked the top of it, like I said. See how he did it? Pretty unfortunate for both balls to fall there. But nonetheless, he's still at the table, and he has an offensive shot here.
Yeah, and I think he can get to the 2 pretty good.
Yeah. Does he shoot this with a low left and drag the cue ball, or is he too thin?
Might be able to just shoot it with a center extreme left.
He's going a high ball. He's going up and down, huh?
Inside the 7.
Shooting the gap between the 7-5. Up and down. Needs it to go. Nice control there.
Yeah, that ball really took a nice bounce.
Going to be forced to go 3 rails in between the 5-7 here, Scott.
Yeah, it looks like the path. Just want to catch the 3 going in. Don't want to accidentally catch the rail first. It'll track completely different. These guys are great at understanding that.
Almost missed it.
Yeah, he caught it wide. Ended up really perfect or ideal.
Just got word there are 1.2 million people in Vietnam watching this match on TikTok. Somebody's
somebody's
pirating the stream.
bootlegged it.
Yeah.
Well, shout out to Hanoi and everybody in Vietnam, Fetter's fan base out there, the fan base of pool in general. We hope you guys are enjoying it. But it would be nice if you would have went ahead and pooled your money together and bought the stream.
They did. 1.2 million of them put up I don't even know how many pennies that is to get to $40, but 0.1 pennies each.
Well, they went to TikTok, you said, though, right?
I'm just saying they're all sharing one stream.
Is it on TikTok?
No.
Oh.
So somebody
understand
purchased it. One guy purchased it and sharing it to TikTok, and 1.2 million are watching it for free.
Well, that's pretty wild. It's a slightly large number. And I have been shouting out Hanoi and Vietnam. I love the pool community out there. I think it's awesome what they've done out there for pool is fabulous.
Oh, wants it to stop, Scott.
Yeah, he's going to be just
perfect.
fine.
Came in a little hot, though. It looked like it was super bouncy off that short rail.
$11:06 in the morning over there in Vietnam.
$109.
Gorst in 6th gear. To me, it still feels like a close match.
It is a close match. I mean, we've seen multiple times in this match where players, obviously not break and run 9 racks, but have strung together
3s and 4s.
3s and 4s, but won 9 consecutive racks. Federer did it today. Shane did it on
Shane
day
did
one.
it on day one.
And I think Feder had a big run on day 2. That was followed by SVB with an even bigger one.
Yeah, and I touched on this as well. I think that, over time, Federer's break is going to show up a little bit more because he's not unloading on it like Shane. Boy, unloading, putting the power that Shane does into that break over 3 days can become taxing. Oh, and a little flick, the one going to rest up on the top rail. He's not going to be in love with it. Can he come over behind the 2, Jason?
Yeah, and it's always a little touchy here just because the one's so close to the rail, Scott.
Yeah, you don't want to catch a double kiss.
It's not the easiest to get under the 2.
He's looking at that line now. See what he's got in mind. Very rarely will you see the guys push out when they've got an open look at the object ball. Taking the extension off. Yeah, it looks like pretty good touch. As good as it gets.
Yeah, that was not easy.
Yeah, it felt like with an extreme left ball, though it laid pretty nice to get the 1 high. As long as you didn't double kiss it.
Shane going to be looking for separation here. I think we'll see him go to the top side.
I don't know what he did there. I think that was translation for 6 ball in the top left, just in case.
Cue ball under the 10.
Well, he's done great with this
is
as well.
perfect. What a shot this is. And notice it laid on the, froze on the rail. Excellent hit there from SVB.
Still an incredible level of play. 209 games already played. It's pretty fascinating. Credit to both of these guys. It's unfortunate that there'll be a loser. We say that in a lot of these matches.
Does he try to contact the 6 here? He's going for the top left with the 1. The cue ball is going to be going hot.
Well, if he makes it, he can't contact the 6, I don't believe.
Oh, wow.
What's going to happen now?
Scratching. That's what's happening.
Well, he did contact the 6, just not how he intended.
Big opportunity here for SVB. Clean these up, cut it to 8, put together a few racks. Really needs to punch back with a 4 or 5 here, Scott. Doesn't have to be 4 or 5 breaking runs, just 4 or 5 in a row. Give himself an opportunity.
And this is a perfect line. Come back where he's at now. Very clean hit. 7 to the 8 is the job at hand. Might see him shoot the 8 in the top left, especially if he plays the 7 in the lower right, but he might amp up and come all the way over. That's what he did. Doesn't want to get flat here. And he's going to end up close to the rail here. Does he do what you talk about, Jason, and use the side pocket? I don't think so. He's just trying to punch out. Pretty well handled. Quick shout out to my guys. Probably one of the last ones I'll be able to do. OmegaBilliards.com. Check them out. Aramith and Simonis. We all know them. KT Customs. Tri-State Qs.com. Aaron's Storm Shelters. Check them out on Facebook. Deadwood Custom Qs out of Texas. Railbirds TV on YouTube. Thank you guys for having me here. It's now or never for the man at the table. At least you get that feeling.
210 racks. 230.
Yeah, he's got some work to do here.
Yeah, can he get below the 7 here, on top of the 3, touch 2 cushions for the deuce?
Yeah, I like the call. He's got to put something pretty good on it to do that. He's caught it fat, easy to do.
And missed the ball.
Was he intending to go into the 7, or was it just because of the thick hit? But I think the 2 was makeable looking at the overhead from there, so maybe he was intending to go into the 7 heavy. It's hard to tell.
This is a bargain here.
And it seems like every time it gets around that 6, 7, 8 game mark, SVB relinquishes control.
You see him just with a low right ball here, pull it back ever so slightly, guaranteeing himself a shot.
Yeah, pretty well done.
Yeah, and this is the tougher one, right?
Yeah, the overhead I continue to look at looks so much different than the screen we're all looking at.
He's looking to see if it's frozen now.
Yeah, because like I touched on prior, you don't want to catch a piece of the rail first. You really need to catch ball first for that cue ball to take the accurate line to the 2nd and 3rd rail, or at least to the 2nd rail. You want to carry that line. It should come out nicely.
He's going to come backwards 1-2, right?
If it's not frozen, he can.
Missed the ball.
Yeah, so if it was close to froze or frozen, it really makes a difference in how difficult that shot is, Jason.
With left-hand English frozen,
Yes.
it was very tough.
Very, very difficult. That's why I thought he might just entertain catching a piece of the ball going in. But a big reprieve for Van Boning. And he just seems really quick at the table. There was that flinch in the back arm that I've seen a few times the last 3 days. Going to see a power draw straight back. The fans like it, but boy, you introduce room for error if you have to do that every time. Nicely done by Van Boning. 3 balls away to climbing within 7. He has been in this position so many times before. Gorst, not necessarily the case. He's kind of new to the race 120. Isn't he, Jason?
Yeah, I mean, he's played some long races.
Has he played a race for 120?
He played DeLuna, I believe, to 100.
Yeah, I think they went to 100. It's probably the first 120, right?
Yeah, I mean, he played a long race with Carlo.
I think he's designed for the 120 race.
Yeah.
I really do.
Both players are.
Yeah, I mean, Shane, listen, man, he's 40, right? It's a lot. There's a lot more of a gap there than when he was 35 and 30, where he was really, really into the longer races. But they are both designed for it. They're both so efficient at the table with. And Shane's still in really good condition. Yeah, so he's crossed the face. He did get the 5 down. He's going to get a look at the 1. It's pretty steep.
He'll take it.
Up and down through the 6 and 10, Jason?
Absolutely.
Or can he hold? I don't think he can hold.
I don't think he has to.
Well, he might be able to kill it with an inside ball is all I was wondering. Needs this to travel. He's going to get the bounce it needs, I think. Oh, it's close. Real close.
He doesn't like it.
Yeah, he needed another rotation. Yeah, this is a great view here. Yeah, that's about as good as you could do from there. He was a fraction from not being able to do that. Yeah, that's a little weak. Now the cue ball traveling away from the 6. You'll see the shake of the head from Van Boning.
Awful long bridge here, too.
Yeah. He's floating out towards the 7. He's coming all the way around.
This is one of these awkward spots right here, Scott. He's got to beat the side pocket. He's going to come backwards. He's got to beat the side pocket, but if he goes too low, then he could end up 50-yard line. So this is actually pretty touchy.
Yeah, does he come all the way back for the 7 in the right middle?
I think it's the safer play, and he did just that.
You'd like to be a little below the 7 here. Get a little closer to the 8 if you can. Got the most out of it. He will be coming
Back and forth.
2 rails here.
Can SVB put together one last flurry here, Freezer?
Yeah, and you've just got to wonder if he can get 2 or 3 more games under his belt. Does it have any effect on Federer and vice versa?
Well, you know it will.
Yeah, it's just the nature of the game, right? Especially in this format after this much time played.
I mean, and Federer still needs to win 11 racks. It's not like he's 2 games away. Feels like it was in hand, but we said it.
Yeah,
it's nowhere near over.
Yeah, it's nowhere near over. And it just doesn't feel like an unsurmountable lead.
That's 3 in a row. It was 100 to 109. And we mentioned that 9-game streaks have happened multiple times throughout this match.
Oh, gosh, he's really put the smoke on it.
And the one ball's just going to lay up for him.
That's the danger of Van Boning. That's the dynamic and the difference between him and the rest of the group. Really just needs to get good on the 2 here to start out. You don't want to get lazy. And what's going to happen? Yeah, he's got the perfect rub with the perfect line. It's one of those situations where you can kind of get lazy and think, well, I'm going to get a shot regardless, and end up stuck to the ball or in a funny position. Turned out good this time. Oh, he's missed the ball. He made an adjustment as he was down on the ball, did not get all the way off.
Does Federer have an offensive look here?
Yeah, he can see the 2, I believe.
Can he go? Can he get in to the bottom of the 4?
Yeah, he can collect that. But back to Shane. He made an adjustment. Typically, you don't see these top players do it. He was down on the ball and then made an adjustment, got halfway off, and then went down and pulled the trigger. Don't think he was fully settled there. Big chance for Federgorst. And what are the odds of missing the 2 and it coming up through there? I'm not 100% from this line, Jason, that he can make it. But it looked from the other line that he could.
Can't see it.
Yeah, can't see it. Maybe the overhead will give us a better idea. It's tight. I think he can, but it's tight. Yeah, and if he can, he'd like to go into the pink full. Yeah, he could. Perfectly done. Opens the pink up. 5 laying nicely.
Really feels like this is a must-have here for Federer. Stretching it back out to 7. Shooting to half a pocket here.
No, I think he's got a whole pocket, Jay. That line definitely looks different, though, doesn't it?
Yeah.
We're looking at a different screen. I like his pace. He is quick.
Yeah, no reason to overthink anything here.
You've touched on the fact that you think he plays a little better when he gets a little faster. Not speedy, but a little quicker pace.
You know, a quicker pace, and then pay attention to the 1 or 2 key shots in the rack and slow down at those balls, and then right back at it. No real reason to overanalyze and exert a ton of energy into routine layouts. Obviously, you don't want to take any unnecessary risks or be careless. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying in general. This may be one of those situations where I think he could have slowed down a little bit just to ensure that he had a better line.
Yeah, so he was coming downwards, I guess, so he was above the 5 a little bit there. He would have liked him a little more angle. Obviously, he's going to punch out to the 8. Wants that to settle. This will work.
Does he just hold right below the side?
Back and forth.
Or does he go all the way back and forth?
Yeah, back and forth. It's not too steep. He likes that play with a tip of left. Matter of fact, he goes out of his way to play it like this most of the time. Very easy to beat this left side pocket. Nicely struck.
See him touch 2 rails here to gain a little extra control. Shoot this with a high inside ball. Creep it up the long rail. Well done. 10 more to win. Back to 7 we go.
Yeah, he left.
A big pop here.
Yeah, he just typically doesn't want to cross the face. Oh, that's the square hit that he's looking for.
Oh.
Nothing down.
Oh, good.
The 7 colliding with the 8. Wow, I felt like he hit those really good.
Me too. Maybe I'll say this. When you see the balls react that way off a good hit, that tells me that the balls may need cleaned.
Shane making sure Federer's all right with him removing the magic rack.
I think.
Controlled there. He's not happy with it. I don't know why. I feel like he can cheat the pocket if he needs to get back just a little bit. If not, then he can punch out. Yeah, well. Now. Cue ball might be going away. He might just have to lag this in. Yeah, good call, Jason. That was much thinner than I expected him to play it. Pretty self-explanatory.
Cruising to a quick run out. And SVB has been very quick to clear the balls as of late.
Yeah, and pretty accurate. He made a careless mistake, though. Uh-oh. Is he going to end up? Oh, he had some check on it. Some good check.
Looking like he has a flight to catch, Freezer.
U.S. Open bound in Atlantic City.
What are your thoughts on the Mosconi Cup moving out of Vegas?
I don't know. The resort looks beautiful. I mean, it really does look like a nice resort.
Yeah. I'll be there.
Sure, I'll be there as well. Or at least I hope I'll be there. And that U.S. Open will start Monday. So these guys will have, well, basically, yeah, I guess you could say a full night to rest. Starts the 19th, goes through the 24th. Didn't come away with anything sweet, did he?
No, but he's at the table. Didn't come up dry, which is what's really prevented Federer Gorst from closing this match out, is the dry breaks as of late.
Yeah, with the 3 right there.
The problem is he could take on the cross side, but can't get shape on the deuce.
Well, yeah, I was wondering if he could go forward somehow.
It's going to be a little short here, Scott.
Yeah, I don't think it's too bad.
He would have liked to get behind the 8. He's just a few revolutions away from being very good.
I'm trying to think about what Federer's got up his sleeve here. It's pretty tricky right here. Trying to think of a way he could create some type of distance.
Can he kick this with some speed and try to back the cue ball up?
From the left long rail, you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's...
Try to creep the cue ball up on the 9 some
maybe,
type of way.
Maybe
and push
elevate, right?
Yeah.
You're saying draw it off the 1?
Yeah, and push the 1.
Forward?
Maybe
through the
underneath
7?
10.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's actually not a terrible idea.
He's got the bottom of the cue ball. He's not frozen to the end rail.
It's not a terrible idea, actually. He's going to catch the 7 pretty full with the 1, so it's going to slow the 1 down. There is a lot of traffic down here low. The 1 could get below, the 2, the 10, the 6. He might be able to snatch the cue ball behind the 4 and 9. I don't know that he's thinking that, but it's not a bad idea.
I think he may be looking at a soft kick, trying to get the 1. I don't like it. He's trying to kick the back side of the 1 and take the cue ball under the 2. That's what he's looking at now. You see it? He's kicking.
Yeah, I don't know how you can carry that line. He thinks it's going to ticky. I don't know how it's going to come that sharp off the rail. He's going to go into the rail first, right?
Yeah, he has
to. And then
to.
into the 1. I don't know how it's going to catch the rail that sharp to get behind the 2.
The problem is,
Let's see what he's
the 1's going to be laying over the side.
See what he's got up his sleeve.
That's what he was trying.
There was no way it was going to get enough off the second contact point with the rail. To be honest, he was in a really tricky spot. I liked your idea. I thought that there was a lot of good things that could happen there. Yeah, does he want to contact the 4 in any way?
I don't know. He did. Nice control there.
Now can he hold and get on the right long rail below the 3 to play the 3 in the right center? Might be able to do the same thing from the center of the table, but that's what he's looking at now because it would carry him easily over to the pink Whether he plays the pink in the lower left or the top left is up to him. He's going to have to dig into this if he wants to hold onto the right long rail. Yeah, and that's what he's done.
This is the cut at the 5. We're getting close.
Might have wanted to get a little closer than that, just because you can miss this 3 to the right center. That's why you see the shake of his head. He's going to have to hit it with more speed now.
That's what I was going to say. The speed is also a factor, along with the miss. We may see him take the guaranteed shot up in the corner here, Scott. Maybe take on a bank.
I think instead of draw this ball, he might be better off just floating it, playing the pink in the lower left, and taking a longer shot on the 4.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Right, drawing it creates more speed and
deflection,
an opportunity to miss the ball.
I agree with what you're saying. If you are going to play this in the side, just go ahead and level out and get through the ball and take the 4 in the bottom left.
Yeah, I think that's the play the more you look at it. The only concern is that he might be concerned at going in the drink in the top left, but it's all about the speed. You've just got to float it in. He's going to try and punch over. Big moment here. He's aware. Everything's telling him not to roll it.
I mean, is there anything wrong with shooting it up in the corner and playing the cross side?
Well, due to where the 6 is, he'd like to just get below the 4, because I mean, it's not the worst thing. I think he's pretty high percentage to make the 3 if he just floats this. You just introduce the miss with speed.
Just has to be tougher than it appears for him to spend so much time on it.
Well, that's what he did. He floated it in, so
he chose the path that you spoke of.
Well, the cue ball was tracking to the top left corner, and that's what his concern was, right? He was afraid to lose it. That's why he came up a little short here. So he's still got work to do.
Yeah, we'll see him double over twice here, I think, just back to the middle.
Yeah, this is very missable. Yeah, he hit it pretty smooth, but
a little short.
Caught it thick. Once again, why that cue ball didn't travel quite as much. You touched on it too. Maybe these balls do need a little cleaning. That was a big shot here. Wow, coming to the short side. Does it have the pace? Yeah, he's going to come up short here. All a result of
getting short on the 3.
Yeah, not getting tight enough to the 3 where he could really hit it accurately. And then catching the 4 thick. I think you've got to be disciplined here and consider at least the defensive play. Maybe banking the 8 down here to the lower left end, kind of crossing the face of it with an inside ball and trying to use the 9 or the 10, whatever he sees. You don't want to go through all this rack and just give it away.
I mean, if he wanted to stay offensive, he could bank straight back.
Where? To the lower left?
Or lower right?
Yeah, I mean, just really
I mean,
awkward,
I know
low
they're tough, but
percentage. I mean, the defensive play is probably here, right, Jay? You know what I'm
no,
saying?
I definitely like what you said, using the 9.
or the 10, which I don't know if that's on the 9. Really controlling the speed. You're more concerned about getting the 8 to the bottom rail. Might even want to use the 10 actually as cover and just really focus on getting the 8 down here. You can really hear a pin drop in this place. It feels like this really is one of the biggest moments we've had as of late. I don't know that that's the move. He's rough on the equipment.
Doesn't want to hit the 10, and he did.
Yeah.
So he's left an offensive look for Feder. Not the easiest of shots, but
No, but it could have been a lot worse for Gorst. Many different ways. That was probably worst case scenario, catching a piece of the 10. Big opportunity for Feder to send a dagger down the center of SVB.
is he playing safe? Is he trying to put the cue ball under the 10 here?
There's no way he's going to pass this up.
I mean, no, he's not. What was he looking at? Is he looking at contacting the 10 on the way out?
It's possible. Really just all your focus in knocking this down. Clean
Yeah,
hit.
he was looking at contacting the 10.
Very clean hit. The 9 does go, right?
I think so.
Yes. That's where the fundamentals, for Gorst really hold strong under key situations. Nice 3-ball cleanup by Feder to stretch the lead again. Back to 7. Feder is going to take a quick break. Thank you guys to Diamond Billiards, Perimeter Billiard Lights, X-Pool Live, the stream, and everybody that tuned in. Ultimate Pool USA. Michelle Griffin, thank you so much. Thanks to Kyle Ferguson and Rail Yard Billiards and all the fans here. Thanks to everybody once again who paid for the stream and tuned in. We're all part of something special this last 3 days, in my opinion. OmegaBilliards.com, Aramith and Simonis, KT Customs, TriStateCues.com, Aaron Storm Shelters, Deadwood Custom Cues, and Railbirds TV. Thank you guys for your support. We'll be back.
Hey everybody, just wanted to give you a quick heads up. We're going to restart the stream real quick, try to get the connection a little bit more stable. We have a ton of traffic here in the room, people streaming, so we're kind of resetting the network real quick. We'll be right back. Just refresh your browser, We'll be right back here with you shortly, and you won't miss any of the action, I promise. Thanks.
All right, well, we are back. I've got to wonder. Obviously, the lead is stretched. Does it help Shane a little bit that the balls are cleaned, or does it help Federer? I don't think at this point it makes much of a difference. It's an equalizer for both. Just
Well, I mean, I think it helps Federer. It helps both of them on the break because they can predict a little bit better. But with Federer, he's not hitting it with as much power. So the ball's being clean, coming out of the rack the proper way.
yeah, that makes sense.
So if you notice, he's broke dry a couple times and the balls have gone low, which I told you earlier, that's due to the balls being sticky and dirty.
Yeah, I just noticed, or you touched on the fact on day one when it was kind of going back and forth. Actually, Federer said that he thought he was a favorite in that situation when the balls were getting.
Yeah. Maybe running the balls and pocketing the balls, he feels like that, but he really is dialed in the break.
It's important.
See, look at that square hit. See
Yeah,
how
both
the
balls
2
drop.
and the 8 go right
Where's the 9 going to go?
in
That
the way.
is absolutely brutal. It got a flick somewhere in the center off of something.
Yeah, but if you're Federer here, don't get fixated on it. Get fixated on the solution.
Absolutely right.
No matter what way you draw or any type of whining or crying, you're still going to look at the 9 ball in your way. So concentrated on.
Looking at the jump from here.
I don't mind it.
Took a deep breath. He's doing it.
Yeah.
He's been real successful today.
I think you just go all in and just making the ball here. Not trying to do a ton. Just play for the opening between the 4 and the 9.
Well, that's doing quite a bit.
I mean,
just make the ball is a feat, right? For me,
I'm saying don't try to introduce shape here.
Of course.
Just take the proper line. And
Yeah.
then defend yourself on the 3.
Well, I like what you said to begin with, right? Just make the ball.
Right.
I think
all
that's
in.
first and foremost.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was hard enough to just make the ball.
Yeah.
He had to get clearance over the entire 9. Not that he can't. He does it all the time, but maybe a little overamped there. Caught the 1 way too thin.
Yeah, really needed the ball to get down before it started hitting the 1 there at that angle.
Exactly.
Pretty easy clearance here for SVB.
Everything open, right, Jay?
Yeah. Really the only position that carries any kind of risk is from the 5 to the 6.
Yeah, he's going to take a long shot on the 4.
He doesn't want to get jacked up over the 10.
He is over the 10. This is a mistake. This is a mistake here, I think. Unless he can get to the left side of the cue ball comfortably.
He can.
Still, more difficult than it was. Very clean.
Nice smooth hit there.
Yeah. Now he's got to navigate
Yeah.
the 9 and 7. Does he come 2 rails between and above, or
Yeah, I mean,
find
it's either
something
that
else?
Well, the other option is he can dig into the ball here. It's not easy. He's going to have to elevate quite a bit. Or the other option is he just goes 1 rail to the center of the table and takes the cut on the 6. I like that, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, because he's pretty steep on the 5. He's going to stay high, I believe. Yeah, and that's what he's doing.
Yeah, he's just going to go. Well, he didn't even have to go to the middle. Right there. Guaranteeing himself a look.
Just got to avoid contact with the 7 here.
He'll let us
Or the
stroke
9.
out with some inside English here.
Yeah, I don't know that he'll use inside.
He's just going to float above it. Yeah.
Yeah, you just
Watch
want to
out,
avoid.
9.
That's what I'm saying. You want to avoid the 9 or the 7. Wow.
Pretty
Living-
good.
Living on the edge. Turned out beautiful.
Oh, he powered up there.
Yeah, he has no problem really accelerating, does he?
That'll leave a bruise there for for Federer. $105 to 111. That generate. There we go.
Back within 6. He's had a couple of opportunities to get it back within 5. Just falling short of the mark. What's the problem?
You got to put it up.
Just go ahead.
Oh, you can't see it.
The big power slam from Van Boning.
Can he chop this in?
Oh, yeah. I think that's very doable. The two's laying right up in front of the left middle, so it affords him plenty of room up table. Back and forth, center ball. So if he comes back just a foot or two and maintains some type of angle to the lower left, he's got to deal with the 7-9-6. Might see him come back a little further, unless he thinks he can split the gap between the 9 and 6, coming out 2 rails. So you got to be conscious of what's happening here with position on the pink 4. Yeah, and he wanted to get a little further there. He's going to have to manage it. Now he is going to have to come between the 6 and 9, I believe. 5 to the upper left.
Watch out, 6 ball.
Yeah, very touchy, right, Jason?
Yeah, he was flirting with it there.
Yeah, he seemed hesitant in the backswing. Power punch.
Right back in line he is. Nice recovery there. Perfect angle here.
Both of these guys get a ton out of that center ball punch.
I mean, we need to get the rack generator going quick here.
Yeah, I don't want anybody to get upset, so I don't think anybody deserves that. They've been using the generator the whole time. The internet has a slight issue, so they can't see it out there. Should probably hold up until we get
Maybe
that fixed.
Just take a picture of this generator and go show it to him.
Or I can send it to them, or I can, yeah, we'll do that for now.
Zoom in. All right, we're within 5. 106 to 111. Gorse needing 11, or needing 9. SVB needing 14. And he missed both side balls, but got one to go down anyways.
It sounded flat too, Jason.
A really nice look at the one. SVB looking to apply some serious pressure to Feder Gorst.
Wants to get down here below the 2 due to where the 3 is, and that's not going to do it. This is going to be a problem. Unless he can miss the 6 and somehow get around, but this is going to cause a lot more work for Van Boning.
I think he can manage it. I think he can split the 6-10, get back up there. But you're right, not ideal.
Yeah, it looks fairly thin. He might be able to split that gap, Jason. He might do that with an inside ball. And that's what he did.
Watch out. 8 ball.
Yeah,
Nice shot there.
it's about as good as you could do. Use the inside ball to avoid any traffic coming back out. Well, what's he got here, Jason? It looks like he's a little on the wrong side. Hard to tell.
Yeah, I think he'll be all right.
Can he draw? I think he can draw it. Yeah, he can. He doesn't want to get flat here. He's going to have an angle.
Cruising is SVB. The last 4 or 5 racks really laid nicely, and he's made quick work of them.
Yeah, all because of the break. Federer had a great break, and the 9 got flicked and come over in front of the cue ball. Federer tried to jump the 1 in and went off the table. Yeah, I don't know. He's let up a little there. He's fine with distance.
It's introducing a missable ball, though, here, I think.
Always, right? Boy.
Center cut.
$118 games in.
Are we
Still splitting the pocket. Or excuse me, 218 games in, still splitting the pocket. And using power. He's a little bit short of the mark here. This is missable. Big moment here. He's got to get this down.
Very nervy moment here for Federer Gorst, too. If he sees another opportunity at the table, how does he respond?
Well, I mean, he's still trailing 4 games. At this point, I feel like that's a pretty big lead because things are getting tight. I understand what you're saying. Shane's got to keep it up. Federer hasn't really done anything wrong, right? The jump he attempted was tough. Thought he might push out a little further back so he could get a little more momentum on that jump, but he got unfortunate to get snookered back when that happened. Yeah, this
Neither one of the side balls go down.
is just what the doctor ordered for Gorst.
What's going to happen with the 7 ball?
Well, he crossed the face of those balls again, kind of a miss hit.
All right, if you're Federer here, you absolutely have to take care of business this rack. You got to figure out a solution for the 7 ball.
Yeah, kind of a weird layout here.
Yeah, everything's kind of bunched up together in 3s and 2s.
Yeah, just the 10 hampering the bridge at all. He's typically really good with that. He stays so still through the ball.
2 to the 3 can be a little tricky, Scott, depending upon where he gets on the deuce here.
Yeah, I agree. I think he just really needs to make sure he gets back down here for some type of look.
I'm not sure if the 5 passes the 6 in the middle left. If it does, it makes the rack play a lot easier. And he may be able to manufacture an angle off of the 5 to the 6 to flick into the 9 some type of way.
Yeah, I think he first thing first is just getting good on the 2.
This is very, very tricky, this
Yeah.
rack.
This has now become a lot trickier.
Yeah, on the rail.
Problem is there's so much cover, Jason, right? The 6 and the 5, the 3 laying just above those balls.
Is there some sort of safe that he could choose wisely here?
He could end up down here just to the right of the 10 if he had to. Play the 3 in the top left. But to your point, he might elect to go defensively. I don't know if he would consider chipping the 2 up towards the back of the 7. I think he's staying offensive. Wow. Has he overamped this?
Yeah,
he
he's
really
no good
has. Yeah, he has really overcooked that.
That was always tough. That's why I said, is there some sort of safety there?
Yeah, it's tough.
I mean, come on.
To play a safe there. It all really started with the 1, though. That was tough, right? Then he ended up on the rail there. I mean, he hit the 2 great. He just overwarped it. I just don't know where he would have found cover with the defensive play. I'm sure there was something. What's he doing now,
he's
Jason?
Jumping. He's going to try to land on the ball.
Yep.
He's going to try to land on the 3 ball here. It's called the left middle. Watch the scratch in the top left here, Scott. Oh, he hit the ball. Is he going to open up the 7 and give up a shot on the 3?
That is literally worst case scenario.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Yeah, how does that manage to happen? Cue ball travels all the way around, misses the 3, and opens the 7 up. Good news for SVB. It's time to buckle down and take advantage.
Yeah, it was really all about cue ball getting on the long rail there, frozen on the 1 to the 2.
Is he concerned about going into the 5 here a little bit? The overhead tells me the angle's steeper. Yeah, now he's shooting down on the ball, so he might go in between the 5 and 6. Yeah, pretty heady play there. In case he were to catch a piece of the 5, he could have gotten trouble. Yeah, he's just got there. Definitely didn't want to land on the 50. Is he dead straight here? If he is, he's either got to stay above the 10 or below it. Probably better off to stay above it due to where the 8's at. But let's see what he's got in mind. Coming all the way down. Yeah, so a little work left to do with that play. I think he's got to stay below the 8 now, Jason. Or does he have enough angle to get above it? He'd like to get above it if he can. Oh, plenty of room. Plenty of room. Got way more out of it than I expected.
A little short here.
Yeah, but the strike was awfully clean. This is a ball that can turn on you. Got to put a clean stroke on this.
perfect. Nice shot there.
Narrowing the gap.
Big time.
What a match we've had. I don't think you could have predicted anything different, right? We all felt like this match was going to be close. The line throughout social media land was 5 games. So I guess they were all over that number. Wow.
Both balls missed high.
Once again, I feel when he...
Look at the 5-6, or the 5-7 here, though.
Yeah, the 5 is out in the open. When he
goes.
misses the break, I feel like it's a real over-amp issue. He did cross the face as well. These guys continue to do that. The 1 is also tricky.
Yeah, and the 10's a big ball as well. I think you have to go all the way under this. I don't think you can try to go 2 rails. You got to get under the 2 and more than likely play it safe from there.
Yeah, the 2 does not pass in the top right. It has no pocket on the top end of the table. Like Jason said, if you get under the 2, most likely going to have to go with the safety. I think he might be trying to get on the 2 to the lower left, though.
Yeah, that's possible. It's as good as any, really. You called it, and he did.
Wow, what a great shot by Gorst under the gun.
Look at the speed control there, Scott. Such a small window.
Yeah, I think he
Cue
was
ball.
really trying to just get in a general area, right? But to your
Yeah.
point,
Still.
you couldn't do much better.
And the ball switching directions. Off the 3rd rail.
Yeah, using that outside ball that checks up off the 3rd rail. Does he just come right up between? He's going to elevate just a little, I believe. Yeah.
Gonna come out 2 rails in
Just
between the 4-9.
Yep.
Just got to make sure that he knocks it down. Yes.
Yeah, now we can talk about the 5, Jason. Does it play in the top right? The way he looked, it does.
If not, it plays much tougher. It does play in the bottom left for certain.
Yeah, his body language says it goes to the top right, and his position play says it goes to the top right. Is he a little shallow here? I think he can hold without any problems. Don't be afraid to play the 6 in the lower left, though. That's for sure. Just take what you get here on the 5. Working his way through. Impressive rack so far.
This is a little scary here, Scott.
Yeah, it's a little steep, right?
Yeah, I think
Need
he
to-
could have got a little bit more out of that.
Yeah, another rotation. Just stay through the ball here. Don't let up. He did pretty well.
Yeah, I was going to say, just make sure you get to the long rail there. Don't try to just float and drift over. Make sure you get through the ball. He's on the proper angle now to do exactly what you suggested, which is shooting the 6 ball in the bottom left. It's really all about this shot right here, just putting it home.
Yeah, and this is one of his go-tos. We've seen him make this under the gun many times the last 3 days. I don't expect anything less. I like the time he's taking.
I kind of felt like that was coming, Scott, to be honest.
Did he take too much time?
A little too much time, and I feel like he let up just a touch at the end instead of just go ahead and pound that ball into the back of the pocket the way that he likes to.
Well, the good news for his camp is that it could have landed a lot worse. But I tend to agree with you there, Jay. Watch the cue ball in the lower left here. Wow. He's worried about Federer jumping it, but what more can you do?
He is going to jump this.
Yeah, but what more can you do if you're in Shane's shoes? I think that's all you can do. I wouldn't be surprised if the young man knocks this in, especially after missing it to the top right. He'd like to get a little redemption. Gorst overamped. He needed a lot of distance there in the air to get over the 6 and the 8.
Really falling apart here with the jump cue.
Yeah.
Living and dying by it. It's the second one where he's gone airborne off of the table.
Yeah, there was a lot of distance from the cue ball to get over the 6 and 8. The adrenaline's probably high. It doesn't really help. Easy to put a little extra into it.
Just the miss on the 5.
The miss on the 5 was key. Will that be one we revisit? Now, you see a pace change in the man at the table. You guys wanted action. You got it.
109 to 111. Can you believe there are people out there complaining about the stream being $39? Where can you get cheaper entertainment?
Well, to our friend Dominic Dunn, he said it best. The value isn't even debatable. These guys deserve to get paid. They have risked it all over the years to get where they're at. They've achieved the ultimate. Will he take just a tick off of this break? Yeah, very flat. The 3 went. I've talked about it often. When it's flat, he seems to make that ball in the side and somehow, some way, come up with a shot. Shake of the head. Definitely not happy about it. Got down here pretty quick. I feel like it's a little required for some attention. Then again, this is Captain America. Odd formation with the 6, 7, and 8. Yeah, he's going to have a stretch here. He wanted to get 2 or 3 more rotations out of that so he could come to the left long rail and out. Needs a big bounce, and he's received it.
Does a 7 pass the 8?
It's a good question, Jason. I don't think it does. The overhead tells me it might. Matter of fact, the more I look at it, it might. Does he play the 6 in the right middle?
I mean, it's almost guaranteed he's playing the 6 in the right middle, right? Or is he looking at the bottom left?
Well, if he's looking at the bottom left, that tells us the 7 plays in the lower right. What's his concern? His concern is probably coming a little too short of the 6 to the right middle. So he needs to get through this and make sure you get a look. Yeah, pretty clever. It's got a lot to do with his experience there with that decision.
You're right, the 7 must play.
Barring anything crazy, SVB is going to be 1 away.
And breaking. Favored from here.
Crazy what's going on in this match.
Trailed by as many as 11 today. Looking completely dead, too. Snapped right out of it. Came storming back and is 1 game away from being tied.
What a performance by both of these guys. The crowd really big towards SVB right now. I think they just want to see
Tell
a
you
tie
what,
ball game.
for all the keyboard warriors out there saying that it's not worth $39, you know they're feeling like super nits right now, out reading threads for their score updates while they save $39.
Yeah,
I mean, what
I
a
would
show,
assume.
what a treat just to be part of it.
Yeah, in this final race to 9 and 10, it's worth $40. It's worth $400 to many. Yeah, it's more of a square hit, but this is Federer's moment.
Yeah, and if you're Federer, you just absolutely have to take advantage here. String together a couple of your own.
Is it time to take a break?
No break here.
No break here, the boss said.
No. There's
Just,
there's
you
no
know,
way
to
you want to walk
regroup.
away. There's no way you want to walk away and let the nerves set in even more.
Well,
You
he's
get up.
yeah. How long's he been sitting?
Well, he missed the 5 ball 2 racks ago.
Right to the top right. So I guess it hasn't been long.
And he ran the 4 balls leading to that.
I don't see any problems here, Jason.
No, I mean, if it was a really tricky layout, I don't disagree.
Yeah, you just want to stop the momentum that Shane's got.
The best way to do that is to make a quick, easy clearance here.
It's one thing I think you need to be careful of is the word quick now, right? I think Shane's even slowed down a little bit. Just want to make sure that your T's are crossed and your I's are dotted. But
Really?
he is getting on with it, and it makes sense. You don't want to overthink.
It really feels like a lot of this is where you land on the 6 ball, right?
Yeah, I really don't see any trouble. I think
Maybe stop the ball right there, stay underneath of the 5. Drift up. He has the option of going forward or just kind of sliding here.
I think the forward is probably the easier play, but that's preference as well. You can control it, and you're kind of coming into the line the right way. You might be able to go too far if you stun it, or not far enough. And he's landed pretty good here. He just wants to avoid having contact with the 10, I think.
Yeah, really close to his work there.
Yeah, nice stroke there. Made sure to get out and get that line. Everything looking good here. Jason, he's got an opportunity to climb possibly back within 3. He's going to be up 2 breaking.
You got to be nervous for both of these players.
Well, you can feel the tension in here. I know that.
Can you imagine what it feels like being over the ball right now?
They've played so much, though, in the last couple days. Maybe they're just both really dialed in. They're putting on a heck of a performance. Gorst to stop the bleeding.
$112 to $110 after 222 games. We're separated by 2. A lot of 2s there. If you're SVB, forced to just sit and watch here.
Yeah, about an hour ago we got a stat that they were both tied at 1,065 balls apiece. Absolutely tied at 1,065 balls apiece, and that was about an hour ago.
If there was ever a time for a clean hit for the young Gorst, it's right now.
Yeah, and I think it's coming.
Really just hoping for an opportunity to have a successful break and have any look at anything to either defend. Obviously looking for something offensive, but can't come up dry here, Scott.
Yeah, really bearing down here.
Big pop, cue ball going to the side. Got saved by the 7.
8.
8 ball falls. 1 ball's there.
Yeah, so now, does he
Really?
stay above the 4? If he does, he's got a steep line to get to the 3.
Yeah, I think you want to stay above the 4 here. I guess he could go in between the 2-4. That's asking a lot.
Yeah, you just don't want to get too steep on this 2 with where the 3 is. The 2 looks to be frozen, if not very close to it.
I mean, if you don't go above the 4, you're always going to be flirting with touching the 4. Do you see any other option, or do you also agree that you should go above the 4 here?
Yeah, I mean, that's the first instinct, right?
Could go 2 rails in between with a little bit of inside English. It's risky, though.
I think it's pretty good to go above it.
Yeah.
Wow, he was really, with the pace he had on that ball, it didn't seem like position was a guarantee. I was a little surprised at how hard he hit it. I just thought he would float over, Jay. Didn't you? With a high right ball, with a high outside ball, I thought he would float over.
Yeah, exactly.
He hit it with some speed, so maybe he was trying to come back and forth.
He missed
Due to where the three is, I think he was trying to come back and forth.
Yeah, and he missed a similar ball a few racks ago, introducing the outside spin on the frozen ball frozen on the rail. So maybe that was.
Yeah, and that ball was up into the top left corner, and I think it was also the one. No, it might have been the 2 or 3, neither here nor there.
It was the 2.
Just asking Shane to watch the hit. I think that's the first time in 3 days that either one of them have needed to ask the other one to watch a hit. If it gives you any idea of the class both of these guys have.
So maybe it did make sense to spin with some inside.
All because of where the 3 was.
What the heck? How did he hit that?
Well,
1,000 miles an hour.
Yeah, he's overamped.
He's trying to get separation clearly.
Yeah, I think he was trying to make it, and if not, get the separation that you just touched on.
Big air from Federgorst.
Yeah, I think it's 3 times we've seen the cue ball go off the table with him. One in the jump over the 9. Then the jump over the 2 balls, which it can happen, and now this opportunity. He was trying to make that ball and probably get separation. Does he try to come 2 rails to the top rail so that he can get down here for the 5? And that's what he's tried to do. I believe he's got there. All because of the position of the 6. He'd rather come down this way. The 6 plays in the lower right. Doesn't want to flirt with running into anything, staying anywhere left of the 9 up table on the 5. Now going to evaluate. Is he looking to shoot the gap? Boy. He's got a great cue ball.
Yeah, that's asking a lot here.
He's got a bigger space than we probably think. Look at where he left the chalk. It's exactly where he wants to be. And he's going to be fine here. Kind of had a perfect line to go there, and that's why he chose to do that. Oh, that's a little thick. This could lead to trouble.
Yeah, he may have to play short side on the 7 here, Scott.
That's the last thing he wants to do.
What's the other options?
Yeah, he might try to, yeah, the side pocket's a big pocket. If he wants to go deep out of the top right corner with an outside ball, I don't even know if it's available. He might try to get a little squirrely and check it off the 2nd rail or top rail. I don't even know if he's got a line to get to the short side of the 7. Yeah, he had a lot of room to carry that cue ball up. Caught the 5 thicker than he had planned.
Definitely a little nervy here.
Yeah, well, it's got his attention.
The other option is there is a safety available.
Yeah, he might just have to use an outside ball up to the top right corner and maybe even try and run into the 7. And that's the line he's looking at. He might have to just go at it.
Got to be careful there. He could scratch in the side.
No, I think if he uses a left ball running English, you know, if he draws it and wants to go tight up there, that's where I think he could scratch. I don't know, Jay. Is there a chance that he can get to the short side?
It's definitely what he's drawing up.
It seems awfully tough. It just doesn't seem like he can check the cue ball off that right long rail up there. It's so steep. That's what he's looking to do. Yeah, now he's going towards the 7. This is what I thought he might need to do. In order to ensure the make, I felt like that was probably the most comfortable decision. He's just going to have to gamble a little bit there.
It looks like it paid off. Not the easiest of looks, but nonetheless, he's shooting at the ball.
Yeah, now.
Is he going to go to the bottom right or the bottom left here?
He'll go to the bottom right. I think what he's trying to figure out is if he can stun down for the 9 in the right middle or if he can roll down. Maybe power it and try and come 2 rails out, but and that's what he's done. Boy, I felt like that was asking a lot. Now, pretty steep here.
Can he avoid the contact with the 10, or does he just crash into it?
No, I think he can avoid it, but can he get above it, Jay? That's the question. He's steep, though. Does he intentionally go into the 10?
Yeah. That's what I was kind of thinking he may do here.
He avoids rolling the ball at all costs, typically. So he's going to dig into it. Oh, what a nice
shot.
stroke there.
Back within 1. South Dakota kid finding his youth here late in day 3.
Yes, that all stemmed right from Federer with the decision when he cut the 1. We thought he could just float over to the left side of the table, and I think at the last minute he wanted to ensure the make, like Jason said, decided to come across 2 rails, and he caught the 4 coming across. We talked about it, Jason, early on. Neither one of us would have been surprised if this match went right down to the end. It had the makings of that throughout the entire match. Both players have had leads, and the other guy brought it back. And here we are.
SVB. Does he unleash here?
I think that's been his downfall as of the last 45 minutes or so, that maybe he's just lost a little accuracy with too much power. There was a clean hit, but dry again.
Like you said, a little too much power.
Yeah, I think more than the last 2 days at times. And if the table's changing at all.
What do you see here, Scott?
Can he get the cue ball in behind the 6 and 8 as they're aligned to miss the 2? think he's looking at it. Definitely doesn't want to catch the 2, but he could use a left ball and tuck 2 rails tight under the 6 and 8. And he's caught the 2. He's fortunate he didn't go on the drink. I think he tried to stun past it.
Just let up at the last moment.
He'll take it.
Yeah, on his last 3 trips, prior to that, he's handed ball in hand, flying off the table twice with 2 jumps.
And then flying off the table with the kick.
There goes Shane with his measuring system again.
Yeah, I can't tell from here how deep he can get behind the 1. I don't think he can kick actually behind the 1. I think the 5's got him too cut off, so he might have to cross the face of it. I'm wondering if he's really just trying to look at how he can play. Okay,
Yeah.
maybe he can get behind it. It's going to be tough. Yeah, and I don't know. I feel like he's going at the make here.
I was going to say the amount of attention he's giving it. I think he's going offensive.
So difficult from where he's at.
It's not really guaranteed position either. That 9 ball could get big. He's called it.
Yeah, what cover does he get? Really, you would think he'd like to implement some type of a 2-way here. I guess maybe get lucky behind the 3 or the 10 some way, somehow, if he doesn't make it.
Yeah,
Well,
he's
that's
going to
not-
sell out.
Yeah, that's not going to get it.
What about the 4 ball? Does it go clean? Does the 4 ball go past the 7 here, Scott?
Yeah, I don't think he's got too many concerns, right? He can carom the 7 in from just about anywhere if need be. They're so close. Looks like it does go.
It just makes it play a lot easier if it does. Go on the side. Fitter's play slowing down quite a bit. Not sure if it's a good or a bad thing, Scott.
Yeah, I mean, we just talked about that. I think it's almost forced. It's not something that he might even really be aware of, but he knows how important the moment is. I think it's a good thing. Under the gun, typically when you speed up, the heart rate gets up. It's easy to make careless errors.
All right, so he's going to go all out here. He's going to come back down for the 4 in the side. That's what he was lining up. Stayed down over the ball, got all the way through it.
Speed was nice.
That it was. He would like to have gone a little further, though.
Yeah, he'll be just fine here. He can play the 5. He can pinch back or even almost stop for the 5 in the lower right.
Yeah, I like that.
Got to be careful though, right, Jay? You don't want
these balls to both hang up here.
Well, you don't want to contact the 7 and have it interrupt the 5 in any way.
Or push the 7 in a bad spot.
You really just don't want it to
Touch it
beat
at
the
all.
5 or anything. That's what I was talking about. It would have gotten in the way. That would have been unlucky. I like so far how he's worked his way through this rack.
Right in the heart. It's all about keeping your nerves under check here. Took care of all the work. Now can he keep it together?
Anywhere out in the center. Like to stay more to the right than anything. That way he can stay on the pro side of the 8, and he's done so. Looks to punch just below the left center. He's very good at this, gets a lot out of it. He'll have a touch of a right ball. Actually going to use a little bit of low as well, so it's a little bit different than just a punch. Yeah.
A little funny here.
Yeah, he got a bigger bounce than I think he wanted. He's going to be okay.
He likes to drag this ball.
Yes, he does.
So I think we'll see him go with a low left here.
Might be checking this.
Yeah, he's using a little inside. Kind of surprised at this.
Yeah, it was thin enough to where he could hold it well.
Nice shot there.
On his way to being back up 2. Well, we have to do it. Shout out to my good buddy. Texts me at all hours of the morning, Jason, but Carl Boys.
Boise.
Tuning in. The real voice of Matchroom Multisport.
How could you not tune into this match? 7 racks away is Feder Gorst. I'm very interested to see how he decides to hit this break. Scott, he did not make either one of the balls behind the one.
Oh, and we've got to give a special shout out to our friend, one of my mentors, Billy in Cardona. Hello, Billy. Hope you're enjoying the stream, and thank you for everything you've done for pool over the last many years.
Feder Gorst to break.
Oh, square hit.
Yeah, both balls deposited. Is the 5 going to stay out of the way?
Yeah, and this is just what the doctor ordered for Gorst.
Yeah, and got a nice little flick there with the 4-10 as well.
Yeah, and look at this layout here.
Yeah, this is going to be one of those that are going to mark a few balls to get the template out of there.
Just looking at the layout, the 1 to the 2 leads to the 3, and notice the 4 that Jason's talking about now. Wow. He's got to like it.
The dream.
It is the
Layout.
dream. Just wants to maintain an angle on this 2. Right, Jason?
Yeah, I still think he will go to the left of the 5 here.
Yeah, without a doubt, but you just don't want to fall straight, right, to where you have to contest with extra work getting on the pink 4.
Yeah, and you'd like to stay under the 4 a little bit so you can just drift up to the 5. Straight in on the 3 is ideal. Needs it to stop.
Yeah, he'll be fine here. He's just going to have to pull it back a little.
Would have liked a little bit more angle here, though, Freezer. I think.
Yeah, most definitely could have used a little more. I don't think it's going to hurt him.
No, but you may see him punch here. Making that pocket
Yeah, I think
tighten
he's
up a little.
probably going to have to. Give it a little oomph. Yeah, now what is this? Can he hold? I think he can. He's got enough room. He's not thrilled with it. He caught that ball thick. That's why the cue ball didn't get all the way out.
Yeah, and like we said, that was the problem with getting a little flat on the deuce. Really ideal would have been straight on the 3. Still think he can manage.
Yeah, and these guys aren't fans of rolling the ball. You can roll this 3 with a tip of left. It'll help the 3 travel downward.
That's exactly what he's going to do.
Might be coming back and forth over the 9. Okay, rolling it. Yeah, pretty good.
Nice recovery there.
Absolutely perfect. Once again, doesn't want to get straight. Another shout out real quick we've got to Larry Schwartz. He's listening. Great commentator. Thank you for the compliment. We appreciate it. Now he's going to have to power this a little bit, right, Jay? Still got a good line.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to see a ton of power. But there was.
Yeah, he's a little flatter than he wanted to be. Back in line. Seems like a massive game, this game right here, to win.
Every game from
Well,
here
they've
on
been
out.
going back and forth with the 1-2s. Shane's had opportunities to tie this up. To stretch it with 3, well, it's very big.
Yeah, and it has a lot to do with the dry breaks of SVB as of late. Overamping them, coming with a ton of power, not getting any cooperation from the balls going down.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And that's what I see anyway. I think the balls react a little different when you use that much power. It can happen when you get tired. I'll be right back.
Balls are racked with the random rack generator you see at the top of your screen, preventing any pattern racking here. Prime time right now. I got to give a shout out to Diamond Billiard Products, one of our sponsors here. Perimeter Billiard Lights, Ultimate Pool USA, and Michelle Griffin, local realtor in the Louisville area. Federgorst to break. 6 racks away from the crown and the cash. Would love to repeat his last break. He didn't hit it square. Both balls went a little high. Is the 2 going to fall? It is not. What about the 5-7? 8's in a tough spot. What do you see here, Freezer?
Yeah, I see
A mess?
9 balls.
10
Another
balls.
10?
The 2's
Oh, the
down here in the
2's.
bottom left. It almost fell.
Fooled me.
SVB with a nice look at the 1 here.
Yeah, the 8 is tough. The 5 and 7 are tied, right?
Yeah.
Tied up.
I mean, the 2 to the 3's no bargain as deep as that ball is.
Not at all. He tried to amp all the way down.
Watch out, 9 ball.
Yeah, he's going to get a look at the 2, but like you said, no bargain by any means. One of the trickiest shots in the game, especially where that 2 lies. It's on the right facing of the inside of the pocket, so that point on the short rail becomes a little bigger. Can he catch enough of the 2 to just come up 1 rail? Yeah, he's handled it well.
What's his answer for the 5 ball?
It's a good question. The 8 and 9 both very tricky.
Could he play to some type of cross corner with the 5?
I think he's got to punch 2 rails here and get somewhere center right side of the table to where you can come either directly towards the 5.
Let's get back to the main view.
Either directly towards, yeah, somewhere right center of the table to where you can come directly towards the 5 or 2 rails down into the back of the 7 or the 5. And that's what he's trying to do, but he's going to go too far here. Way too far. Plan B. And I don't know what that is.
Yeah, that's the problem with all the balls being on the rails here. Not a lot of cover.
Yeah, he wouldn't mind a line, Jason, where he could almost align where he is now with the 5, where he could almost 3-rail the 5 out and just nudge him up under the 7. I know these guys don't like doing that either, but I don't believe the 5 goes in the lower right. I think it's pretty much, that's what he's looking at, but it's eclipsed by the 7. So you better think of it now before you trap yourself. Probably going to roll this pretty easy. Doesn't want to go too far up table. He doesn't have an opportunity, Jay. He could get out towards the center and cross the 5 to the lower left, but really just play it short. Is he thinking about getting there to chip the 5 to the bottom rail and swing around behind the 6? Is the 9 in the way there? I don't think so.
Like you said, you could hear a pin drop in here. Tension high. Huge moment in this rack, in this match.
I like what he's doing, right? That's the seasoning in him. Making sure of his next move.
Could he go to the back of the 6 right here?
It's not a bad idea, actually. You could 2-rail the 4 over to the right side below the 7 and 5 and then swing the cue ball up 1, 2, 3 and really try to get tight behind the 6. That's actually not a bad idea, Jason, at all.
Yeah, and then if you can capture ball in hand.
No, that's not a bad idea.
Yeah, I mean, I like it as much as anything.
That shot's readily available. Actually, he might be thinking about it.
That's the shot that I like.
Yeah, you've got a lot of room for error there because you know you're going to have to play something defensive on the 5 anyway. Why force the 4 now?
Yeah, and you're
He's
forcing your opponent to kick and maybe open it up.
No, that's a great call, and he's looking at it now. A lot of room for error here, actually.
Yeah, and that's the shot
Watch
he played.
the corner. He's going to be good.
No, he's not.
Well, Federer's going to see a piece of it.
Well, he's not going to be kicking, and he's not going to be breaking up the 5.
But still, I think it's the correct shot, right?
Yeah.
That makes a big difference. Federer's definitely not getting out here.
He found the shot. That's the key.
He found the shot. Yeah, which says a lot in the moment, in my opinion. I think it was a great call on your part because I was fixated on him making the 4.
Yeah, and Federer's going to look for cover under the 10 here. He's called the top left. This is not easy at range.
So I kind of wonder, once he found the shot, did he give it enough time to really think it through? Because he caught it real thick. He wanted to miss the corner up there, Shane. Now it's in Gorse's hands. It looks to me like it's real thin. The overhead looks a little different. Boy, and if you want anybody shooting this shot, it's the guy at the table. He's got the perfect mechanics to kill that cue ball off this long rail.
He's looking at going over to the 9.
Well, that's because it's so thin, right?
Yeah. He's trying to take both the white ball and the object ball to the long rail behind the 9-8.
Yeah, and I agree with that because you can't risk clipping the 7. You just do not, no matter what happens, want to touch those balls. That's your backup. I feel like there's a lot of play left in this game. Not easy, right? The pink could go into the back of the 10. He's got to avoid that.
Yeah, a lot could go wrong here, but the saving grace is the 5.
Yeah, he's leveled out now. Yeah, chipping it. Oh, nice full contact. But does he have a piece or enough of the 4? If he does, the line is perfect to go up into the 5 and 7.
Based on the body language of Federer, I believe it is on.
Well, that would be very hard luck, in my opinion. Not only that, he's moved the 8.
That's exactly what I was going to say. The 8 that was in a tough spot.
That was in a real tough spot. Wow, that's pretty hard luck to give a man this line.
And he's going to try to go into the 7 ball here if he can.
Well, this is thin. If he goes to the middle, it's thin. He's not one to shy away from the corners. nice. Really nice. Easy to overhit that ball and end up way down here. Needs to maintain this same angle on the 7.
And he's done it.
Yeah, maybe a fraction steeper than he wanted, but he should be fine. He can contact the second rail if he'd like.
Literally not a soul saying a word in the pool hall right now.
No, and
They
it's
need
a Saturday night, right?
Turn some music on or something.
Yeah, there's so much more involved in this match than any amount of money for these two guys.
Back to 2.
Yeah, and you really can't give Gorst an error there. He was in a tough spot. Just so happened to finish almost perfect for SVB to go into the 5 and 7.
SVB. Here comes the power. A lot of power.
Wow.
Both walls down.
What's the 1 do? He's going to bank.
He's going to have a bank. Carries position 2, Scott.
Such a different dynamic with both of these guys in breaking the balls. The spreads are completely different. Nothing the same. If he gets this bank down, he's going to be looking good. I don't know if the 8 passes in the lower left. It looks like it does. That makes a difference as well. He's got to start right here. He's overamped this or overcooked it by a long ways.
Yeah, and that was because he had to roll it, right? He couldn't draw it because the 7 had the 2 covered up in the side, so he had to roll that bank, and it lengthened up on him.
Yeah, almost. He was almost in between the roll, Jason, like you say, and the draw, because he did try to draw it or stun it up one rail out to the center. So that's exactly what happened. Probably better off if that was the case to just use a straight high ball with maybe a tip of outside, and instead of forcing the 2 to the right middle, just play it to the lower right. Hindsight, always 20/20.
This isn't the easiest to gain position on the deuce here from the 1.
Yeah, I think he's
In the moment, I think it's
he's got that awkward angle where he might be coming at the 2, and that's why he's put his cue here.
he may be playing this in the top. He may be playing the 2 ball in the top left here.
Which on day 1 or 2 I don't think we'd see. But now he's been very comfortable most of the day. On our screens, I think it looks straighter than it really is. I think we're a little deceived here by the line.
Yeah, He's got a little angle leading him to the long rail on the right-hand side.
I don't know if we could get the overhead real quick. It might tell us a different line. Yeah, so now you can see the line. We can go back to the regular screen. That's great. Was he a little quick in the final swing?
Yeah.
I couldn't tell. It looked like he might have been a little quick in the final swing. He was never really comfortable with it. He was trying to force an angle there, which is not fun. Good news for him is he's semi-gotten away with it.
Well, he's got to protect the one ball here because the cue ball's going into open space no matter what here. Yeah, very fortunate roll there for Federer to miss the ball that poorly. And this is all that SVB is left with.
Yeah, it's hard to tell how much of this he can see. You think he's got to feather this due to that left side pocket.
Yeah, that was the problem. The cue ball was always going into open space.
Yeah, Federer's going to get a look. I think he can see an edge of it at least. Definitely looks like he can see a piece of it. Might be closer than I think. I would bet that he can see a piece of it.
If not, it's serious trouble.
Yeah, you can see a piece. Still tricky, though. Fortunately for him, he's got quite a bit of cover.
Yeah, he would like to take the cue ball in the top left, right?
Yeah, I think. But he just wants to avoid any contact with the two coming around, if that's where he's going.
And
Well,
he
that-
didn't.
He got away with it again, Jason, because he collided the second time with the 10. That could have been bad news.
Yeah, but not really getting away with it. He's going to be buried up underneath the 6-2 here.
Well, yeah,
But
the one could have
He
been laid up.
didn't give anything offensive, but you called it. It was a big 2 ball in the way.
Yeah, it kind of makes you wonder if he could have played it a little differently.
Well, I think he made contact with the 10. It's hard to predict.
The speed looks pretty exceptional. Probably going to go to the air here.
I agree. Cleaning the cue ball.
Does the 8 impede any of the 1 if he goes to the air? I really think he only has to get over. Okay, he's 2-rail kicking, and that I'm a little surprised, so that must mean he doesn't feel he can free the 1 from down table and use the 9.
Well, there's a lot of cover this way.
There is.
So the 2-rail kick may carry a lot more value than the jump cue here because
Yeah.
the 1 ball is going to be going into open space and can't really control the cue ball at this distance. With the 2-rail kick, if he hits this 1 full in the face.
That's the key. A lot of times these guys have been catching it too thin. Like Jason said, you want to just catch it full from the backside, right?
A lot of good things can happen if you do.
Oh, what a great hit. Pretty unfortunate. He could have clipped the 9 too, which would have helped him. Does the 1 play? If not, can Shane bury him behind the 6 and 2? I don't know. Everything just landing a little awkward.
This is another crazy rack that we've seen.
Started with a miss to the top right. Excuse me, the top left from Shane. And then to the top right from Feder. I feel like you can drag this cue ball with an outside ball. Just send the one towards the right side of the table, even if, and I think that's the line he's looking at. His biggest concern, though, is Feder with the jump cue.
Yeah, if you're going to do that, you really have to nestle him up and put him on the two.
Yeah, he might just have to gamble here because I don't know what else he can really do.
He can cut this ball.
I think he's going to try and nestle him up.
Did pretty well.
Yeah, it laid nicely. Really important to make contact here.
Yeah, and wanting to kick the top side of it, I believe.
Agreed.
Try to get some separation. He may be able to come back down table and get underneath the 8 or the 9 or the 10 some type of way. You see a little bit of pace on this kick, I believe.
Yeah, a lot of times you'll see these guys actually kick this ball in.
That's not outside of the question.
Can he get enough into the cue ball, or is the two really kind of hampering him from digging into it to flatten it out?
Yeah.
And that's kind of why I'm thinking, Jason, he might be looking at the two-rail option.
Just an easier bridge.
We're going to find out pretty quickly.
Personally, in this situation, I like the one rail look.
Pretty big stretch. Very close to the two.
Wow. Missed it in and out.
Very hard to do, and either one of them would have probably had a pretty good result going in or coming out.
Like you said, a bit of an awkward stretch and bridge there.
Yeah.
It was a pretty big ball.
It was hard to do. This game never ceases to amaze us. That's why we love it. And matches like this keep us coming back for more. Oof, that was obviously a lot tighter than it looked the way he played it. The 8 does not go in the lower right. I'm pretty sure it plays in the lower left, but I am not certain. He can get a nice angle on the 7. We'll know here pretty quick. That tells me that the 8, well, he's actually got,
He can play it in the side from here.
yeah, he's actually got an angle here. I think it does play in the lower left, and that's what he was headed for, but might change his mind now.
I think we may see him play this in the right middle. Where's he going to draw?
Yeah, I think he's going forward. Yeah, speed was perfect. Wow. We talked about it from the beginning, Jason. We felt like there was something special about this match. I guess we can see why. Van Boning within 1.
Commercial break. They're going to clean their balls again, so we'll be back in about 5 to 10.
Ultimate Pool USA presents the Ultimate Pool USA League Grand Finals. You and your team climb the leaderboards for a shot of winning the $100,000 first prize. Survive the heart-pounding formats of match and shot clocks. Deliver for your teammates when it matters most. Track your progress with Ultimate Pool Score. All roads lead to the Grand Finals in October 2025, and your chance to claim a $100,000 first prize. And because our motto is for the players, all prizes are cash payouts. Begin your journey now and sign up to your local Ultimate Pool USA League. Ultimate Pool USA, for the players.
And we're back. SVB to break. Trails by 1. Needs seven racks does SVB. 6 for Gorst.
Can he get over the hump? He's been here a few times in the last couple hours.
Stayed with the huge power. He's going to like it this time, though, Scott.
Yeah, nice flick from the 8.
Wow, Waweewa. Take this.
This is the difference, the layouts, and I say it over and over, but it's a factor. More credit to Gorst. Really?
Yeah, but the clean balls, right? We've seen Shane go on a run after the balls get clean.
And I did mention that. I felt like that would favor Shane a little bit.
A little bit of an awkward bridge here. It's pretty long. Andy's elevated.
Yeah, it's a good way to point that out, because you could really easily, and that's why he's going to
short side.
Yeah, great call, Jay, because he could easily overamp and go into the left middle there, or under accelerate and go out in the center there and not get where he needs to be. Pretty mature play here, actually, if you think about it.
And shot it to the wrong side of the pocket there, really. He'll be okay.
I don't think you could really go wrong playing it that way, where I don't know if everybody would do that. It's the seasoning in him. Just because it was so natural to come back over above the 3. And he might go to the corner on the 5 as well.
I think he will.
He's big. Jeremy Jones talks about it a lot. These guys like to play to the corners. It keeps the cue ball settled down.
Nice job staying above there. Travel 2 rails for position on the 8.
Does he punch down 2 rails, Jason?
It's really preference. He can do whatever. I kind of personally like rolling the ball here.
Yeah, I think he's going to stay level.
Just so he doesn't get tight into the corner and mess with the 9 any kind of way. Let this ball lengthen out off the second rail just like this.
Well, he's 3 balls away.
He'd like a repeat of this break for a few more racks.
After 228 games, we are all knotted up at 114. Would you have it any other way?
Yes.
For the folks at home.
Man, I tell you what, though. The worst part about the match is that somebody has to lose, Scott.
I said it earlier.
I mean, are they playing by 2? Or is it just straight 120?
Oh, it's got to be 120.
Just because you got a flight to catch, or?
I just think it's great. I think it's great for Pool. And it tells you how close this matchup is, and it tells you that all the hype was really worth it, right? A lot of times the hype is a little overamped. Well, in this case, might not have been enough.
See if SVB can produce the same results and the same hit. It's coming a little closer to center.
Here comes the boom. Oh, very square. Needs a rub. I think he can cut it.
Yeah, and he may have a path to get shape as well.
Yeah. He's got to avoid the 7 and 8 if he puts an inside ball on it. He just exhaled pretty heavily. Can you blame him?
Exhaled and the eye roll, so that tells me that maybe a little tougher than what it seems here.
Yeah, most likely, but he wants to be straight in with 4 balls left.
There is a safety behind the 7-8.
Yeah, and that's not the end of the world, that play. You could definitely chip the 1 back towards the back of the 2 or the back of the 6 and really kind of play to get nice and tight behind the 7 and 8. So I don't know if that's such a bad play there, Jason. And I think that's what he's thinking
May
about.
even just try to play this back underneath the 6 here, Scott.
Yeah, and just lay the cue ball down.
Focus on. Yeah, he's going to be well short.
Yes, he is. You really couldn't go wrong overhitting it with that speed, but you could go wrong underhitting it. I'm sure he's realized that after the fact.
Does Federer have?
He might bank at this, especially with the 7 and 8 being where it's at. I couldn't fault him.
Yeah, I think you shoot here.
Just a mid elevate with a twist back to the lower right, stun over. You could even stun right into the 2. You don't have to hit it real hard.
Yeah, I think you're going to see him shoot it with some pace if he does.
Well, you just don't want it coming back up table, right?
Right.
And he's so good with the acceleration at a medium speed and still stunning the cue ball with control.
He's looking at a potential 2-way the other way
Boy.
in the bottom left.
Yeah, this
Did you
bank,
see him just
yeah,
take a peek at that?
I did. The bank to the lower right. Yeah, he's going to the lower right.
Yeah.
It just really lays pretty nicely.
I agree.
And I'll go back to, he's so good at that speed where if he mishits it a little bit, the pocket will still take the ball. Whereas a lot of guys are wanting to really fram this real hard.
Yeah, and you're right. A little mild elevation there. He may go into the deuce.
I look for him to make this.
And he did. Whew.
Almost seemed like he decelled there just a little.
He got cover, though, I
Because the cue
believe.
ball went forward, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that he didn't hit just slightly below center there.
Yeah, it might have been a slight deceleration, but not certain.
Yeah, I
Still
think
hit
you're
it
right.
well.
I think you're right. It looked like it was good.
No
Just a-
picnic for Captain America.
Just a little much of the long rail there. Called that a little soon. What do you see here, Scott?
He can kick and stick this. If he catches the 1 full coming off the right long rail with the cue ball, just dig into the cue ball a little bit. You don't even need to dig in a ton. If he can catch any full side of this one like this here, he's got a lot of cover with the 7-8, 10-5. A lot of good things can happen.
He's looking at coming into the top of this. Here he goes with the mirror system. He's looking at coming into the top of it. Did you see that?
I don't know about that yet, though. He would really have to think about that, because if you catch it any way thick coming across the top, that lower left corner is a real big pocket, especially with running English.
Like you said, catching this ball full is ideal. It's like you said, the bottom left is big, but if you miss-hit it on the other side of the one, the bottom right is as well.
Yeah, I mean, but it's just so hard to hit it that thin from that way. But if you roll this ball with a high right, trying to make it in the lower right, boy, I feel like the scratch is big in that lower left side. I think he's looking to kick and stick. I'm just concerned if he's trying to cross the face of this one to the lower right corner,
He's calling it.
Yeah. Wow. So if he mishits this, I feel like that lower left corner is big for the cue ball. Maybe he's thinking, I mean, risking hitting it too thin is dangerous too. I think that he's really gambling here. That's my opinion.
Is there anything wrong with kicking to the short rail here? Can you get some kind of separation and cover behind the 7-8 that way?
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously a possibility, but real easy to leave the one available up to somewhere around the top right if you mishit it. I think he's just playing this to where if he doesn't make it, he thinks the one's going to go up behind the 7 and 8. Just like so.
That's what he was playing.
What a hit. What a great hit. I thought he might have been shooting it at a speed where the cue ball would kind of glance off the ball. At the last minute, I realized what he was doing, and that's a great play. Just completely cut him off from the lower end of this one.
Yeah, very nice shot there. Executed exactly what he wanted to.
Yeah, he was just calling the one just in case. Yeah, I feel like a lot of good things can happen here as well for Federer. He's not trying to make this ball, I don't believe. I mean, yeah, he'll take it. But if he doesn't make it, I think he can get separation. The 10's a big ball. The 7 and 8 are big balls down here. Good things can still happen for him.
Got a nice hit.
Yeah, not the end of the world here.
I think he'll take it.
Yeah, he's not in love with it, but
He doesn't hate it either.
no, I think it's going to buy him another inning. Unless Shane wants to go at this, but it looks awful steep. He could kick and stick with a high ball behind this one and really try to nudge up behind the 9, sending the one rail to the long rail and back over to the top right. I don't know.
Could just fall below the 10.
Yeah, or the 7 and 8. What's he got in mind? I think he's
going to come down here.
going to do what you said. Yeah, behind the 7
Also
and
can
8.
get some cover behind the 6.
He can see the one. I believe he can see the edge of the one.
Yeah, he wasn't really tidy with the cue ball. You really wanted to get that down on the rail. Right, Scott?
Yeah, I think to your point, he was maybe in between going behind the 10 and the 7 and 8.
I think I would have concentrated on getting the cue ball frozen under the 10 there. It seemed like it played.
Boy, this is tough, but he can see the edge of the ball. Can actually see a little more than that.
Yeah, he may have just been concentrating on the 1. A little bit too much there.
Yeah, what Federer's afraid of if he tries to chop the 1 is just laying it up there in the corner for Shane.
Is he looking at some kind of kick here? He's calling the corner. This is tough. Like you said, it's tough not to leave this ball near the corner with as thin as he is, because he doesn't want to power up and he don't want the cue ball to go back and forth, or up and down rather. I kind of feel like the kick is the play.
Yeah, I like this way if he can get around the 7 and 8 enough to get 2 rails deep below the 1. Man, that's real good. He's got to beat the side pocket.
And the 9. That's the problem with going that way is the 1 ball's always going.
Yeah, but I mean, if he gets behind the 1, though, Jay, I think he's going to hold the cue ball up there pretty tight, even if he leaves Shane something where the 2 is at, make things tough. Well, he's going back to this.
I just don't see the positive result here.
Well, he could make it.
Well, if he's trying to make it, he's going up and down.
Well, I think that's all he can do, is try to make it.
And he has not made it. Is the cue ball going to go in the drink? It is.
Wow. It's the first opportunity in a long time. What seems like eons for Van Boning to take a lead.
Yeah, I think that's the one that's going to sting if he happens to go on and lose this match. I think he's going to take a peek at that one.
Yeah, but to be fair, he's overcut that ball, which is pretty fascinating from that line. And he got a pretty brutal scratch to the top left. To be fair, hindsight 2020, right? Hard to pick a bone there, because if he does hit it properly to where it goes in, cue ball made its way back up table. I just don't know what it looked like kicking behind that ball. Pressure for both of these guys is real. Back out towards the center. Got a little straighter than he wanted, I believe. Didn't need to be straight here. 5 played in the lower right as well.
Yeah, you expect him to recover, snatch this ball back.
Yeah, 5 plays on the lower right, but 2 shots in with ball in hand. Not ideal. Obviously a favorite, heavy favorite to make it. But we've seen
This is that awkward angle.
crazier things happen.
Close to the rail. He's able to stay pretty level here, though, Scott. Big favorite here.
Yeah, what great timing. Maybe just a tip of inside. A straight high ball will be fine. The only way you can go wrong really here is to overhit it. And he was highly aware. Wanted that to stop. He's got a little bit of the down angle going to the right long rail. He can punch out. Could instigate some type of a miss. Highly doubt it.
He's falling perfect here. SVB. Going to come within 5 games.
This is a little weak.
Really finishing strong in the wee hours on all 3 days, Scott.
Yeah, pretty impressive. Well, beyond pretty impressive.
Oh, he's missed the ball. Is he going to get away with it?
Well, he was a little weak getting all the way over there for the 9. Of course, he didn't want to land straight on the 9. But you always felt like that ball was missable. See, I was looking at the overhead on our screen, and it looked a little bit thinner than it did on the main screen.
Can Feder calm his nerves, though? The last 3 times he's used the jump cue has not had success.
Yeah, and that's a great point. Really does need to settle himself down here.
And does he just stop the ball and Take the 10 in the side.
Well, yeah, I don't think at any point is he thinking about position. It's probably just going to stop. He has overamped. You pointed it out, and this is the first ball that he has given away. Absolutely wild series of events that just took place. Shane not getting over quite far enough, missing a 9 that he's clearly supposed to make.
Very, very fortunate there.
And then gets away with it. And Federer, to your point, Jason, overamped once again with the short cue. The tension, well, you can cut it with a knife. Literally.
Feels like there's a ton of pool left. Still yet to be played, but this devastating break of SVB, you can also make it feel like there's not much left to be played.
Oh, look at this hit. Got a flick on the 1. Where's it going to finish? Just perfect.
Yeah. Absolutely no problems here, Scott.
Yeah, and how can Gorst recover if he gets the opportunity?
Yeah,
you gotta
I mean,
think he will, but how can he recover?
I mean, I'm not dead set that he's going to get another opportunity.
Well, you've got to assume he's going to.
It's not guaranteed. Pretty unbelievable series of events. The last rack.
Absolutely crazy. Wants to just kind of stay right where he's at there, where the 1 is.
They may make a movie about this match.
Yeah, it's been wild. You and I have, I feel like we've been hit back and forth like they have.
It's because we have, and because we basically split a dozen of Krispy Kreme donuts.
That's a fact. Yeah,
A
so
little weak here. He's okay.
yeah, that was a big rotation he just got out of that cue ball. He's going to have to go. A couple extra rails, I believe, though. He's probably going to play this with a center to low right ball and split the 5 and 7 and come 1, 2, 3, unless he feels like he can avoid the 7 now and just come 1 rail out. That's what he's going to do. He did avoid the 7, no problems. Back in line.
Smooth sailing from here, Freezer.
Yeah, let's not forget about the 9. He overcut by some margin. I promise you he hasn't.
Much easier to forget when you still cash in the game.
Yeah, nicely done. Wanted to just stay below that ball, really. Nowhere to get in trouble now. Notice his pace around the table is picking up again. We've seen this from both guys throughout the last 3 days. SVB looking to go ahead 2. And when he smells blood, it's not good.
It's SVB by 2.
Some of you may have just joined us. You see the rack at the top of the screen? That's called the rack generator. Kyle Ferguson, the owner of the room here, developed the software. So every time they rack the balls, they rack in that pattern, which will be a new pattern every game. Looking for another thump. Oh, and he's received it. What's going to happen with the 7 is the carom.
Yeah, he can play the 2 here.
1-7, 2 carom available. It looks close. Where is the 1 going to go?
Can he play the 1 in the middle?
Yeah, I think he might need some inside English to throw the 7 downward just a fraction. So that would straighten the 1 out to the left long rail. It's a little funny. Not exactly certain from our view. You can also play the 1 into the 2 and track down behind the 3 and 9 if it's not really on.
He's definitely looking for offense here, Scott. You can guarantee that.
Well, I fully agree. But if it's not on, it's not on.
I think it's on.
Yeah, but the 2, I feel like the 7's a little high, so he has to turn the 7 down to cut the 2 into the corner. That would require some inside spin to throw the 7 downward. Yeah, so I think he's putting his cue there to where he wants the 1 to finish. Cue ball was really always going to stay there. Looked like you were right, Jason. It was pretty much wired up, that 2. So I feel like he might have been able to do a little bit more if that's the case with the cue ball.
Yeah, a little more power there, and he would have had the side pocket.
Yeah.
See if we can get back to the main view.
Maybe he didn't want to lose the 1. There isn't a pocket to the lower left, I don't believe. Still work to be done. And I don't know if the 3 plays to the lower left either. Not that that really matters at this moment. Is he going to really amp up here and try and suck to the right long rail before the right middle? Looks like he is.
This is challenging here.
Well, he can do it. He's got the stroke. Oh, he went past it. He put an inside ball on that. Wow. He put an inside ball on that. Hard to do, but it really took off that second rail.
Yeah, and I think he can play this in the side and gain some position. It's not easy.
What a shot by Van Boning in that situation.
Does he play it in the corner or the side here, Scott? I think they're both available. He's right in between.
He's looking closely at the corner.
Yeah. Corner may be a better option. Does look like the cue ball slightly above the 3.
Watch out now. Put a good stroke on it. This ball could turn on you. Might want to put a tip of left or outside on it to help the 3 downward.
He's missed the ball.
Yeah, and I felt like if
Got
he was
away
going to
with it.
miss it, he would miss it thick. And he did.
Does he have a bank here?
Kind of get away with it.
Does he have a bank?
I think he's partially cut off on the 3, Jason. Boy, the pressure really big here, obviously, on these guys.
He's looking at coming across the face there. Coming across the 10. You saw where he just drew his hand there, trying to bank the 3 ball. 2 rails up to the center diamond. This is really all about distance, isn't it, Scott?
Yeah, he doesn't want to catch much of the 10 if he doesn't have to. Got to get through this clean.
It's really about the speed on the 3 ball.
Oh, well, he was always going to the 10, so he couldn't see as much as we thought. That was a great hit from where he was.
Center diamond, perfect
Very,
speed.
very good.
Huge, huge play there from Federgorst, giving himself an opportunity here.
Yeah, and I think Shane gave him his props.
You look around the room here, Scott. Everybody biting their nails, literally.
It's actually true. I think he's going to attack here. I don't know that he can. Yeah, he's going to attack. He can't see the right side of the 3. He's going to the lower right. And he's overcut it. What's the 8 going to do?
Is he going to get another snooker here? I think he is. Wow. So 3 big misses by SBB here as of late. No fortune for Federgorst.
Yeah, I can't say that he was ever supposed to make that 3, but pretty fortunate that he's gotten covered up with the 8. Feder, you've got to think that if it's a normal scenario on a normal day in your local pub, he's going to drive this 3 right in with position on the 7. But it's not a normal day.
Well, I mean,
in your normal pub.
The key is he's flown off the table 4 times in the last 10 racks, 3 of which were with the jump cue. See,
Problem
if he takes
is,
a little speed off here, the 8 ball's far away.
That's what I was going to say. The problem is you don't want to underamp either. It's a big shot there. That's a big shot there. Gives him a look at the 7. Really one big shot away from pulling back within 1. I don't really think you can worry about where the cue ball's going here, and that's just my opinion. I think you've just got to really think about getting this 7 down.
Yeah, there's nothing easy here. You just absolutely have to concentrate on pocketing the ball here, just like you said.
Yeah, the cue ball's tracking back this way. I don't even think if he hits it clean, I don't think it's even, unless he introduces some type of outside English,
There's no way he's introducing outside English on the rail here.
So I don't think it's even going directly at the 10 and 9.
I'm with you. I think it's more likely to hit the 8.
Right. Well, he did put a tip of left, I think. There's no way that this has happened.
Completely snookered here.
There is no way this has happened
Wow.
after what's taken place the last few games. This is cold-blooded.
You cannot make that up there, Scott. This is enough to make you sell your cues. Unbelievable series of events here in the last 3 racks.
Yeah, very, very cruel game at times. And this is just magnified. Absolutely devastating. He is completely pinched off from the 8.
Yeah, and
Well, this really makes you want to pull for the young man in this situation.
yeah, how could you not? Made an unbelievable shot there with the jump cue.
A couple of them, actually. The 3, 2 rails up table just to get him the distance to force the miss from Shane Van Boning. And then Shane gets away with that. Feder makes the jump, then comes with a great shot on the 7 and gets glued to the back of the 9.
So he is going to go 1 rail at this. It's called the bottom right.
Well, you really have to respect his effort right now. Well, he's going to hit it.
Pretty nice hit.
He's not going to get a reward. Absolutely cold-blooded what's happened here. But this is what you face with round balls and a stick in the game of pool.
Perfect time if you're in SVB's corner to get some fortunate rolls. Not being punished for his mistakes. Missing the 9 ball. Not losing the game.
I'll reinstate, before this match ever started, Jason and I talked about it. Right when this match started, Jason and I spoke about it. These guys want to win more than we could ever really explain. We had dinner the night prior. They didn't look at each other. They didn't speak to each other, and I sincerely mean this. The money is not on their minds. They want to win this match more than probably any match ever in either of their lives. And I sincerely do mean that. You've got to feel for Gorst right now.
Just got to stay ready. If he gets another opportunity, take full advantage. We've seen him maintain control for quite a few racks today. SVB hasn't produced the best results on the break. See if he can find the perfect hit here. Scott.
Yeah, shout out to my friend Bob Stambolic. Darren Appleton also tuned in.
Daz.
I would hope the entire world should be tuned in at this point.
Big pop. Both balls down. I think he's going to like this one, Scott.
Yeah, how can you not?
What about the 4-5, though? What's going to happen with the 4-5?
Maybe a little reprieve for Gorst, but the problem here is he has a good line. If he can twist the 1 into the top right, the cue ball's tracking 1, 2, 3 to the lower end of the table on the right side, possibly giving him a breakout play off the blue 2. Yeah, so he can attempt to smooth this in with a left ball here.
He also could.
Going to come 1, 2, 3, probably down to the 4th rail. Yeah, and he's going to carry a perfect line up into these balls. It just so happened to lay ideal. Everything going SVB's way. But you get the feeling it might not be over yet. Kind of at the 50 here.
Yeah, it's laid a little awkward. I think he chooses the top right or the bottom or the top left.
I think he's keying it up here, taking a look, evaluating. He is great. Going to the top left, but something he might not like about it. He holds that cue ball real well off that top right long rail here. It will be thin though. Might end up having to play the 5 in the lower left. We'll see. Oh, wow, and that's what I mean. Look at the power he's generated off that 2nd rail.
What about the 8?
I just noticed it as well. Does it play in the lower left? Is there any chance we could get the overhead? Appreciate it. Well, that doesn't tell us much. Go back to the regular view if we can.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Well, it's close. He might be able to see this. He had so much inside spin or left spin that it really caught that bottom rail to hold a line. It's close. The insurance for Gorst is that the 10 is covering the 8 up on the lower right. Down on this quickly.
Yeah, he's not going to shoot this one quickly. And like you said, the bottom right covered up with the 8.
Going back to that shot, though, I don't know how he really expected anything great to happen.
He was always going to be long.
Always going to be long, and a lot of things bad can happen. He could have ended up on the left long rail. You know, maybe a little quick to the decision to that ball in the middle. If it's that close, he can elevate slightly with his full cue, especially with the carbon fiber, the Q-Tech, and just play a baby jump. I think it becomes real missable if he amps it up real hard. And that might be a reason because of the 8 to the lower right. Doesn't have a pocket. Well, this tells us.
Yeah, he's looking at getting some separation here, going rail first.
Yeah, is he trying to play the 7 down here between the 8 and 10? Is the top left corner in play with the cue ball?
Watch out.
Wow. Look at the 7. What did it do? Does he have a carom if it doesn't play? Well, he does have a carom, Jason. At worst, I believe he can make this 10. No early 10s allowed. It will spot up. and he continues shooting, and look at where the 8 is.
Can he make the 7 in?
Does it have a pocket?
Let's see if we can get another view.
It looks from here like it might go. Boy, it's tough.
No. From this angle here, it does not appear that it goes.
I feel like you can elevate here with a low left ball, and his body language tells me this ball might go.
Tells me there's something on, right? But he's going to have to travel all the way around the world with the cue ball.
Deep exhale from Gorst.
Wow.
Big time shot.
Cold-blooded. He's absolutely came with it. He just hasn't been rewarded.
Yeah, big time shot there from Gorst. Well deserved. Even more so. Well earned.
He's not out of the woods yet, though. Needs to knock these 2 balls down.
Yeah, great out by Gorst. The crowd likes it. Within 2.
If there was ever a time to even out the rolls in the last 5 games, it's right now, Freezer. All right, Freezer, we got action. 115 to 117. Federer's 5 racks away. Can he hold serve here? Can he keep control of the table? That's the real question. Just can't come up dry.
Yeah, he needs a nice pop here.
No, nothing's going down. It's going to leave him straight in on the 1 as well.
Historically, when those balls behind the 1 react that way, it's because he's overamped just a little. Is the adrenaline that high? Well, most likely is.
Does SVB have enough of the ball here to where he doesn't have to travel down?
Yeah, I think he can drift it into the right middle at worst. It does play, I believe, into the lower right.
Maybe slightly elevated over the deuce here.
Agreed. And I think that dictates what he wants to do or where he wants to go with the 1. Boy, he's elevated here, so it tells me it's not as thin as I think to the right middle. Even just a shot like that, so smooth, not to lose the cue ball. Your tendency is to overhit that ball. Work left to do, Jason.
Looks like every ball does have a pocket, though.
Yeah, and if he gets good on the 5, he's a heavy favorite to get out. Going to try and slide one rail down, staying above the 5.
He's got the perfect angle to do it.
Yeah, a little steeper than he wanted. It's natural. I'm sure he's going to be okay, but we've seen crazier things happen.
Yeah, just going to go in between the long rail and the 5 here, getting above it.
Yeah, and he's falling perfect. All types of room to work with now. Obviously the 9 in front of the middle. Just needs to get good on the 8 going forward. I don't see anything slowing him down here, Jason. Does he roll forward for the middle?
Definitely think it's the safer play. Pinching it back here is, under these circumstances, could be a little nervy, could overamp it or underhit it. Rolling forward here, he's almost always guaranteed to land where he wants. Doesn't need to do a ton to get to the 8. Just roll forward. I think we're going to see him play the 7 ball on the side.
Couldn't agree more, plus the big stretch. So now he can go to the right long rail just below the side pocket and out.
Got very, very close.
Yeah, I thought he might put a
Overamping that.
little bit more inside on it than he did there. That easily could have got real tricky. A little shake of the head. Really doesn't have to hit this very hard at all. A little flinch in the back arm. We've seen it a few times. It's nothing major. It's after contact. So a dry break from Gorst.
Ill-timed. Shane Van Boning, 2 racks away, extending his lead to 3.
These guys will be heading directly
To the airport.
to the U.S. Open. I'm not far behind them at Harrah's in Atlantic City. I am certain Emily Frazier and company are waiting with bells on. Maybe they'll both get a bye.
They did. They both got a bye. Both players got a bye in the first round of the U.S. Open. I read somewhere that there are 56 byes in the first round.
A little flat.
Yeah, but the one's going to dress up perfectly for him.
I don't know about perfectly, but
It's over the pocket. He's got to look at it. May have to take a long shot on the 4.
boy, I don't think any of us want this match to end, to be honest with you. And there's been very few that I will say that about. and I'm being sincere, the dynamic is just so different between these two players. The power from Shane, the consistency from Gorst. Yeah, it's not straightforward. If he wants to level out, the problem is he's kind of got to cheat the pocket a little bit or put a lot of outside spin on it. Most likely going to punch this ball, whether he punches it one rail just to the top rail and up, or tries to make more out of it going to the second rail, the left long rail, is another question. There is an opportunity to draw this ball too. If anybody's capable, it's this guy. Yeah, so he tried to go to the second rail.
Yeah, and he's going to come away with a shot. Does he go to the bottom right or the bottom left here?
Goes to both, but I think he's got to go to the bottom right here. Hold for the 5 in the right middle if you can. Actually, a little fortunate, in my opinion, that didn't end up on the rail, because he can really get down on this cue ball, which allows a smoother hit.
He's going to clean the cue ball.
Yeah, he asked Federer if he could. You see there what he did with his cue. Looking to play the 4 on the lower right. Hold for the 5 in the middle right.
And he missed it.
Wow, what a big opportunity for Gorst.
Ball is deep.
It is deep. We talk about it all the time. Nothing ever easy coming out of these corners like this.
He does pass the 10 in the lower left.
Yeah, is he looking to go to the top rail?
He's looking at going to the long rail in between the 5-10, giving himself an opportunity to potentially fall on the 5 to the top right corner or the side pocket. If you noticed, kind of showcased with his cue that he could land in either spot and be okay.
Well, if he goes to the top side of this 4, the 10 could prove to be a big ball.
Yeah, he could be elevated. Or
The
hooked.
10 could prove to be a big ball if you go to the top side of that ball. That was always
Yeah, I'm really surprised
something I was
that
concerned about.
that he didn't play for the bottom left there.
Big grin on SVB. I am surprised as well, Jason. I figured at worst, because the 5 plays in the lower left, that he doesn't go rail first at worst to the bottom side of that ball. This is a big moment for Gorst. He's known as the best in the world with this cue. Pretty anticlimactic there. I expected him to actually knock that down. He got over it without any problems, and it finished very good for the opposition.
Big air there by Feder.
Yeah, a lot of guys will just draw the ball straight out of that pocket so that they don't have to contend with either rail just to be safe. Can Shane punch past the 8? Or does he have to draw out? Probably safer just drawing out.
Yeah, I like that shot. Let's draw out toward the 7 here.
He had room. Watch the 9. Yeah, all is good. Maybe.
Yeah, he may have to just take the cut on the 8 here. Shouldn't be a problem with the 9 readily available over the side.
Never easy.
Or does he try to work the cue ball around the world here, Scott?
Looks like he's amping up. Wow.
Got a ton out of that one.
Under the circumstances, very few, in my opinion, will play it like that. It looked really straight. To get to the hill. Absolutely wild match. Some absolutely crazy scenarios when Feder got snookered behind the 9. Did that have some type of a role in his decisions later in these last few games? Then, of course, ends up directly behind the 10 after a miss from Shane on the 4. Shane just stepped out. Probably going to take a quick jog around the building. We'll be right back.
Ultimate Pool USA presents the Ultimate Pool USA League Grand Finals. You and your team climb the leaderboards for a shot of winning the $100,000 first prize. Survive the heart-pounding formats of match and shot clocks. Deliver for your teammates when it matters most. Track your progress with Ultimate Pool Score. All roads lead to the Grand Finals in October 2025, and your chance to claim a $100,000 first prize. And because our motto is for the players, all prizes are cash payouts. Begin your journey journey now and sign up to your local Ultimate Pool USA League. Ultimate Pool USA, for the players.
Van Boning is back after 234 games. Could this be the last one? Jason, they talked about the line forever. The line was Federer -5 or favored by 5. Well, the number right now is 5 the other way.
Nice square hit here. Is the cue ball going to go down, though? It holds up, but does he have a pocket?
Yeah, I don't think anything straightforward, that's for certain. I don't think he can do anything really aggressive here because the 9 has covered the 2 up, the lower left. Can he float the 1 down and somehow trickle behind the 8? Is that on? I actually think it could be. Can you roll the 1 in between the 5 and 10? Does it carry the correct line, staying level, to glide the cue ball in behind the 8 on the left long rail? Yeah, I don't know if that line is on. Problem with that is, even if the line is on, he's going to have to put some speed into the 1. He doesn't want to have to cut the 1 towards the 5. And also, if he doesn't get there, either way, he's in big trouble, I believe.
Yeah, this is a very tricky spot here. It's tough to get safe. There's nothing really offensive.
Yeah, Jason, I was talking. I don't know if it's on. I feel like from our point of view, it looks like it might be available where he could just lay him down behind the 8 and kind of send the 1 in between the 5 and 10.
Can he chip off the left side of the 1, bringing the cue ball down toward the 2? I know it's a thin hit.
Yeah, that's real thin. Yeah, I don't know. That's really available from where the cue ball lies. I mean, it's available really, really thin, though. If he can avoid the 8 and do that, it could be a possibility. It's just such a thin hit from where the cue ball lies.
He might be able to get some cover on the 5. If he gets it too thin, he may be able to get the cue ball under the 9. Not saying it is the shot.
No, I mean, it's an option, absolutely. The more I look at it.
Or does he have some type of way where he can put the 1 over by the 8?
Yeah, I looked at that as well. Is he looking to roll the 1 over towards the 8 like you just mentioned?
And drop down below the 10?
Yeah, I just don't feel like that line is there.
Yeah.
If you don't take care of the 1, it could easily creep out to the left middle.
And, you know, the other option is he always has a rollout possibility. If he doesn't like where he's at, he has a push out.
I touched on that earlier. Very rarely will you see these guys roll out when they can see the whole object ball.
But what is he like? Is he looking at banking the 1 under the 8?
I believe he called the 1 in the left middle.
I don't know.
But I think he just plans on floating it over there, trying to float it behind the 8.
That's the other shot I was looking at. Is it possible to get to the 5 ball with the cue? Every shot is very, very tough.
Yeah, it's all very touchy. I think he was just weighing out trickling behind the 8, like my initial call, but you just have no real idea if you're not at the table. That shot could be completely off. And he called a push.
Yeah.
To your point, you rarely see players do it with an open object ball, but if there was ever a time, it's probably now, but he's highly aware of where he's putting it. SVB. Well, in both of our opinions, the best in the world at the push out. If not one of them. Now what? Now he's looking at the line to trickle behind the 8. Probably a little different once you get down on the ball.
Yeah, he's giving it back. I don't blame him.
Yeah, Shane looking to go all out here and play the 1 in the lower right. No, I think he's just going to float the 1 to the left.
He's looking offensive. I don't blame him being on the hill here.
Yeah, he's decided to attack.
And he made contact the deuce off of the long rail.
He's overcut it. How's the cue ball going to finish? I think Federer has a pretty good look at the lower end of this one.
No, I don't think he does. Threw his hands up. So you may see him go airborne here, jumping.
You don't think he can see a piece of the 1, huh?
The way he threw his hands up, if he could see a piece of the 1, he'd be elated here to bring the cue ball under the 9. It appears on the screen that he can't see the bottom of the 1, but
Yeah, it does.
he acted very upset.
Yeah, he can. No,
He's
he
gonna
can't.
scratch.
Oh, this is also very cold-blooded. All he needed was a flick from the 9.
Nothing has gone his way as of late.
Nothing at all, Jay. Yeah, nothing at all. Boy, it can be a cold-blooded sport. Looking to wedge him up behind the 7.
Looking for a 3 foul on the
Now.
hill.
Yeah, now possibly. I'm not going to speculate what he's looking to do at this point. Let's just see what he decides to do. But I would assume that the 7 is going to be a factor here. it sounded like a double hit.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was a double hit. Federer looking at him, double hit.
Well, it sounded like it. That doesn't mean it is. I'm not. Okay.
I mean, he's never going to say no there. He's never going to say ball in hand there.
I actually thought Federer asked him if it was a double hit.
Yeah.
I thought Shane said it was.
He asked him, was it a good hit? And he said yes. Yeah, but it definitely sounded double.
Yeah, I mean, and to be honest, for the cue ball to get through, I guess there's a gap there. It just sounded a little funny to me. You can't imagine Shane would ever do that in this situation.
May not know, right?
That too, there are times you can double hit a ball and not know. It sounded a little clicky to us. This is really nice.
Nice touch there at range.
Great shot. Federer Gorst. Did the one freeze up? Federer taking a look.
Does he just lag here? Nope. Kick the bottom of it. Does he have a bank?
The body language says he does.
He's called it cross side. What a big moment here.
Oh, just short. Just short. Ended up directly over the two. I believe the two passes the 9 now as well. The 9 was moved earlier. Big shot here.
Yeah, and it feels pretty natural if he knocks it down. Looks like it appears like he will miss the 7.
Yeah, and I don't think he has any other option.
Does it look like at the overhead it does not appear that he can beat the 7?
No, I think he will catch a piece. But I don't know what other options he's got. I think you've got to shoot here. I don't know how much you'll catch of the 7 either.
From this view, it looks like he can beat it, but from the overhead, it does not.
Well, I just don't think he's going to hit it real hard, right, Jason? I think
Yeah.
he's got to smooth it in. So there's a chance of beating it. Yeah, is this going to open up? Gorst, finally, with an opportunity.
Can he capitalize? That's the key. He's been unable to as of late.
And I
Really
guess
settle in here and take his time. This is one of the opportunities where I think he could drop his cue on the table, go wash his face, reset.
yeah, I'm never against taking a break.
He's got some traffic to navigate through here. Slightly awkward bridge as well.
He's going to crash into the 2.
Oh, he's
He's going to have to go to the top right now. It's okay. Not the end of the world.
Goes to the top right here, or the other option is he could choose to go defensive. Could put him on the back of the 8. I don't think he will. But it lays pretty good, Scott.
I just don't think in this position you can afford to let that guy back to the table.
I don't disagree. Knocks it down. Held his nerves well there.
Yeah, very smooth. Yeah, I like what he did there. Didn't try to get cute or do anything extra out of the ordinary. Just keep it simple. Take what the table gives you. Don't force anything. Yeah, this is going to be okay. A little thinner than he might have wanted, but I don't think it's bad.
Yeah, he's looking at getting underneath the ball. I don't love that. I think you go ahead and let it out here. Maybe just contact the short rail and make sure that you get a bounce. Guaranteeing yourself an angle.
Yeah, I don't think the 8 plays in the lower left. If it does, it's tight. Yeah, that tells you how thin that really was.
Yeah.
Now he can come all the way over for the 8 to the right middle. And if he gets short, it'll play in the lower right. If he gets long, obviously, to the upper right. So big room for error here. He should hit his mark.
Caught it a little thick. He's going to land on the 50-yard line. He's okay.
Yeah, he might.
He might go into the 10 here.
Yeah, I think for his sake, he might be better off going into the 10. I can't quite tell. The overhead looks different than the main view. Can we get a quick look at the overhead? Yeah, this look tells us he's going into the 10. The other look tells us he's missing it. Well, there you have it. He caught a piece. Living on the edge, but you couldn't fault him for playing it with a level cue.
Doesn't want to be on the rail here.
No, he really doesn't.
He might cancel his flight
Stop.
if he doesn't knock this one down.
No problem.
And there's more.
My shoulders are literally on fire from the tension. I don't think I've sat back in my chair for about the last 6 or 7 hours. Going on 10 hours today. I think 12 or 13 yesterday. 14, around 14 on day 1. These guys have got it in.
If there was ever time for a square hit, it's now.
Yeah, no need to overpower. Well, he did put a good thump in it.
2 and the 9. What's the 6 going to do, Scott?
This is the ball that's haunted him a lot of this match. The 4-10 tied up. Yeah, it's close, but I have a feeling it's got him covered. And it does. He's immediately calling it to the lower right. You might want to think about this. What do you think, Jason?
I think he may change his mind. Just not sure what else is available.
Well, he seems fairly committed.
Must lay real good.
It does.
Hit a little bit too much of the long rail.
Yeah, similar to the straight back he had earlier, although he had to cross the face of this one. The line looked pretty good the whole way. Just a little bit much of the long side. Very tricky there.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Well, the 4 does play in the lower left.
If it didn't, it does now.
One big shot away, really.
Yeah.
If he gets good on the 3. This could be
Yeah,
the end.
A little quick there, Scott. Like I said, I know it laid good, but I think he needed to look at some other options.
Under the circumstances, possibly.
Not saying that he shot the wrong shot. I just think he did it a little quickly. Drained it.
Yeah, clean strike. And he knows, he's aware, because the 5 plays in the left middle, really getting on the 4
Is it?
could close this door.
See what you did there.
He's got to avoid the 8.
Perfect spot there.
Yeah, now he can afford to even go above the 5 if he'd like, but I see no reason.
6 balls away. Can he keep it together? Like you said, the 5 goes in the side.
He's looking to elevate. Is he going above it? Yeah. I don't know about that.
A little nervy.
Well, because he is aware of the fact that there's very little cue ball movement if you just cinch the 4 and go forward. Everything else is simply connect the dots.
Yeah, and like you said, the veteran that he is, stood up over it, got down on the ball, didn't love it, stood up, took a little stroll. He changed his mind here.
No, he's possibly staying. Yeah, he's staying to the top side, and you can't fault him if he hits it that good.
Excellent shot there by SVB, looking to close it out here.
Wow. What a 3 days it's been. There's a big side of me that can't help but feel for Gorst, because I know what both of these guys have put into it. Yeah, extremely clean. Jason,
With authority, too.
these guys have put on one heck of a show for all of us around the world the last 3 days. And hats off to both of them. king of the race to 120 is 2 balls away from retaining his throne. I can hear the rumbles of a rematch already.
Whoa.
Federgorst, you gave it everything you had and easily could have won this match. But today it's SVB. Congratulations to him, Jason. Both 2 of the classiest players on the planet. Big smile from Feder. Thank you all for tuning in. I'll let the rest of these guys take it over. Have a good night.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a match that was. I want to thank everybody for watching, everybody for enjoying. I want to say a huge thank you to our sponsors, Diamond, Perimeter Billiard Lights, Ultimate Pool USA, and of course, Miss Michelle Griffin. Thank all of them. Thank all the fans that came and watched and everybody that watched from home. We have had a long weekend, and we know you guys have too, so I would like to say everybody have a great night, and congratulations to Shane Van Boning. Who knows what's going to happen next. See you guys later.